morning, everyone. My name is Denise White, and I am going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite 30X Model and Actor Challenge Bootcamp. We are so excited to have you. So let me let you know a little bit about me, and then we're going to invite you guys in. But before I talk about myself, there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. That's cute. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube. That's really cute. But you know what? You're not watching us just because you want to listen. You're watching us because you want to get discovered. You want to start booking work. You want to create even more success in your life. So this is what I'm going to invite you to do if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube. What I want you to do is I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, it's VIPigniteSummit.com. And what I want you to do is come on over here and join us on Zoom. All right, guys. So again, my name is Denise White. I am the host of this event today. I'm also the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. And I also have the opportunity to work with our amazing talent who are either getting started in the industry or want to create even more success because they've reached a certain level of success in their careers, but they are ready to do more. Let me tell you a little bit about what we do here at VIP Ignite, and then we'll go over what this weekend is all about. At VIP Ignite, we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. How many of you know that if you had the opportunity to sit down with the right person face to face, that your life would change? Type life change in the comments. Type life change in the comments. Because that's what we do. We give you the tools, resources, and connections that you need so that you can create that success. And we truly believe that you are one person away from getting everything that you want in life. Okay, we know that. We have helped over 10,000 people get where you want to go. How many of you are here because you want to start creating more success, whatever that means? Raise your hands. Raise your hands high. Don't just like, oh, I guess it. Raise your hands high like you mean it. Okay. If you're here because you want to create even more success in your life, you are in the right place. So over the course of this weekend, we are going to introduce you to so many amazing people. I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown of today. So the first presentation that we're going to have is From Doubt to Success, Unveiling the Confidence Formula of Top Models and Actors. How many of you could use a little more confidence in your life? Raise your hands. How many of you, I'm going to say this, and this blew my mind when I found out. How many of you know that you can grow in confidence? That there is a formula that you can use to get more confidence? Right, we're going to go over that today, okay? We're going to talk about From Runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. How many of you know that there's a link between modeling agencies and hospitals? And today you're going to learn exactly why you need certain skills so that you can become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. How awesome is that? How many of you want an agent or manager knocking down your door instead of the other way around? I know. We're also going to talk about why AI isn't going to replace models and actors anytime soon. We're going to hear from a casting director who works for Apple TV. We're going to learn what type of modeling we qualify for. We're going to have Ryan Colby, who is an agent in LA and New York. He's going to come on, and he and Alicia Kabak are going to pick a couple of you, and they're going to break down where you are and where you want to go and some steps to get there. How many of you want a top agent from LA to have the opportunity to help you break down the steps that you need to take to get from where you are to where you want to go? Raise your hands right now. Raise your hands right now. Awesome. I know it's going to be awesome. We're also going to do a presentation called Actors Cookbook. So what I want you guys to understand is this. For everything that you want to achieve, there is a framework. What does that mean? That means that there is a proven framework that you can follow steps. How many of you are really good at building like IKEA furniture? No? Okay. How about, what if someone were able to, they're all like, I'm not building furniture. What are you talking about? What is wrong with you, Janine? How many of you, if you had someone standing next to you and you were given a game plan, you could implement it? Raise your hands. How many of you know that in order for you to get from where you are to where you want to go, you need someone to help you. Raise your hands. Right? Good. Okay, we're all on the same page. That's what I love, building furniture too. I'm that crazy person. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate that. But what I want you guys to think about is this: over the course of this weekend, we're going to lay out frameworks for you. And we're not asking you to do this alone. Okay. We don't want you to do this alone. We want you to know that we understand that there are certain things you need. How many of you have ever dreamed of seeing yourself on the Hollywood Walk of Fame with your name and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? Raise your hands. Right? Yeah. I should see everyone's hands going up. That's awesome. Over the course of this weekend, we are going to show you how you can make that happen. But again, I need you to commit to yourself right now. I'm not asking you to commit to me. I'm not asking you to commit to Alicia. You'll meet her in just a moment. I'm going to introduce you guys to her. I'm not asking you to commit to Michael, who you're going to meet in a couple of minutes. They're the two co-founders of VIP Ignite. I'm asking you to commit to yourself right now that over the course of the next 2 days, you are going to be all in. Before you type it in the comments, I see some of you getting your fingers already. Before you type it in the comments, this is what that means. That means showing up for yourself. We want you to show up. We're showing up for you. We're literally bringing everyone to you so that you can be successful. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to commit to yourself, to stay here, to commit to be on this Zoom call for the next 2 days. So if you can commit to that, type I commit. I want you to commit to taking notes and being fully awake throughout this. What does that mean? That means that whatever it takes to keep you awake, if you have to get up and walk around, if you need to drink more water, if you need to brew yourself some coffee, I want you to commit to yourself to play full out over the next 2 days. I want you to take notes. I want you to drink a lot of water. I want you to be the best version of yourself over the next 2 days so that by the end of the day tomorrow, you say yes to yourself. Say yes to having the opportunity to see your name on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, to seeing yourself on the silver screen, to seeing yourself on the cover of a magazine, to using your voice to change the world. So if you are able to say that you are all in for all of those things, and you are here for the next 2 days, and you're going to play full out, type all in the comments. Type all in the comments. I love that. All in. Okay. I have a record of this now, just so you know. Okay. I have a record of all of your comments. And I'm really excited that you guys just committed to yourselves for the next 2 days, because you know what? I cannot wait for you to be my next success story. I want to be able to sing from the mountaintops your name, all of the amazing things that you've accomplished because you showed up for yourself this weekend. I'm going to give you all the energy I have inside of my body, and then a little bit more, because I'll keep drinking orange energy drinks until I can't any further. But I want you to bring that same energy for yourself. Can you do that? Can you do that? Okay. We're going to practice something really quickly, and then we're going to start our first presentation. There are going to be times that I'm going to ask you guys to be excited and bring me some energy. Okay. So can we practice right now? Like, I'm going to do the first presentation, and then I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker. I want to see the energy. When I introduce a speaker, I want you to cheer for that speaker. Like, what's like your star is there. I want you to cheer like, oh my gosh, like you just got the best, whatever the biggest success you could imagine is. Multiply that by 1,000,000. That's how excited I want you to be. Okay. So show your excited faces right now. I know for some of you it's early. You're like, it's 8:11, Janine. I'm not excited. I don't care. Show me some excitement. I want to see your energy right now. Come on now. Francisco, I know you could do. Francisco, the golf clap, seriously. Awesome. All right, guys, this is awesome. All right, sorry, guys. I'm going to call you guys out. Okay, that's my job. My job as the host is to make sure that you're all on your toes. You keep me on my toes. I'm keeping you on your toes. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and we are going to get started on our first presentation of the day. All right. Let's see here. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay, Zoom and I are friends today. It's awesome. All right. So the title of our first presentation is From Doubt to Success, Unveiling the Confidence Formula of Top Models and Actors. My name is Denise White, as you know, and I am really excited to share this. This is a presentation that means a lot to me because I'll share some stories about how I went from being like someone who was afraid of my own shadow to who I am here standing in front of you doing this presentation. All right, so before we can talk about confidence, we have to talk about what is the opposite of confidence, which is fear. How many of you have ever felt fear in your life? You can just nod your head to that one. I don't want hands raised for that one. We're not, yeah, you felt fear, right? And for some people see fear as a weakness. And I used to see fear as a weakness too. But you know what? There are reasons that you should feel fear, right? Fear is a feeling we have when we think there's something dangerous or something scary. It's a very natural response that helps you stay safe from harm. And our brain has a special part that's called the amygdala that controls fear. All right. So why do we feel? Okay, hold on. Why do we feel fear? So the amygdala tells our body to react when it senses danger. So imagine this. If you are in the plains of Africa and there is a lion right there and it's looking at you like your dinner, should you feel fear? Yes, of course you should feel fear, okay? So sometimes it comes from real dangers. Other times it comes from things that we imagine. And a lot of times when we feel fear, it's not real. It's our thoughts and how we see things. And it comes from bad experiences we may have had. So maybe you got on a call like this and they were like yelling and screaming at you. Like you might feel a little trepidation, right? Or maybe it's because you're about to experience something new, okay? But I want you to remember, okay? Fear is a normal and useful emotion. It can protect us, but it can also make us worry too much. How many of you, and I don't want you raising your hands, but how many of you can understand feeling like, okay, yeah, I'm an overthinker. Sometimes I create scenarios in my head that are never going to happen, but boy, do I lose sleep over them. So it's important to understand your fear, but not let it control you. Okay. So let's talk about becoming more confident because we all want to become confident. But the thing is, you have to understand fear so that you can become more confident. Okay. So let's talk about confidence. So confidence is a belief in your abilities, your qualities, and your judgment. And this is something that can be developed and improved over time. Okay. And in this presentation, we're going to explore tips on how to become more confident. Okay. So let's understand the nature of confidence. It is not fixed. It's something that can be developed. Okay. Recognize that confidence can be situational or general, and understand that you have the power to increase your confidence. So when I was a kid, I had an experience where I was in second grade and I was like one of the shyest kids in the world. Okay. And when I grew up in South Jersey and we had this big presentation where all of us drew our favorite type of vegetable and I got assigned corn. So I was so excited. My little 7-year-old self drew that corn and she was so excited. It was like the best corn ever, best corn picture of my 7-year-old Denise could do. And I got up in front of the class, in front of the whole school, and I held up I was like, corn! And everyone started chuckling. And I was like, darn, that sucks. Why are they chuckling? And then I found out I was holding it upside down. Can you understand that might create a fear of public speaking in someone when your 7-year-old self gets laughed at by their whole school? But you know what? You can't allow that to hold you back. You have to recognize that you can grow your confidence, okay? If I would have let my 7-year-old self control myself now, I wouldn't be here in front of you talking, okay? One of the biggest reasons that people don't gain confidence is because they're always comparing themselves to others. So this is what I want you to understand. Don't compare yourself to anyone else. You are on your own journey. Focus on your strengths, your successes, and your personal growth. Celebrate your own individuality and your own progress. Celebrate yourself. You are on your own unique journey. Can we all agree that we're no longer going to compare ourselves to anyone else? Okay, comparison is a thief. It steals your joy in the moment. So grow confidence by stopping that. Okay, something else, surround yourself with positive people. Because, you know, I've been in situations where I was around super negative people. When I worked, my last dental office I worked in, it was like 6 years ago. There was not one happy person in that whole office. And I couldn't understand why I was so unhappy the whole time. I'm like, oh, we're helping people. This is awesome. Like, we have a beautiful office. We have like some of the best patients ever. But everyone's like, rah, rah, this pen sucks. Oh God, I need a new pen. So you are the sum total of the 5 people that you surround yourself with. So be careful who you give your time to. Choose supportive and positive people. Surround yourself with uplifting people because it'll boost your own self-perception. And believe in your abilities to believe in your abilities, because believing in your abilities becomes easier when you're hanging out with positive people. So if you're hanging around people that are always like, you suck, you're not going to grow in confidence. How many of you would love to have a community of people that are always lifting each other up? Type yes or yes in the comments. If you want a community of people that are lifting each other up, they're going on the same journey, but we're not comparing ourselves. We're like, oh my God, Samara, you did awesome. That's great. You know, that's what we do. That's what you need to surround yourself by. People that are positive. Okay. Another way to grow in confidence, let's be honest. I know there's a lot of body positivity out there. I totally get it. But when you take care of your body, it helps you feel better. It helps you be more confident. So engage in self-care practices for physical and mental well-being. Get yourself out and go walk. It costs nothing to go walk. Go out in the sunshine for like 30 minutes a day. All of these things will help you. And another thing that's so simple, eat a healthy diet. Like, instead of eating the cheeseburger, get a salad. Instead of eating the pizza, like make something with pasta with a really good sauce. You know what I mean? Like, eat healthier, exercise regularly, and practice meditation or mindfulness. I love meditation because, you know what? It also helps those voices we were just talking about, helps to quiet the voices in your head. You have control of your thoughts. You have control of your thoughts. I had a pastor once where I was just going through a really rough time. I was like, yeah, but I think this and I think that. He was like, just stop it right now. And I was like, but I can't stop thinking. He was like, Deneen, let me explain it to you this way. And I want you guys to understand this too. You can't choose what thoughts go through your head, but you can choose what thoughts you allow to stay there. So imagine this, you're walking down the street and a pigeon lands on your head. Okay. Or any kind of bird, whatever kind of bird. So if a bird were to land on your head, would you stay really still and let it build a nest and lay eggs and just take hold of your head? So like now you're like pigeon head, or would you like, get off my head? You would tell the bird to get off your head. It's the same thing with your thoughts. Okay. So don't ever fall prey to believing that you can't control your thoughts. You can. It's as easy as saying, stop it right now. Literally. Practice that. Just practice when you have a negative, oh, I don't think I can do it. Yes, you can. Like, I'm that crazy person where like if I'm losing focus, I'm like, focus like a laser beam, white. Like, I'm that person. So like practice your self-talk and take control of your thoughts. Okay, because a healthy body enhances overall well-being and confidence. All right. Set and achieve goals. So many times people will set goals, but they set like goals that are absolutely insane. Like, and I believe when you're setting goals, you should set big, hairy, audacious goals. Like, I'm going to win an Academy Award. Okay. But then I also think that you should set achievable goals so you can celebrate those steps. Okay. So think about like, if you haven't booked any work yet, I'm going to book my first background extra role. Or if you have booked work and you've been booking a lot of background work, okay, you know what? I want to be a series regular. I want to be a guest star. Always set goals that are achievable. Okay. It's kind of like, we'll go back to the body. Like if you wanted to lose 100 pounds, you wouldn't say, okay, I'll be a success when I lose 100 pounds. If that's your goal, it's going to take you a long time to achieve that goal. But you know what? When I lose my first 5 pounds, I'm going to go out and buy myself a new shirt, something like that. But set goals. I want you to set 2 sets of goals, something that's a big goal, something to give you to strive for. But then I also want you to set achievable goals. And then every time you achieve a goal, celebrate your success. All right. And think about, if you want to think about it like from the perspective of a child. Okay. If you have a kid and you're trying to potty train them, right? What do you do the first time the kid goes on the potty? Like, this is something we all take for granted, right? But when a kid goes on the potty the first time, like, oh! Right? It sounds crazy. Like if you did that for yourself, you'd be like, that would be insane. But you know what? Then that kid sees, okay, positive reinforcement. So as you're setting your goals, give yourself some positive reinforcement along the way and celebrate those. Celebrate your achievements. Okay, because every time you do, you're going to give yourself more confidence. Something to face your fears. Okay, identify and confront your fears or areas where you lack confidence, and gradually expose yourself to those situations. And what you'll find is that you have 100% survival rate. Stepping out of your comfort zone leads to personal growth and increased confidence. I recently had an experience. Some of you may have seen it on Instagram. If you will follow VIP Ignites Instagram, I have 2 huge fears in my life: being out of control and heights. Like seriously, like I don't understand why anyone would jump out of a perfectly good airplane. Okay. So we were in Orlando a couple weeks ago and we were working, and I got challenged to get shot 390 feet in a metal, this guy, I don't even know what it was. There were 2 seats, so like a metal thing on bungee cords. And I was like, the first time I was told do you want to do that? I'm like, I'm going to need a lot of drinks. I'm not available for this. No, I really don't want to. Then the second day I was like, I think you should do this. And I'm like, why would I want to do that? No. And then the third day I was like, you know what? Fine, let's just go do it. So we went up and I agreed to it and like paid for it. And I'm like, why am I paying to do something that scares the living daylights out of me? But I did it, and they were like, okay, well, what do you want to do? I was like, I need a drink first. They're like, okay, go to drink. I was like, no, I'm just joking. I need to do this right now. So I went from paying for this to being strapped into a piece of metal attached to 2 bungee cords. And I got shot 390 feet up in the air. And I'm not going to say it was my best experience of my whole entire life. Would I sign up for it tomorrow? I probably would, because you know what? I have 100% survival rate. But facing that fear was huge for me, because a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to jump off the stratosphere in Las Vegas. And I was strapped up. I was leading my inner circle. I was leading our inner circle. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be the first one to jump. I got strapped up. I was suited up, and I didn't do it. Biggest disappointment of my life. But you know what? The day after, I got shot 390 feet up in the air. And I lived, and it was actually really exhilarating. It was very empowering. The next day I went on a roller coaster that went upside down like 4 times. I was like, so the point is that when I'm telling you to face your fears, maybe your fear is even being on this call. Maybe your fear is submitting yourself out and getting a no. But you know what? You have to face your fears so that you can grow in confidence. Okay. And just remember, you control your thoughts. Your thoughts don't control you. All right. Practice self-compassion. Like, let's talk about this for a moment. Why are we so mean to ourselves? Be kind and compassionate toward yourself. Embrace your imperfections. Learn from your mistakes and acknowledge your strengths and achievements. This is what I want you to think about. If you make a mistake, I want you to think about, I'm going to keep going back to references of little kids, because no one really wants to be mean to little kids, right? So imagine, like, I have a 4-year-old nephew. He'll be 4 in a couple weeks. A great nephew. And when he first started walking, he'd walk and he'd fall, right? I'm like, oh my God, that's so cute, right? Like, if your child was learning how to walk and they fell, would you be like, you dumb idiot, you're never going to walk? No. If your best friend makes a mistake, or you're like, you're such an idiot, I'm never talking to you again. How dare you make a mistake? No, you'll hug it out, you'll cry it out, and you'll move on. Start thinking about this, the way that you speak to yourself. Would I say this to a kid who's learning how to walk? Would I speak that way to the, or even better, would I speak that way to my best friend if they made a mistake? Practice self-compassion. Be nicer to yourselves. And again, everything I could tell you so many times where I'm like, I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I had a typo in an email, right? But you know what? We're all human. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself like you treat others. Develop your skills and knowledge. The more skills and knowledge that you develop, the more confident you're going to be. Seek opportunities for growth through learning, training, and practice. Al Pacino still has an acting coach. Okay. Always be training, always be learning, always be practicing. And when you develop competence in an area of your life that means something to you, it's going to boost your confidence. So if you are delivering a monologue and you really nailed that monologue, you know what? It's going to give you confidence in every other area of your life. That's why I love what we do here at VIP Ignite, because you know what? We help you develop competence here in the entertainment sphere, but it's going to trickle out into every other area of your life. Embrace positive self-talk. We just kind of touched on that. Stop talking crap on yourself. Focus on your strength. Cultivate a positive internal dialogue that reinforces your confidence and self-belief. Embrace positive self-talk. Be nice to yourself. I don't think I can overemphasize that. At the end of the day, the reason we're not confident is not because of other people, it's because of ourselves. We have the control. Okay. So in conclusion, fear is a powerful emotion, but when you understand it and you harness it, it can be used to your advantage. Those things that you fear, lean into them, overcome them, and then your confidence is going to grow. And always remember, confidence is a journey of self-reflection, mindset shifts, and developing positive habits and behaviors. You being here this weekend is you starting to develop those positive habits and behaviors. When I'm asking you to answer questions, that's what we're doing. We want you to develop confidence. We understand that there's fear. We understand there's a lot going on in the entertainment industry, and we understand it's kind of a scary time. There's a writer's strike going on. How's that going to affect me? How's this? How's that? But you know what? Instead of worrying about the things that you can't control, what we want you to do over the course of this weekend is lean into the things you can control. Show up for yourself. This is what I want you to do right now. I want to introduce our first speaker in just a moment, but I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause right now. Do you know why I want you to do that? Because you showed up for yourself. You showed up for yourself. Celebrate that. So how many of you took notes in my presentation? Raise your hands. Congratulations. You just showed up for yourself. How many of you are already you're like, Denise's a little crazy. I don't know if I should. No, you know what? I chose to be here and she taught me something already. How many of you have already learned something today? Raise your hands. Right? And I'm the first person you heard from. The best that's yet to come, people. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you guys, we're going to practice getting up really quickly. I want everyone to stand up really quickly. Everyone stand up real quick. All right. And I just want you to move around a little bit. For some of you, I know it's like 8:30 in the morning. For some of us here, we're blessed. It's like 11:30. Just move around, get yourself stretched out just a little bit. Shake it out just a little bit. Whatever you have to do to get yourself, crack your back, whatever you have to do. All right. All right, guys. Are you guys ready for our first speaker of the day that is not Deneen White? Are you guys ready? Awesome. Okay. So let's go here. All right. So our first speaker of the day For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, films, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 children from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. And he has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey, how's everybody doing? All right, this is so exciting. What a great presentation. When I was listening to the presentation talking about the words, how people have that negative self-talk, it brought me back to about a year and a half ago. I was in Costa Rica with Tony Robbins, and we were on this adventure trip. We were going whitewater rafting. We were doing all these things that challenge you, where to challenge you physically and mentally and so forth. And one of the challenges was this opportunity to go zip lining. And I also I have like a really bad fear of like heights. It's not like I have a fear of heights, but the zip lining thing, I was just like, I don't know. And they kind of said, okay, we'll just, let's get you up to the top of the mountain and we'll try it out. And I'm a pretty big guy, and we're in Costa Rica, and we head to this bottom of this mountain, and there's this little Costa Rican dude, and he's kind of like hooking you up with all the straps. And I was telling him, I'm like, listen, are you sure you know what you're doing here? And the little dude was like, oh, yeah, no problem. I do this all the time. It's okay. I'm like, all right. So they hook me up. And then we get on the back of a pickup truck. Now, remember, this is Costa Rica. It's not like I'm at like Disneyland or something, like we're in Costa Rica. And we get on the back of this pickup truck, and we start going to the top of the mountain. And I'm like literally holding on to this thing. It's like there's no roads there where we're at. So it's just like bouncing and all that. We keep going up and up and up. And we literally get to the top of this mountain. And when we get to the top, there's this little ninja dude there. And he's like, literally looks like a ninja. He's got all these cables. He's wearing this mask and these glasses. It was like crazy. And anyway, so we're at the top, like we're like above the rainforest. This is how high you are, because the whole point of this was you get the zip line above the rainforest. So I'm like, okay, I'm really nervous. I'm letting everybody else go in front of me. I'm like, you know what? You go, you go, you go. And I'm finally like the last person. And one of the coaches was there. When you're with Tony Robbins, they have these coaches, and, they're there to kind of help inspire you and get you through some challenges. And he says to me, he says, hey, are you ready to go? And I'm like, well, sort of. He's like, well, what are you feeling right now? I'm like, well, this is kind of like challenging, and it's really making me nervous. And he goes, that's interesting that you say that, because he goes, the words you choose will be the life that you live. So if you're going to always choose words like challenging, if you're always going to use words like impossible, then that's the life you're going to live. He says, if you change your words, you're going to change your life. So change your words that this is an adventure, right? This is something you can accomplish. And it was such a breakthrough, because as soon as I started saying that to myself, like my subconscious automatically gave me that confidence to actually go ahead and do it. So I now step up on this platform, and as soon as I step on the platform, the little ninja dude, he starts looking to check your cables. He goes like this. He goes, oh no, this is all wrong. I'm like, wait a second. What do you mean this is all wrong? The guy at the bottom of the mountain, right, said that he knew what he was doing. He goes, no, let me fix it for you. So now I'm like, okay, this is an adventure, right? This is something I'm going to accomplish, right? Even though all of a sudden I use better words, you can slip back. So I had to reinforce that, right? I had to train my brain to have that confidence. And of course, he kind of does it, puts it all together. And then boom, off I go zipping down above the rainforest. Like, it was incredible. I'm seeing monkeys and the trees, and it's just undescribable. And one of the things when you're doing this is you have to hold on to this cable as you're hanging there. And then you have to reach above your head, and you wear these gloves, these really thick gloves, and you have to kind of what they tell you is there's going to be a point where you're going to see another guy in a tree, and you need to squeeze above you to kind of slow down, because otherwise you're going to come in so fast, you're going to crash into the tree. So they tell you this at the last second. So now you're like, oh my God, I got to make sure I hold on. And when do I break and all this, right? They had a lot of instructions at the last second. So anyway, as I'm going through, I do see the guy in the clearing, right? It was like a mile long zip line. And I'm still like, I'm so focused on the brake part that I wind up squeezing it so tight that I wind up stopping and I lose all my momentum, like literally like 1,000 feet before I get to where I'm supposed to be. So now I'm 1,000 feet away from where I'm supposed to be, and I'm hanging there above the Costa Rican rainforest. And I'm like, literally, this is the end. Like, this is it. Like, oh my God, like, I can't imagine when the end would come, but here it is. I'm hanging over this thing and I'm like, this is not good. But you know what? I was really peaceful. And I said, you know what? This is just a part of the adventure. I'm going to overcome this. This is going to work out. It's going to be fine. And sure enough, I was stuck. So they radio back to the ninja dude. And then he literally, and when I call him a ninja dude, you'll understand why. He hooks himself up to the cable. He with both hands, and then his legs connected to the cable. He comes zipping down like almost instantly. And then he pushes me and he gives me the final momentum to finish the thing. So when you because now I'm hanging there, my body's really tense. Like I'm getting all that that acid burn in your muscles. When you get to the end, you kind of have to lift yourself up off the cable so you can, stand, because you're like still hanging like a foot off the platform. Well, because I was up there for like, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, but like my body had built up so much tension, like literally when they unhooked me, I literally like had like my muscles were just like shot. Like I was so weak. And I stand up, I'm all excited. I'm like, oh my God, I did this. Let's go celebrate. We'll go back to, where we were staying. It's going to be a big party. It's going to be the greatest day of my life. And I was like, all right, how do we get back down the mountain? The gentleman goes to me, what do you mean get back down the mountain? He's like, this is the first run. I'm like, what do you mean this is the first run? He goes, we're doing this 5 more times. This was the shortest one. So in order for you to get down the mountain, you have to do this 5 more times. So sure enough, I had to do it 5 more times. I was the very last one down at the end. But I will tell you, everybody was waiting for me. I kind of felt bad that everyone was going to be like, oh, we're stalling today because of Mike. But they all waited for me. We celebrated, and it was the best day of my life. So the point that I'm trying to drive home here is be careful of the words you choose, because it really will infect your mind and the life you live. So try to always, when you catch yourself in being aware of the words that you choose the most positive words that will get you through the moment that you're in. How to, I am confident. I am going to, overcome this, right? I know, and once you start building that muscle in your brain of doing that, that's when you really start seeing it happen. It's not instantaneous. You have to catch yourself and be aware of the things you're saying and then change those words up. Another great tip before I do my presentation is, one of the things we're working on that, for a lot of people here is we have a book, like a revamp of our book coming out in October called Finding Fame, The Insider's Guide to the Entertainment Industry. Our publisher and partner is Mark Victor Hansen, which he sold over 500 million books. He's the writer of Chicken Soup for the Soul, the whole series. He's written dozens and dozens of books. He's absolutely amazing. He's 72 years old. But he's like a firecracker. He's always working. So I wanted him to be here at this boot camp. He couldn't be here at this boot camp. He's going to be at a future boot camp. He's going to be at our at the book launch parties and all kinds of cool stuff we're working on him with. But he wanted to do something special for you guys today. So I'm going to drop a link in a moment. I'm just going to share my screen just to show you this really quick. Let me make sure I have that. Yeah, so we're going to drop a link. They should be my team should be dropping it right now. If you go to this page, these are 2 of his best-selling books. These are your gifts for today, for you guys being here today, for coming out. We're going to be doing all kinds of cool stuff over the weekend. The next speaker right after I speak is going to blow your mind on technology and AI. But if you guys go to this page, you guys can download 2 of his best-selling books. They retail for like $24.95 on Amazon. These are our gifts for you for free, from Mark, from myself, from Alicia, from Deneen, from everyone here. So enjoy these. These are some really great books to motivate you, to inspire you, provide valuable insights that can really positively impact your personal and professional life. So these are something I want you guys to enjoy. And the point I want to also make too is books are so great. Learning and education is really what drives innovation. It drives people forward. And a really great tip, and I've learned this 20 years ago, is whenever I meet somebody of stature, somebody that I look up to, the one question I always ask them is what book are they currently reading? Because whatever they're reading, I want to read that also. I want to, because success leaves clues. And when I can follow those clues, something as simple as knowing what was the last book that they read or what book are they currently reading, and I go out and I literally jump on Amazon and I buy that book. So I want you guys both, for everybody here today to have copies of this. So again, they dropped the link, so click the link, and that's a little surprise for you guys. You guys got here early and you're here and you guys got some bonuses already, and we just started. So with that thought in mind, let me stop sharing this screen real quick, and the link is in there. Yep, I see the link, so you guys enjoy that from Mark and our team here. And let me pull up our first presentation of the day. All right, so you guys ready? So this is VIP Ignite, from the runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. And everybody should be like, what is this, right? But here's how I want you to look at it. We're going to learn a lot about the industry over the next 2 days. Today, we consider the foundational day. Tomorrow's going to be what's called transformation. By the end of the weekend, you guys are going to have the tools, the resources to have the most incredible life working in the entertainment industry. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to understand the industry from two sides. I want you guys to understand the industry from a talent side. So I want you to have your talent hat on. But at the same time, I want you to start realizing that this is a business, and I want you to see the industry from the side of a casting director, from an agent. And here's the reason why. There's a strike going on, right? And there's two sides to this. There's the studios, then there's the actors, and there's the writers. And everyone's pitted against each other over what's fair, what's not fair, and all this stuff. But if everyone could see it from each other's perspective, it makes the negotiation so much better, right? But for you as a prospective, aspiring, experienced talent, being able to understand the other person sitting across from you, the table, their process of thoughts, it makes you a more powerful negotiator. It makes you have more value when you're sitting at the table, when you can understand that other side. What is it they're looking for? People always say to us, I want to get an agent. I want an agency. But it's really changing, and they struggle with it, right? Because they don't really know what agency they want. They don't know what they qualify for. By the end of the weekend, you're going to learn all of this. You guys are going to have all this knowledge and tools and resources. But at the same time, when you ask a better question, it's not so much how do I get an agent, but how do I become the person an agency wants? What are they looking for, right? Because if I can become that person, now all of a sudden, I have my choice of agencies. Now I become more valuable. So we're kicking off the weekend. We're taking our talent hat off and putting our agency hat on and looking at that from their perspective. So with that story in mind, let's get started from the runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. So I'm sure we've all heard, if agencies really want you, they will pay for you, right? It's a common thing. You hear that all the time online, okay? So let's hold on, because what we really want to do is we want to examine that statement, right? And I want right off the gate, I'm going to tell you, if an agency wants to work with you, you should not be paying an agency. You shouldn't be paying them for representation. Agencies make money on commissions. But how do you become that person an agency wants, right? So if you're talking to the wrong agencies, how do you know they're the wrong agencies? The right agencies. By the end of this presentation, you're going to really have a strong understanding to see the perspective from the agency side. So we're going to examine this in depth. So investments made by actors and models in themselves and the reasons why agencies do not cover upfront costs can be understood in terms of human capital theory and risk management. Okay. And I want to bring up a point too, because this is something you guys will probably see in the news in the next few days, because there's this strike going on. Gersh, which is one of the larger agencies in California, they represent a lot of famous actors like Kevin Costner and the actor from Better Call Saul and tons of other recognizable characters. But at the same time, they also represent a lot of characters and actors you may kind of recognize them, but they're not household names. Well, Gerst, while the strike is going on, they've actually decided to drop any of their actors that they represent that are earning less than $1 million per year. Think about that. They're dropping the actors that they represent that earn less than $1 million per year, because now they want to focus more on the people that are bringing in more than $1 million. Okay. And it's a really interesting thing to see how agencies perceive things, because when you can understand how they perceive things and you understand the value of human capital and risk management, you will become a much better person, combined with the training, the tools, the resources, your skills, your talent, having the confidence, all these things you're going to learn over this weekend to become that person an agency wants to represent. So human capital theory, as it applies to the fields of modeling and acting, suggests that individuals invest in themselves to increase their marketability and earnings potential. Okay, which means the more value you bring to the table, the more skills you have, right? The more references you have, the more things that you have that increase your value, means it increases your earnings potential. And since an agency makes commissions, that also increases their potential. It makes their job easier to market you and so forth, right? Imagine if like a Giselle walked into the agency. Giselle's like, hey, I just, I left my agency. I want to be represented by you guys. They're going to snap their fingers and jump, because Giselle's a recognizable character. She's somebody who has a proven track record of success, right? So just as students might invest in education to enhance their future earnings, actors and models invest in physical maintenance, training, personal branding, efforts to increase their desirability to potential employers, okay? A successful investment can lead to higher pay, more prominent roles, and longer careers, right? So the more a person, when somebody invests in themselves, like imagine you invested to become a doctor, right? And then you become a surgeon. Now, all of a sudden, that gives you more value to a hospital, right? It's the same thing. Investing early on in your career allows you to have longevity in your career. You become that person who doesn't get dropped. You become that person who's earning over 7 figures because you built the foundation now. It's like planting a seed. That seed has to go down first into the ground, then it pushes up through the ground, and then eventually becomes a huge tree, right? It's the same thing here. It's understanding things. It's seeing things from a different perspective, right? That's why we have our agency hat on now. So such investments include a wide range of activities, okay? Maintaining physical appearance, right? Which we talked about, Deneen mentioned that about confidence, right? Maintaining your physical appearance. Taking acting or modeling classes, right? Taking the right classes, always getting trained, always improving, making yourself better at your craft, right? This becomes your career. This becomes your life. This becomes the things you want to be the best that you can possibly be, right? Consuming information, always be a learner, right? The most successful people in the world are always learning. They're always improving. I see that over and over again. It's called a pattern. It's recognizing patterns of success. Investing in high quality headshots, right? Having the right marketing materials for your agent to promote you, right? When you walk in, I took some pictures on my cell phone. One of the agents from Wilhelmina, she always used to joke when people would come in, well, I didn't bring any photos today, but I have some photos on my phone. She'll say, okay, great. Well, just leave your phone here. And if a client calls me, I guess I'll mail them your phone. And they're like, what? Like, yeah, like you walked in without photos, like they're on your phone. How is that going to help me? I need something that I can physically hand out. So getting the best headshots. We'll learn about that tomorrow. We'll learn about how to get the right quality headshots, the types of photographers you want to work with, what to look for, right? Good, bad, indifferent, how to find the right people. We'll go over all this. Developing a unique personal style, right? Agencies all have their own style. One of our agents we work with, he used to be with Hello Model Management. He's now with One Model Management. Each of those agencies have a different style. One Model Management deals with a lot of more very thin, very kind of more like Generation Z, right? While One Model Management has a more wider variety of looks and so forth. So it's like, what is your style? What is your brand, right? What sets you apart? What makes you unique? Later today, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the current trends in the industry. And one of the strongest things that you can have when approaching and working with an agency and clients is understanding what sets you apart, what makes you unique, what is your personal style, right? Because agencies, this is what they're looking for in today's market. There's so much noise out there. How do you stand apart from that noise? Hiring managers or publicists, right? Now, this is something that, when you're brand new, this may not be of an importance right now. This is not something, oh my God, I got to run out and get a manager. But a manager is separate from an agent. An agent, they're working on behalf of the clients. The client says, hey, I need a model who's 5'6" to 5'8", with dark brown hair, who can speak Spanish for a commercial running on Telemundo. And then the agent goes and finds the talent that meets that client's request. A manager is somebody who may be working just with you directly, and they're helping you make decisions and overseeing your career. There'll come a point when you reach a certain level of success. You're at a Kevin Costner, you're an Al Pacino, you're a Julia Roberts, where you're going to have a manager help you kind of coordinate the waters, right? The making decisions, handling scripts, what scripts you should read, not read, and so forth, because otherwise it becomes overwhelming. So, but I want you guys to think about is the things that you should know now is something you should think about. Like start thinking about in the future, right? That point, when should I be ready for a manager, right? What type of manager do I want? What are the managers that are managing the people that I look up to and aspire to be? And now a publicist is somebody who's going to handle your interviews, right? You're going to be on a podcast on Tuesday. On Thursday, you're going to be doing the Today Show. On Friday, you're promoting your book, right? A publicist is a person whose only lane is to have connections in the media industry. Okay. At the very beginning, guess who's your manager and publicist at the beginning? You are. You have to be your own manager. You have to be able to understand the industry, to navigate the waters. You have to be your own publicist. You have to understand your brand, because you can go out and hire a publicist. A good publicist will run you between $5,000 to $10,000 a month. So when you see a Kevin Costner or Will Smith, they have a publicist that's on their payroll. Now, I don't expect you to go out and do that today, right? That's silly, because you're still starting, or maybe you're aspiring. Maybe you reached a certain level of success and now you're looking for even more success. There'll come that point, right? And you'll know when it's the right time to have a publicist. But in the meantime, you have to start learning this, understanding what a publicist does, right? These are all things that we go through, things that we bring to the table when working and managing and developing the talent that we work with. That's why we have such a high success rate. Actors and models often bear these costs, right? Because they are highly individualized and personal activities that can differ greatly from person to person. Talent management companies do not generally cover these costs up front, right? Now, if you're a Giselle, right? Yeah, of course you've already come in prepared. You already have a brand, right? In the sports industry, you just won the Super Bowl. You're Tom Brady. Of course, clients are, who's his agent? Who's representing? We want him to be on the Wheaties ad, right? We want him to do this. We want him to do that. Tom Brady just bought the Las Vegas Raiders, right? Right. So now he's got that forefront of that. There's a value there, right? So again, let's see it from the agent's perspective, not from the talents. Understand their perspective, because the primary reason lies in the risk associated with such investments. Right? What is the risk, the level of risk somebody's willing to take in somebody who's unknown? The entertainment industry is notably unpredictable, with success depending upon a multitude of factors beyond raw talent, market trends, personal connections, and obviously a little bit of luck, right? Now you create your own luck by stacking things in your favor, having the right tools, the right resources, the right education, reading those books that we just sent you, right? Learning how to be inspirational, motivational, learning the things that build up confidence, right? You change your luck. You change your story, right? If you're saying, well, I'm always unlucky. Well, guess what? That's the life you're going to lead, right? Okay, it's concentrating on the tools and the resources you have to get what it is you want, not ever concentrating on what you're missing, right? You know what you're missing, and then you say, well, how do I get what I'm missing by using what I have? Being here for this weekend is a huge, huge, huge part of that, because you guys are going to learn so much. Agencies, therefore, mitigate their financial risk by having models and actors bear the initial cost of their career development. Okay. The agency's role is primary to secure jobs for their talent, negotiate contracts, and provide career guidance. That's the role of an agency. Okay. Covering personal expenses would fundamentally change the nature of their business model, potentially leading them to unprofitable ventures. This is a business, right? It's the entertainment business. An agency is a business, right? Businesses do not want to be in unprofitable ventures, right? So the way the business, this is just how the business works, and you'll understand in a moment deeper. If an agency were to invest heavily in a talent that does not prove successful, thy financial losses could be substantial. By not covering these upfront costs, agencies can maintain a larger roster of talent, thereby diversifying their potential income sources and reducing the risk associated with any single talent not succeeding. And to the point of a level of Gersh making a decision, and Gersh is, one of the top agencies in the world, okay, making a decision that they want to focus on talent that are earning over $1 million. Okay. There are tons of agencies that focus on talent earning under $1 million. So it's now you saying as a talent, which is that right agency for me? Where do I begin my career? How do I leverage my career to be at that point where I'm now working with different agencies, right? Do I have representation in Europe, representation for commercials and so forth? It's really understanding this business. It's becoming the person an agency wants to work with. Another reason lies in the structure of the industry itself. The market for talent is essentially a free market, right? It's like when somebody, their contract ends for the NFL, right? They now, hey, I want to go with the Raiders. I want to go with the Eagles, right? It's the same thing with the talent. Those talent that left Gersh, it's a free market. They're not obligated to stay in one area. They can move to New York, move to LA, move to Atlanta, right? It's a free market. Okay. It's so agencies, just like agencies are looking for the best talent. Talent are looking for the best agencies. That's a free market. The most desirable individuals can command higher fees and better terms, just like the NFL, right? Just like a Giselle, just like that. So it's you becoming that person. That's a free market, meaning the more desirable the individual can be, they can command higher fees and better terms. Most people understand that as far as an agency is concerned, they collect 10% commissions for actors. They collect 20% for models, right? So if a model earns $1,000, the agency makes $200. If an actor earns $1,000, the agency gets $100. But somebody like an Al Pacino, I can guarantee you, CAA, he's not paying 10%. He's probably paying 3%, right? Because he can negotiate a better deal with the agency because now they represent him. They're getting multi-million-dollar jobs. See how it works? See, when you start realizing this, when you're sitting across the table, it makes you better understand how the industry works. By investing in themselves, talent can differentiate themselves from others and potentially gain an advantage in this highly competitive market. The financial burden of these investments is a part of the competitive structure of the industry. It's built into how this business works. And when you understand that, that's all of a sudden that aha moment. Now all of a sudden things start changing. These concepts can be drawn parallel to the broader healthcare market dynamics. The service providers, doctors, clinics, hospitals invest in their facilities, equipment, and staff to attract patients, while insurance companies manage the financial risk associated with healthcare delivery, right? I'm sure if you think about where you live, you ever notice there's billboards for hospitals? Wow, hospitals advertise? Yeah, hospitals compete with each other because they know when somebody's sick. It's a business. Hospitals see this as a business. So the cost incurred by providers to deliver services can be seen as analogous, which means the same, to the investments actors and models make in themselves. In the healthcare setting, these investments might improve patient outcomes, drive patients' preference. If I'm sick, I only want to go to this hospital because like in Tampa, the local hospital there, they have sponsorship with like all the sports teams, right? They advertise heavily because they dominate that market. And then in turn can command higher reimbursements, right, from the insurance companies. Same exact thing, becoming more valuable. Insurance companies, like the agencies in the entertainment industry, manage the financial risk And usually, right? So insurance companies do not cover the capital investments needed to provide care. Insurance companies are not opening up hospitals. They're not hiring the doctors. That's on them to do that, right? So that's seeing this, that comparison. So which can be seen as similar to agencies not covering the upfront costs for actors and models. Same exact process, two different businesses, but so much similarity in how they're run. So this was From the Runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. Okay, so now you guys can take off your agency hat and you can put on your talent hat. And I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen. I will see you guys later, but we have our next speaker, guys. Get ready to really go deep and learn a lot about AI and some of the things that are on the forefront as far as the entertainment industry is concerned. He's one of my dearest and closest friends, and probably one of the most knowledgeable people you will ever meet on this subject matter. So you guys are in for a real treat. And I hope you learned a lot, because we got a full day. Enjoy those gifts. And I will see you guys later today. We got so many powerful speakers today. We're just getting started. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? This is what I want to know from each and every one of you. Okay. Yeah. Give it up for Michael Fumpkin, because when he told me the title of that presentation, I was like, are you saying, like, what are you talking about? And now, how many of you now understand that you have to bring value, that you have to add value? How many of you understand that? How many of you are ready to bring the value? You're like, you know what? Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. Because what we want you to understand is that, did I hear Alicia's voice? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having hallucinations. But what we want you guys to understand is that you have to add value. Here, let's replace button. There we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry. My first time on Zoom, LOL. So what I want you guys to understand is, like, you have to add value. How many of you are like, okay, you know what? I'm adding value right now by being on this call. Do you guys understand that? How many of you already feel like, okay, you know what? I already have a couple tools in my tool chest that's going to increase my value. You know what? I now know how to walk in more confident. I know what I need to do, but how am I going to get all these things? Don't worry, we have you covered. That's why you're here this weekend. Okay. That's why you guys are here this weekend. All right. So what I would love to do before I introduce our next guest speaker is I'm going to introduce you to the co-founder of VIP Ignite. Are you guys ready to hear from our next speaker here? Oh my gosh, what? I love that face, Sava. All right, so let me introduce you guys officially to Alicia Kabak. She is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won more than 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She had the opportunity to MC the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, and Les Brown. She just recently finished filming her first film, Target, which is now available on streaming services, and is about to start filming her second film. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She splits her time between Orlando, New York, and LA. And she has helped over 10,000 talent get signed and booked work through her program. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Miss Alicia Kabak.
Hi. Sorry, I've been working on a new project, so I'm like texting. I was like, oh my God, I know my time is coming. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How are you? Hi. That was so nice. Thank you, Deneen.
You're welcome.
What's going on? I hope everybody has had lots of coffee. I know Deneen is all about water. I like espresso. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this is made with water, so it's so good. What a great group. Hi, Leah. Hi, Christine. Kelly Walker, Alicia. What's up, everybody? Hi, Janice. Janice, text me. What's going on? Okay. Hi.
Well, what I want you to do, just introduce yourself, tell everyone some projects that you're working on, and I'll be right back in 2 shakes.
Okay, that's cool. Hi, everybody. Okay, so what am I working on? So I'm coming to you live today from my home in Orlando, Florida. It's a crazy thing. Mike and I were in New York and LA for 6 years, and February of 2020, I thought I had bad sushi. I guess God had other plans. I was pregnant and it was really crazy. So I moved down to Florida 8 months pregnant because New York and LA were really scary during COVID. So I currently live here now and I have a little baby. You guys can see him behind me, but he's 2 now. This is Caden. He'll probably come on and say hi to everybody in just a bit. So I love the fact that I'm a mom and I have my 2-year-old in the living room. And so I never want to hear ever that you can't get into show business with kids, because you absolutely can. And my child's been on set with me. He's traveled to New York. We're about to go to LA. He's never been to LA, and I'm so excited. I'm doing a big power lunch in Beverly Hills with a really good friend of mine who owns a production company with Hugh Jackman. He's working on new projects right now with Spielberg. And so I'm doing a power lunch in Hollywood in just a couple of weeks, and I'm really excited. I literally was just as much as I love to travel for work, which I do, sometimes I'll travel somewhere like out of country for 1 day. So I joke around a lot. My Facebook and Instagram sometimes lead a better life than I do. It's the unglamorous, glamorous life of a working mom in show business. And the fact that I do a lot on Zoom, I love Zoom. Again, you don't have to live in New York, LA, Miami, Chicago, or Atlanta to get signed or book work now, because everything is done online. But sometimes I just like to hug it out. Hi, Sava. And what I love most is getting to see people live and in person. How many of you guys love face-to-face? I mean, Zoom is cute, but how many of you guys would rather hug it out? And if you guys follow my Facebook or Instagram, you'll see my profile picture is Al Pacino, which I always get so excited when I hear, his name. He's the nicest guy in the whole wide world. And I've met him numerous times. And I'm hoping when I go out to LA, I'll get a chance to reconnect with a whole bunch of people out there. But the one thing he said to me, and this is so genius, and I want you all to think about it. He said, the second that you walk into a room, you're on stage. And he said, after knowing you, he said, I feel bad when you're quiet, because that means that like you're literally thinking of ways to dominate the room. How many of you guys feel as though wherever you go, even Starbucks, a grocery store, people just like you and they attract to you? Like, I feel like I was just on a Royal Caribbean ship recently with the family, and Jeffrey asked me, are you running for mayor on this thing? Why does everybody know you already? And show business is just like that. And for anybody here that's maybe done like the websites, the pictures, the classes, all like the gimmick stuff, face-to-face is everything. It's not what you know, but who you know, and most of all, who knows you. So the fact that, yeah, I do manage the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions, really cool stuff. She also helped launch Turner Network Television, TNT. So for those of you guys that love A Christmas Story and it plays 24/7, you could thank Roxanne for that, because she created that. She also helped launch Hulu Network, which is Michael Eisner, who used to be the CEO of Disney. So I love being able to work from home on Zoom, especially with my family in the living room. But I also love traveling quite a bit. And, I still go to New York for Fashion Week, because that's super important, not just for the brand, but also for me. I need to know what's going on in fashion. But I love being able to bring my child with me on movie sets. I have worked a lot in Broadway. Actually, if you see behind me, like that picture right there, that's the first show that Mike and I won a Tony Award. We beat Tom Hanks in 2013. That's pretty freaking cool. For our show starring Sigourney Weaver from Alien and Avatar. And for July 4th, if you guys follow my Instagram or Facebook, I took the family. We're always doing fun stuff, because life is too short. I'm all about doing fun, stuff with the family. But Deneen, it was funny because my stepson said, oh, didn't you work with Sigourney on a project? Because we were at the new Avatar ride, Pandora, at Animal Kingdom. And I said, yeah. And I started pulling up pictures, and he was freaking out. And then just last night, I spoke to Monique Coleman from High School Musical, who I'm also hoping, Deneen, when we go out there, we'll be able to see. And she's a friend of mine. And again, we've worked with Vanessa Hudgens for a couple of years from High School Musical. I love most of all, not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. And I'm so excited you guys are all here. I'm sorry I've had 4 shots of espresso, but I'm not sorry because this is how business is done. But I'm really excited, and I want to make sure you guys know I'm here to help anybody who wants help. And I know you guys have been seeing my emails and talking to me on Facebook and Instagram. And how many of you guys are here because you're serious about getting into this business? Scale 1 to 10, how serious are you? I have such a large amount of confidence. Yeah. Confidence is a really big thing. If you're going to walk into a room, you can't sit there like hiding away or playing on your phone the whole time. You got to walk into a room and own it. And that's why you guys are here this weekend, because you're tired of like the scams. You're tired of like wasting time and money and, you know, all the bullshit out there. We know what's out there. So you guys are here because you want success, and success is yours. I mean, this is a very proactive approach. So I'm really excited for everybody here. Now, just so you guys know, it is all day today and all day tomorrow. So this is kind of like a precursor when you're actually on set, which I have a lot of talent on set today, even with the writer's strike, thank God, and the actor's strike. But I do have talent on set. There are some productions still working because they're not going off of SAG regulations. But you're on set till the director says it's a wrap, cut. So for those of you guys that are really serious, this isn't just taking selfies and praying that somebody discovers you. You're going to be on. Today we have one of the head casting directors from Apple TV. Holy crap. That's freaking awesome. Whether you've been in the business for a day, 10 years, 20 years, whether you went to Yale School of Drama, Juilliard, or you're like, hey, I want to be an actor. The fact that we can do this on Zoom. And Deneen, I actually just did a throwback picture when people used to have to spend a lot of money to fly to one of our offices to meet us live and go through the whole audition process live in New York City or Philly or Miami. How cool is it that we are all together? And I mean, I'm lucky I have makeup on today. Like, how many of you guys are so excited that you just needed Zoom? Like, that's it. No travel necessary, no Airbnbs, no flights, no TSA, Ubers, Lyfts. How excited are you that we could do this all live on Zoom without traveling? This is so freaking cool. So I'm excited, and I know our next guest is on, and I'm so excited to see him. Hopefully we get to see him in a couple of weeks when we're out in Beverly Hills. Let's bring on the next guest, but I'm excited everybody's here. So stay on, stay present, and out. I can't even talk, and as Al Pacino would say, you're on stage. So you guys better smile, you better nod your heads, because you never know who's watching. And I promise you, even when I turn my camera on, and it sounds creepy when I say this, but I'm going through each of your thumbnails, your pictures, because I do work on castings a lot as well. And I want to know who jumps off the screen. Why would I want to watch you on TV or film? Why would I want you to model? And if you can't exude that positivity and confidence, no one's going to want to work with you, no matter how bad you want to get in this business. Your body language says a million words about you before your mouth does. If you agree, type amen. Now, for those of you guys that have ever been on Tinder, again, I use this as an example when you're on castings or we're working on, new projects for movies, Broadway, even with our mother agency. Your face may be drop dead gorgeous, but if your personality is not nice, you won't get work. I'll just tell you to shh and stay in the corner. Okay. So remember, personality is the big thing. Everybody smile. Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry, that's it. I'm done.
No, you're not done. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to put you,
Oh, dear.
I'm going to put
Hold
you
on,
on the
let me
hot
take a
seat
sip
a
of
little bit.
coffee.
Yeah, you take a little coffee. Our next guest will be getting on in just a couple of minutes, but
Okay.
here's a question I have for you.
What?
You've been interviewed. She's like,
I wasn't ready for a hot seat. Yeah, go on.
well, you're always on stage, so here we go.
That's true. I'm ready. What can I do?
So here, the question I have for you is, you've
Yeah.
interviewed so many talent. You have over 10,000 success. We've helped over 10,000 people, and that's like
Yeah.
when we stopped counting. We're like, that was even before the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
So here's a question I have for you.
What?
What is one thing that the most successful people all have in common? Like if there's like one string that kind of like you could tie
Do
them
you
all
want
together.
like my rainbow unicorn gumdrops answer, or do you want my
Let's
really
start
shitty
with that.
answer?
We're gonna have time. We're gonna have time for but like start with like the rainbow and gumdrops and then the real answer. Give us both.
Okay. So my rainbow and gumdrops answer is somebody who gets on a call and they're ready, they know what they want. So it's kind of like getting in your car And for those of you guys that have navigation or use your phone, and they know where it is that they want to go. That's always like the first thing, because you can't start a journey unless you have like some type of direction on where you want to go. If you ever go out to dinner with somebody and or ask, hey, where do you want to go? I don't care. What do you mean you don't care? You're telling me let's go out to dinner. Do you want sushi? Do you want Indian? Do you want Italian? What the hell do you want? If you don't know what you want, you shouldn't be on this call. And that's the truth. Whether you want to get into acting or modeling, maybe you just want to be famous, not like OnlyFans famous, because that's like sex work. But if you're serious about getting into acting or modeling, you're here because you want success. How many of you guys, if you shut your eyes right now, how many of you guys know your final destination? I'm sorry, I'm like getting choked up. Your final destination. Anyone? Like, you know where it is that you want to go? Like for me, like when Mike and I did Broadway, never in a million years would I think I'd be holding a Tony Award. Like, that's freaking cool. Or like, you know, again, I've held an Oscar, or working with Francis Ford Coppola's people. That is freaking dope. We also have the head writer for Saturday Night Live. That's part of our company. So like sometimes when you have a journey, I don't want to hear I want to be rich. I want to hear like I want to be successful, not famous. The key word is success. So that's number one. That's like the rainbow unicorns come drops. They know where it is that they want to go.
Can I interrupt for one moment?
Are you what?
I'm just going to interrupt for one moment. This is what I want you guys to do. Given what Alicia just said in the comments, I want to know, like, what is it that you define as success? How can we help you achieve something? So in the comments, let us know. Yeah, in the comments, let us know, what does success mean to you? Okay, model. What does that mean to you? And it could be a huge dream. It could be winning an Oscar. We talked about earlier about setting achievable goals and setting those big, hairy, audacious goals. So what are your goals? Become a professional actress and book work a lot. I like that. Lots of coaching. Okay, acting on set to make a positive impact. What does that mean? Like, I'm going to ask you guys to dig a little deeper for some of them. Consistent work. Okay. Happiness and love. That's awesome. To achieve my goal of acting and modeling. Okay. But like, what kind of goals are they? You can act right now. You could like do a monologue here on this call. Like, what does that mean? I'm going to ask you guys to do this. The reason I'm asking you to do this is because as we have more guests come on, start thinking about your definition of success and what can you take from what they're teaching you and start applying it. Because this weekend is all about you guys. It's all about you learning how to get where you want to go. To be a star on a major film, fulfilling my goals in acting and modeling, helping my family. That's a great one. Achievement as a successful actor, professional successful actor. Hold on one second. I never once said that money is success. Money does not equal success. Money is a
money
resource.
helps.
Money helps. Yes.
It's definitely better to have money than to be broke. I've been both.
That is 100% true.
Broke sucks.
Yes.
How many of you guys agree broke sucks? And usually when you're broke, your friends are broke too, right? And it's like the blind leading the blind. They're all sympathizing. Yeah, I've been there. And you can't seem to get a way out. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's why
but that's why we have this whole weekend to break
immersive.
that mindset.
Exactly.
We want to shift your mindset for that.
All right. So do you want me to go over like the realest shit answer?
Yeah, go over the real one now.
They know that they're going to have to put in work. They're not expecting me to do it. Here's the thing that you guys need to know. When it comes to show business, I legit can pick up the phone and call anybody. And if I can't do it, I know somebody that can do it. Now, the question is, if I put you face to face with one of the biggest casting directors, agents, producers, I was just going back and forth, Deneen, with a gentleman who signed Channing Tatum, right? If I put you face to face with somebody of that type of magnitude, people always ask, can I guarantee work? Is there something wrong with you? How could I guarantee work? If I put you face to face with a casting director, agent, producer, Academy Award-winning director, the question is, if I put you in that situation, can you guarantee me that you're going to be able to book the job? Because it's only my job to introduce you and to not only that, but to prepare you. How many of you guys are ready to literally get in front of the right people and you make it happen? Because I've worked too hard, two decades. I've invested a lot of money in this business between movies and Broadway and living bi-coastal. And it sounds sexy, but it's a lot of work. And I'll tell you what, Denise, nothing pisses me off more than when people see my picture with Al Pacino, or like we were just at the Super Bowl. I was talking to Kim Cruz from The Voice. She's working with John Legend right now. And she's like, oh, I love your company and I love what you do and blah, blah, blah. I can't wait to get involved. And she's going to come on. Nothing makes me more mad than when somebody calls me lucky. Lucky. Does anybody here know the two letters that typically follow coming out of my mouth? I say two letters when somebody calls me lucky after busting my butt for 2 decades. Does anybody? Yeah, F you. Are you kidding me? So you guys are on this call this weekend because honestly, I talk to people all day and all night. They go to Yale School of Drama, Carnegie Mellon, Juilliard. They go to Berklee School of Music. They go to Tisch. They've spent so much money. I have a girl that invested 300 grand in drama school. And she's up on every single website. Like literally, you can join any website right now with a credit card. It doesn't mean you're special. It's like joining Netflix. It doesn't make you an actor. Same exact thing. But if you're not getting access to real castings and real people, well, that's all I'm doing. I'm only giving you real people and real castings. That is it. So you can't do this business on your own, regardless of how much money and time you put into this. I had somebody earlier today, Deneen, that said 2 full days, that's so long. Really? Is it long? So I whipped out my calculator and I said, hey, how long have you been trying to get into this industry? She said 5 years. So 365 days multiplied by 5 years is 1,825 days. Multiply that by 24 hours, 43,800 hours. I said, you've been doing this wrong for 5 years and I'm asking for legit 16 hours. You're welcome. Get on the damn call.
No, it's true. No.
2 days to change your life. You've done it wrong for 5 years. Money you can make back, time you can't.
Yeah.
If you agree, type 100. 100%. So you've been doing it wrong for 5 years. I ask you to come on my call for free because I've been busting my butt for 2 decades. Agents, casting directors, 6 Tony Awards, opening the stock exchange. I'm really good at what I do. And you guys know this. And you guys, I know, have been seeing our ads or getting emails from us. Our entire team, Mike and I have created a business. Who are your competitors? No one. No one can do what we've done. We are for the industry, by the industry. You got it? Face to face. So even on a free Zoom call, this is all about transparency. So I'm excited. I know we have a tremendous roster of people coming on all day today and all day tomorrow. But if you leave early, I wish you good luck. Go catch up on Netflix. Go watch The Lincoln Lawyer. It's so good, Deneen. Watch The Lincoln Lawyer. I just finished season 2. But I'd rather help you get on TV. So don't impersonate B. Type that down. Don't impersonate. Don't pretend like you're a model on Facebook and Instagram because that shit's not putting money in your pocket. It's not helping you feed your kids. Capiche? You want to get into this business? Be somebody. Don't impersonate. Be somebody. Anybody with a credit card can go buy classes. Anybody with a credit card can go buy photos. Let's actually get you bookings. So that's it. Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions?
Speaking of always being on stage, so we had a little bit of a schedule change for any of you that are looking at your itinerary for this weekend. Oh my gosh, we had a little bit of a schedule change, and we have a very special guest that is on right now.
Who?
We're excited because hold on, let me introduce him, and then I'll bring him on stage. I have to scroll down my list here. All right.
Hold on. So, LaQuisha, how are you going to help us get bookings? Are you on my call right now? Are you impressed? Have you done what we've done?
Okay. Shh. Okay, let's focus on our next guest. So our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. At the age of 15, he opened an Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years. Through good times and bad, he has never wavered. please, everyone, give a warm welcome to the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
All right, everybody smile. This is a huge agent. I want to get signed. Okay, time kills all deals. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Mr. Colby.
So I'm filling in.
Well, we had a
How's
slight
everyone
schedule
doing
change,
this morning?
but I'm actually really excited that we had the
Okay,
schedule
happens.
change. And here's why. We just had someone ask how we're going to help book her work. And you have been booking a lot of talent work. You've met a lot of talent through VIP Ignite, through Zoom calls like this. So can we start by, first of all, you talking about the importance of having their cameras on and how you talk about a couple of the talent that you've met through VIP Ignite?
Yeah, I mean, how we book your work is being on these calls. We need to see you and you need to go through the system. But yes, recently, well, for years, I've been cherry picking talent from the calls and also the live in-person events and turning the desired and wannabes into actual models, and grooming them for the industry in New York or LA or where they live. So recently I have, there's a couple of models from VIP, Brandon, Lauren, and I'm sending them out on, high profile hair castings, high profile beauty jobs. Brandon's been shooting Amazon regularly until he injured himself. And Lauren is doing some independent film in Arizona, but I just submitted her for a four-figure job in LA for hair, shooting August 5th. So hopefully she gets it, and we'll see. And stuff like that. I've met many models from VIP, probably 2 to 3 dozen over the past years that I've actively worked with and signed, and they've worked and traveled and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how you get work.
So what are you looking for in new talent, Ryan? Like when you choose to start working with someone and developing them, like what are some qualities that you're looking for?
I'm looking for obviously a look, which I can't really explain verbally. It's just something I feel when I see someone. But something I can explain is I'm looking for demeanor, I'm looking for desire, I'm looking for people who actually want to do this and not because it's popular and they'll get likes on Instagram or Facebook. I want them to do it because it is a career move. It is a lifestyle change. It is a lifestyle being in the entertainment style. And I want people who want to embrace that and not just put pictures up on their refrigerator and impress their friends or their ex-boyfriend or their ex-girlfriend.
We're having some
So, yeah,
feedback.
that's what I want.
Can you, let me see if I can unmute you. Hold on one second. Try to unmute yourself.
Okay.
We're having some kind of weird feedback. So is there any way that you can come out and come back in? Sorry, Ryan. Okay.
Zoom. You gotta love it.
I know, it's always an adventure. Like we just learned this, right? When Mike was ziplining, he learned it's always an adventure, and that's what we're doing here. But so I could tell you that one of the things that Ryan always looks for in talent, and he'll be back in just a moment. But one of the things he's always looking for is he's looking for people that are willing to like show up for themselves. And you guys are here and you're showing up for yourselves. So again, give yourselves a round of applause for that. But this is something I want you guys also to understand. I spend a lot of time with Ryan, Alicia does too. And one of the things that he really values too is when you ask him questions. Okay. So what I want you guys to start thinking about is like, you literally have the opportunity. You have an agent right here. He'll be back in just a moment once we get his tech figured out. Well, he's back now. So, well, what I want you guys to start thinking about, what kind of questions would you want to ask him? All right, so let's see here. Let's bring him back on. Okay, Ryan.
Is, hey, is it fine now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Only there's an echo.
Okay.
Only there's
Can
an
you hear
echo. Can you hear an echo?
I do not.
Okay.
It's just
I
that.
don't hear an echo. I don't hear an echo. I don't hear an echo at all.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I know you were talking about.
I know
the
you were
qualities
talking
that you're
about
looking for.
qualities that you're looking for.
Yes.
So can you
So the qualities I'm looking for are desire, that they want to do this, that they want to have their lifestyle changed, that they want to be in this industry, that they're willing to sacrifice, relocate possibly, things like that, because this is a location-based industry. So, in the beginning, you don't have to move, but eventually, if you start to do well, you do have to, you'll have to leave eventually. So I'm looking for people who understand that in a year or 6 months or a year and a half, you may have to leave where you live. So, and that's a big ask. So I need people to understand that from the beginning. So when I start developing, this is the goal, is to be in New York or LA, not to stay in, Utah, Kansas. Like, you gotta, right now you can stay there, but eventually you need to pick a place, which, we would pick together.
And Ryan, you're having some static again. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know. I have flawless internet.
Hold on 1 second. The static's gone, right?
Yeah. Yes, flawless internet. That's my favorite line. It's flawless.
Mr. Colby, can you talk?
Where did he go?
Okay, we're gonna have to mute you. I'm sorry.
Hello?
We're on an adventure here. This is the adventure part of our trip here, everyone. Yeah, it could be the Wi-Fi, it could be a lot of different things. But Ryan, if you want to try logging off and logging back on, we'll be here. Or maybe come on your phone. That would be a good idea as well. So it's always an adventure. All right. So let's see. Yeah, life is an adventure, Anna. That is so true. So Alicia, you can probably speak to this a little bit as well before we get Ryan back on. So what does it take to get representation immediately after you book your first job? So I'll start that and then I want you to add in, okay, Alicia? So for representation, first of all, you can start booking some work on your own, like background extra work. We go over all of that with you. There are a lot of things that you can do on your own, but when you want to get to the point where you start getting into SAG, when you want to start really elevating your career and getting speaking roles, that's where it's important to have that representation. But in Michael's presentation earlier, he went over, like, what does it take to get representation? What are agents looking for? Alicia always says this, and it's so true. Agents are looking for actors and models, not people who are aspiring to do that. So one of the things that we do is we help give you those tools and resources that you need so you can start booking that work, so you can start making those steps forward. How many of you are interested? How many of you have already started booking work? Type booked work in the comments. And I'm talking as an actor or model. How many of you are, I want to book work? Type that in the comments. Type, I want to book work. Yeah, we have some people that have booked some work and we have some people who want to book more work. That's a great answer, Sava. I love that. You want to book more work. So like we talked about earlier, like Michael went over earlier, like one of the things you need, there are certain things that you need so you can start booking work more consistently. That's why we started off our day talking about confidence, talking about what you need so that an agent or manager would want to work with you. Again, and I know Mike talked about this, but would you want to hire, if you had a broken arm and you went to a doctor, would you want someone who watched ER and thinks that they can do it, or they watched Grey's Anatomy? Or would you want a doctor to set your arm? Would you want someone who watched Grey's Anatomy or an actual doctor? Type that in the comments. I want you guys to think about that as what we're doing is we're giving you the tools and resources that you need so that you can become that actor, so you can become that model, so you can really start booking work so that an agency will chase you down. They're like, oh my gosh, Shay has a great look. I know she has some experience. Let's make this happen. And that's the goal. That's the goal. All right. I see Mr. Colby is back. So let's. Oh, okay.
Okay, is this working?
Oh my God. Now it's flawless. You said the word flawless before. This truly is flawless.
Well, I'm on the phone now, so yeah. I don't know what's up with the computer. I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
on
know
it
either.
every day.
Well, this, for whatever reason, you were meant to be on the phone. Everything happens for you, not to you. So there we go.
Mhm.
Awesome. All right, Ryan. So we were talking about the characteristics that you're looking for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe now that we can hear you clearly. He's like, if I have to repeat myself again.
I said I'm looking for, people who are determined, people who really want to do this, people who are willing to sacrifice the time, the energy, the travel time to do this. It is not an easy industry. It's very difficult. There's a lot of hurrying up and wait. There's a lot of downtime. But when it's up, it's up. When it's down, it's down. So you've got to be patient, endure. I'm looking for people who aren't trying to be stars because that's not the right motivation to get into this. You get into it because you want to do it. And whatever success happens afterwards, it's just icing on the cake. It can't be part of the cake. So I'm looking for people like that. And that's something that you learn from looking at someone, talking to them, being around them for a minute. You suss it out, and it really has nothing to do with looks. It has to do with, what you feel when you're standing next to them. And then, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. And you just, try it out and see if they can make it.
Can you tell us a story about you seeing someone and seeing something in them that no one else saw and the outcome of that? Like one of the talent that you work with, that maybe you saw something in him that like other people couldn't
It
see
happens all the
because of-
time. It happens all the time. I take talent all the time who no one believes in, or people think they're never going to do anything. And, if you spend time with someone and you nurture that and you see a little spark, probably the most recent example is probably Brandon Dermond, who didn't particularly look like much, sitting around. He's very easily was easily forgettable. He didn't speak. He sat in the corner, very wallflowerish, very much kind of like paint, on the wall. And
You should write for Hallmark. You blend in, you don't stand out. I mean, your words touch all of our hearts, Ryan.
I remember when
true.
I remember when
But
Brandon
I did speak to him for a minute or two or three when I was picking out his clothes, and I saw something, but it wasn't enough for me to care. And then I don't remember. I think he said something to me, and I was like, I think this guy really wants to do this, but he just doesn't have any tools to do it. He just doesn't have any confidence. He has no tools. He has no reference. He's literally clueless. And I felt like I'll give him a few tips. If he fulfills what I've asked him to do, then I'll see that he really wants to do this. And so I told him, I said, look, you have physically, you have a good look, but that's like 10% of what I need. The other 90 is, kind of a demeanor that you don't possess. You can get it if you try, but you don't have it now. You need to speak to people. You need to speak to strangers. You need to stop staring off into space like a space cadet. Like, you need to be engaging, interesting, start a conversation with a stranger. Like, you need to be able to do these things in order to survive in this industry. Otherwise, you'll never work. And the next time I saw him, he started a conversation with me and the photographer, and I don't know, some of the talent. I noticed he was walking around the room trying to be social. And I felt, okay, well, at least he's trying. He wasn't very successful at it because the conversation he started with me was very meh, but at least he tried.
On a
And
scale
so
1 to 10, it was
it was meh, but at least he tried. So I was like, okay. And then I said, do you want to come to New York for a couple of weeks? Soon, like not tomorrow, but like soon, in a month, 6 weeks, 2 months. And he's like, yeah, I'd love to. I could wrap up my work. He works, he has a mobile job. It's not like, a corporate gig. I think he was working in like a nursing home or something. So,
Yeah, he was also a
um,
football coach, a high school football coach, because he used to come on our
yeah.
calls and we'd be on our coaching calls and he'd be like lifting weights or running or like, what can you tell us your workout today before we start our call? But he was so dedicated to learn and to grow. And I remember when
Yeah.
he walked New York Fashion Week, I met him and I was like, and I'm glad he's not on because I'm embarrassed to say this, but I was like, oh, Brandon, I finally got to meet you. And he's like, Deneen, we met in New York before. I was like, oh, that's right. But I totally forgot and I felt so terrible. I tried to do an interview with him. I was like, hey, Brandon, it's your first time here. You're in New York Fashion Week. How are you feeling? He was like, good. He's like,
He was still a work in
happy?"
progress.
But
But here's the thing. He was kind of like a child, when you have a kid who's very outgoing with the parents, but as soon as they get around the public, they have nothing to say. He was kind of in that stage where
Oh.
around me, he was perfectly fine. Around the other models, he was perfectly fine. But he, at that time, didn't know you. Besides meeting you in New York, that wasn't good
I
enough.
know I'm very
So
scary, apparently. I
he
didn't
needed to
know.
warm up. And now if he does an interview, he's a lot more personable to anyone. But he's come a long way, so he'd be a good example. He's come a long way. Now he's very personable. He's very chatty.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I wanted in the first place.
Yeah, so like he grew all the skills that you wanted him to have, and he put in the work too. Because I know when you're first developing a model, it's not everyone's like, oh my god, I want to be represented. It's going to be amazing. Like especially coming to New York, they have to learn how to use the subway system. They have to learn. There's a whole lot of even in LA.
Yeah,
It's the same thing.
a lot of the learning how to be a model has actually nothing to do with modeling. So, learning the city, getting a proper demeanor that, people have, like Brandon, for example, he had all of this stuff in him. He just didn't know how to do it. And I was teaching him how. If you have something in you that I see that just isn't being, it's kind of like stuff hidden in the attic. You just need the key to the door. Like it's up there. It's just got to get dusted off, cleaned up, and brought downstairs. Like, so he had all of these things in him, but he just didn't know how to work them. I'm very good at speaking to people. I'm very good at marketing. I'm very good at being noticed. No, I can walk into any room, whether it's corporate, whether it's artistic, whether it's whatever group is in the room, I'm going to get attention. I'm well aware of that. I've always been that way. So I just had to teach him a few of those tricks on, you can't walk into the room and people forget that you're there because that's not cute. They need to know that you're there. You need to let them know. You don't need to come in with jazz hands, but you need to come in making sure people know who you are.
I want to do jazz hands.
So I'm going to show everybody just a couple of photos of Brandon so you guys can see who we're talking about, because I feel as though Deneen and Ryan, we have a lot of people asking, well, what does he look like normally? So this is pretty much him normally, right? He's a little bit crazy. That's like, you guys can see that. Like, I mean, he's attractive, but he's not like OMG, right? And then so that's how Ryan kind of like going to a thrift store. This is kind of like, hey, I want to be a model. I don't know if I could do it. And then this is kind of like what Ryan created. There he is walking Fashion Week, right? So it's completely different than how Ryan found him. And these are like photos that we've done in New York City, right? Because you need real photos for those of you guys that want to get submitted out for casting.
Well, why don't you go on my website and show them that? Those pictures are much better.
Okay, well, I didn't know if I was sharing the screen and how long we had, so I just had access to my phone.
You can go on my
Denise, I
website
mean,
on
I'm
your
not
phone.
hosting the event.
Yeah,
You can go on the
you have-
website
you have a
on
couple-
your phone.
I think it
Okay.
would be,
Just go on my phone. Go on your phone. TryAndColbyManagement.com.
I know it. Been there. Hold on.
I know, but the pictures there are much better examples. Anyway, so
Let me get in. Hold
so
on.
here's my
Please hold.
question. Here's my
What's your
question
question?
my question for the audience, for the actors and models here who are aspiring. How many of you know that there's something in you, but maybe you need someone to help pull that out of you? How many of you would love someone like Ryan to like look at you and see that skill in you and be able to draw it out of you? If that's you, type me in the comments.
And that's what we're gonna do at 3 o'clock with Model Garage. I
Yeah,
can
that's what we're
tell
gonna be-
you what you look like, what kind of person you can play, what kind of jobs you could possibly get, what city you should be thinking about targeting, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Can't do everybody on the call, but Ali will cherry pick.
I'll pick.
I don't know,
All right, I'm
5
gonna just
people.
share my screen real quick, Denise, just so that they could see
Okay.
Brandon. So there he is. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So he's got a great look. I mean, he's what, a gym coach for high school? He works in a cafeteria. What does he do? I always see him cooking stuff.
Football coach, but he also works at a nursing home part-time.
Okay, because I always see him in the kitchen. So he's got a great look. I mean, he's never modeled. I mean, how many of you guys think he looks like a Hollywood leading man now? Wow, the jawline. But when we first saw him, I was like, Ryan, are you sure? And I've said this quite a bit, right? Like, but when you're trying to get into show business, it's an agent's job, not your job. Oh, I want to do a high fashion, modeling campaign. It's not up to you. It's up to an agent to see that you can actually, it's almost like a casting, portray that character. If you saw him in his normal day-to-day, I mean, here he's pretty sexy. So good job, Ryan. He looks great. But when you see him live and in person, you're like, really? But I want you guys to understand this. Like, even who you are right now, that's you. Like right now, like this is me. But when I leave here and, the makeup comes off, the bra comes off, the glasses come on, I'm mommy. You know what I mean? So like, who is your alter ego? And I can tell you right now, the people at the nursing home and the people at like his, school that he coaches football at, they don't see this. They see silly guy. You know what I mean? This is the alter ego. So I want you guys to think about who is your alter ego? You know what I mean? Like Bruce Wayne, Batman, right? Who are you? So in show business, you have your real life.
Yeah, that's true. You do
your
have to
on-stage
create
life.
another person in order to endure this life. So it's a very crazy,
And those are photos in LA, right?
I don't know.
He's got a great look, and those are digitals.
Yeah, I took those in my apartment.
Okay. Ryan, why do models need digitals real quick?
Well, because they show what you look like for real off of a camera with no filters, no retouching, no professional lighting, just the sun and your skin, and they want to see your hair texture. Is it dry? Is it silky? Is it long? Is it thinning? They want to see the eye color. They want to see the skin tone. Is it red? Is it yellow? Do you have, blotches? Like they want to see all of that because, they want to see like how much work you're going to take to do this job, whatever that
There's
job
Kim
may
Kardashian when she wakes up, and then Kim Kardashian when she goes out. Two totally different
be.
people.
Yeah, they need to see what's really going on because Brandon has a great portfolio, but obviously these are professional shots, magazine covers. You can't put out a magazine cover without putting it through Photoshop. So that's great and everything, but when a client wants to see who doesn't know who he is, they want to see what he really looks like when he wakes up in the morning, not what he looks like after, 2 weeks of production in a computer. Yeah.
How many of you guys are loving this? Talk about like unveiling here? How many of you guys are
And you
loving
have,
this?
and
You're
you,
loving
and you
this
have
type
to
of
be
love.
digital every couple of weeks because people change, hair grows, 1 month your skin is flawless and you're looking amazing. And then the next month you have 3 blemishes on your chin or your forehead. You've gained 5 pounds because it was Christmas or Thanksgiving. So you always have to do selfies and digitals. You can't just do it like once a year and be like, oh my God, I did it. You got to do it. I have some guys that do digitals literally every other week because they are working out, they're changing their diet, they're losing weight, they're gaining weight, their hair is growing out, they're home with their families, and I don't trust them when they're home. I want to know what you're eating. So I want to see selfies every couple of weeks because another Brandon from VIP, Brandon Hunter, he's eating like a crazy person. Every time I go on his Snapchat, he's chowing down on lobster, chowing down on steaks, at a pizza parlor with his friends. So I make him take digitals for me every other week. I want to see what's going on, because he's coming to New York for Fashion Week, and I want to make sure.
Again, another VIP Ignite. It starts with a Zoom call. I want you all to type Zoom. So I want to get signed. I want an agent to see me. Okay, cool. Every success story starts with a Zoom. Agents aren't meeting you live and in person anymore. It all starts on Zoom. So type, it all starts on Zoom. So you want to walk Fashion Week, it started on Zoom. You want to star in a movie, it starts on Zoom. You want to be on Broadway, guess what? They're going to look at your headshot, they're going to watch your reel. It all starts on Zoom. You want to do voiceover work, it all starts on Zoom.
Yeah.
And he does not live in New York or LA. Look at that.
Well, actually, he's moving to New York August.
But he doesn't live 15. In New York, and he's still booking a shit ton of work.
Oh yeah, but he's moving to New York August 15th, and then for a couple months, and then moving to LA in the fall.
Cool.
He gave up his apartment last week.
And this is somebody that when he went through the Zoom, it was, I want to be a model, but do you think I can do this? My mom doesn't want me to do this. What guarantees can I have? Hey, listen, I'm going to put you face to face with the biggest agents. The question I would ask your mom is she seeing what we're seeing? And then if you get a chance to see an agent, is your mom going to hold you back? How many of you guys love that? If you love that type, I love that. Because remember this, if you're 18 years old and you're old enough to fight for your country, and yet you want to be a model, I don't want to hear my mommy doesn't want me to be a model. I don't want to hear my husband, my wife, my priest, my pimp. If you're on this call, you are waiting to get discovered, and it can happen real fast. You guys all understand this? Time kills all deals.
And with Brandon Hunter too, when he first started, he was in school. He was a full-time college student.
Yep.
Then he went on to graduate school.
Time.
Yeah, and then he went on to graduate school. So for him, it took a little bit longer for him to get to the point where he can move to New York because he put his education first. So if you're someone who
and that was fine, and I worked with that, and actually I did not prompt him to move to New York or LA. He just did it. Like he called me like in June, and he was like, "Look, my lease is up July 31st. What do I do?" And I said, I don't want to renew my lease because it's going to be another year and I'm going to be stuck here in Nevada. And he's like, should I just give up the apartment and come to New York? And I was like, have you really been thinking about this? He's like, I actually kind of already did it. And I'm just, making sure that you still want me, because we don't speak all the time because he is in school and he is working and he is in grad school. So I don't really talk to him all the time, maybe twice a month or something. So I was like, yeah, if you actually do these things, then yes, I'll put in more effort. I can't really put in a ton of effort for someone in graduate school, because the thing is that I do heavy promotion. I do a promotion on a Monday. By Wednesday, you have jobs, you have stuff to do. So I can't do that for someone who's in graduate school because that'll piss off clients. So I hardly promote him. When he's in town, I will. Like, he's come for short visits for like a week. He's come to LA for a week. He's come to New York for a week, but nothing of significance has happened because he's been in school. Yeah. But he's graduated, he's done, and now he's given up the apartment. He's putting his stuff in his parents' garage, storage.
He's making it happen.
And he's coming to New York.
And I remember, I'm going to share my Facebook real quick. I remember when he first got started, this was one of our photo shoots. There's me and Deneen. This is in the middle of the pandemic. There's Fuji. He's the former head of IMG Models in Wilhelmina. But literally when Brandon Hunter got started, there he is.
Yeah.
This was just, I have a dream. This was, I want to be a model. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, great. I'll see you in Miami. This is what we're doing. We're going to have an amazing opportunity for you to meet real agents, not just on Zoom, but in person. And that's where he ended up getting signed. But it all starts on a Zoom.
Yeah. So now he's gonna, he's gonna move to LA, and we'll see what happens. I'm only allowing him to come to New York for like a month or maybe 6 weeks or 2 months maximum because he's not a New York boy. The only reason I'm allowing him to do it is because I'll be there, so I kind of can groom him and monitor him physically in person.
Now,
And
Ryan, when
then
you say he's not
I
a New
need-
York
I
boy,
need
what
him
does that
to be-
mean? What does that mean when you say he's not a New York boy?
He's not. He's too commercial. He's too
Okay.
athletic. And in New York, they tend to like more character faces, more gauntness in the body. And he just doesn't have those things. So in LA, he's perfect because he looks athletic. He's a football player, he's got the great teeth, he's got the great smile. So he's better for LA, but I don't mind starting him in New York because I can monitor him and I can train him day to day, and it's just easier for me to do that when I'm on top of him, like right next to him, as opposed to him going straight to LA. I won't be there. I can't monitor him the way I want to. He has a little bit of an eating issue. He loves eating Taco Bell and all of these little goodies, and I have to start curbing that, and I have to do that live in color.
And he's posting it all,
with-
knowing his agent is watching. I literally saw him with a
I have-
lobster bib with like melted butter, and I was like, "Whoa, Ryan's gonna be pissed."
So I have to start curbing that behavior in person. I can't really do it over the phone because my tactic of getting my point across is better to do in person when I'm up in your face.
I can vouch for Ryan's
I'm
tactics,
scared.
and let me
Can
tell
everybody
you
say a
something.
prayer
They're
for
not
him to
for
go
the
to New
faint
York?
of heart.
Wait, how many of you guys just hold on real quick? How many of you guys just got a huge like knowledge bomb or your big aha? Ryan just talked about how he's not a New York boy because of the fact his body, he's more commercial print catalog. You don't just move to New York because you like the slices of pizza and the city.
Yeah,
You
he's just
go
coming for
where
2
you're
months,
most
and he's
marketable.
going to stay with me. So he's not going to get an apartment. He's going to
Yeah.
save that money and get an apartment in LA that he's going to stay in for a year or two. But he's only going to come to New York for 2 months just to get me to untrain him from eating Taco Bell at 2 a.m. And
Okay. All right, so he's going on the model diet. That's really cool. Hopefully, when we're filming the reality show, we'll be able to watch you like
I'll
Tyra's
definitely
got
come
nothing
up
on
for
Ryan
that.
Colby. But guys, it's so important. I talk to talent all the time. Well, I don't live in New York or LA. You don't just move to where you like. You go where you're marketable. So today, like Ryan said, we're going to do Model Garage. We're going to pick out a couple of you guys, and we're going to figure out who are you? What is your niche? What is your like marketability, and where do you belong? Yeah, we're on Zoom right now, but if you got a chance to work every day for like huge 5-6 figure, jobs, you got to go where the market is. You know what I mean? You kind of get your feet wet on Zoom, and that's cool. And you can still get submitted for stuff. But if it's an everyday thing, it's like, oh crap, I got to be in LA tomorrow. How am I going to do that? Okay, well, that's why you move to LA, only when it's the right time. But you don't just move based on what you like. I mean, I like LA because my hair is, no humidity, but I love New York. I'm very much a New Yorker now. So depending on where you are, you don't just move based on your convenience. You go where the money is, where your blue ocean is. So I want you guys to write aha or boom, because so many times, Ryan, oh, well, I live in Texas. And what does that mean? So like you're an agent, you book New York, LA, you book worldwide. You go where the market is. And that's the most important thing in the world. I want you guys to understand that. Location, you're on Zoom right now. It doesn't matter where you are. You're on Zoom. But depending on where you're located, you may New York or LA.
Well,
All right. Well, I'll be back in a few hours for that.
thank you very much for pinch hitting for us today, Mr. Colby. That was amazing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn in the last hour from Mr. Colby? Exactly. It should be a lot more than 10 for sure. Awesome. Well, Ryan, thank you very much. We will see you in 2 hours.
Speaking of flawless, really quick, Ryan, your skin looks flawless today. It is
I
glistening.
was gnawing on hard-boiled eggs when Michael called.
Okay.
I
Welcome
just
to
splashed
a
water
model
on my
diet.
face and put some moisturizer on. That's it.
I'm gonna have
So
to
is
tell
that what they mean by you have egg on your face? Is that what the saying means?
Well, I have to tell you, Ryan, I exfoliated today because I knew I was going to be on with Mr. Exfoliation. So
Okay,
awesome.
good.
Well,
Good.
thank you
Good,
very
good.
much, Ryan. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay, cool.
You
Awesome.
never know what you're
Okay,
gonna
see
get.
you. Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Thanks, Rye.
Awesome.
It's
That
always
was,
something.
it's always entertaining. It's always an adventure when Mr. Colby gets on because I literally never know what's going to come out of his mouth. But you know what I do love about working with some people like Ryan? He may say it in a tone that maybe is a little bit different than what we're used to sometimes, but he truly won. Shay, I saw that. Yes. But what I want you guys to understand is that the industry, the thing I love the most about the entertainment industry is it is inclusive. There are so many different personalities. And that's why it's so important to be on calls like this, because we're going to expose you to a lot of different people. Like Ryan Colby is a straight shooter, but he's also very he's Mr. One-liner. But how many of you would love to work with someone like Ryan and have them find that talent in you and mind it, bring it out of you? Because the reason that you're here is because you all know there's something inside of you that needs to be brought out. That's why we had Mike talk about hold on. Every time I say it, I'm like, from the ER, from the runway to the ER. That's why we talked about what you need, what tools you need in your tool chest so that you become an actor, someone that an agent or manager wants to work with. And now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about casting. Like, how many of you know that Ryan can put you in front of someone, but you have to impress the casting director in order to get the job? Alicia could put you in front of someone, but are you able to impress the casting director? So let me introduce you to our next guest. So our next guest is Aaron Schoonover. He's a filmmaker and casting director based in New York City and Los Angeles. In 2022, Aaron wrote, directed, and produced the short film Rabbit Hole, starring Katherine Curtin in his hometown of Akron, Ohio. He currently serves as a longtime associate to casting director Bess Pfeiffer on the Emmy-nominated series Severance on Apple TV. Additional casting credits include City on Fire on Apple TV, The Tender Bar on Amazon, The Unheard on Shudder, and The Seating in Tribeca 23. Aaron has been fortunate to work alongside Emmy and Artios award-winning casting directors Jennifer Houston, Rachel Tenner, and Patrick Rush. Casting has provided Aaron the invaluable privilege of observing great directors and producers and showrunners at work, such as Ben Stiller, Genji Cohan, Leslie Headland, and Ryan Murphy, Jim Jarmusch, sorry if I'm messing up his name, Cyan Hayter, and Max Weiner. From 2013 to 2017, Aaron served as extra casting department head on high-level projects, including Orange is the New Black, Fosse Verdon, Pose, The Big Sick, Sleeping with Other People, Adam the Assistant, 7 Second, and more. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Aaron Schoonover.
Hi. Oh, that was embarrassing.
Oh my God, Aaron! Normally I'm like, hey, it's Aaron, and I was like, hey, I need to introduce you better. You are like a rock star in the casting world, and you're writing and producing your own films as well.
Yeah. Also, hi. How are you? Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Good to see you all. Hi, Alicia. How are you?
Good. I'll be in LA in a couple of weeks. I'll text you.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Thanks for having me back to chat.
Thank you for being here. So a lot is going on right now in the world.
Yes, a lot. I know.
Writers strike, actors strike, is publicists going on strike? What is going on, and are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, things are okay. I feel like I'm just waiting it out. It needs to happen. So full support to everybody. I'm feeling a little better now that the details are coming out about the SAG strike, because at first it was, everyone's just thinking no actors anywhere doing anything, but now it's looking like, certain project agreements and short films and truly indie things are still going to happen. So that's at least hopeful that we'll have some things to get us through this weird time. But
Can you talk
yeah.
about what the strike actually is from somebody like on the inside? Like, what is the strike
Yeah.
about?
Well, I mean, I think it comes down to fair pay is the main thing. And then there's a lot of issues with AI technology. If you haven't been following along, you definitely should be. There's a couple podcasts that, really go in depth with things. You can follow people like Adam Conover on Instagram. He's one of the writers. And basically it's just the contract. I forget the exact year, but the contract that everyone is on now for SAG was made like before streaming happened. So everything has changed so drastically, and the contract doesn't, look out for people in the streaming world. So they're just trying to like completely, ratify it and make it current to our industry, and getting a lot of pushback from the AMPTP, which is weird to say out loud. I've only read it. But yeah, so basically that's what's happening. And, the writers are on strike and now the actors are on strike. Hoping that we can get back into negotiations and get this finished.
And also with this strike, can you talk a little bit about like streaming and AI and kind of what's happening?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you all watched the press conference or how much you've seen of it, but the one thing that they mentioned was, and I used to work in extras casting, so this was interesting to hear, but they wanted to bring background actors in, do full body scans of them, pay them for one day's work, and then be able to use that scan in perpetuity forever, and the person not get paid, for their likeness being, because they're trying to populate the background actors as AI now, so they don't have to pay people. So that was kind of like the big one that they mentioned in the press conference, that, people make their livelihoods working as extras. For some people, it's a stepping stone. It's kind of, a way to learn the industry, but for other people, they are doing it 3 to 5 times a week, working regularly on shows to make their health and pension. So that is just like absolutely crazy to me.
So wait, if I
like, it's
got a
one
chance
thing-
to go on like Severance, a show that you worked on for Apple, you mean to tell me if I were an extra, which is why the strike is happening, I would show up once, make my like background extra pay, which is like 150, $200, whatever it is. Then they could take images of my face and my body and then superimpose me as an extra from here till eternity, and I wouldn't get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy
It's not show specific, it's more the studios. So Netflix or whatever production company would bring you in and pay you to do that. Yeah. Very crazy.
That is crazy. Kelly Walker
And
saying
it's
we're
just-
80 to 120. Yeah, after taxes. But also we're a
Yeah.
management company, so we get a little bit that's crazy. And then with the streaming, one thing that I thought was kind of nuts, because I have a friend who did a lot of work with HBO. He's from The Sopranos. He's part of our company. And we talked about when he was on The Sopranos as one of, he was on for 8 seasons as a reoccurring cast member. When HBO went to HBO Max, HBO was considered cable, and then HBO Max was still kind of cable. But then now that it's Max, it's completely streaming. And literally they chopped everybody off at their knees, and now they don't have to pay you because they only had agreements on cable, not streaming. So now Max is making a shit ton of money on all the income from subscriptions, and none of the writers or any of the actors are getting paid for like Sopranos, Sex and the City, all those shows that went over to Max.
Yeah.
They're just stuck now.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. And there's a lot. The Orange is the New Black just had their 10-year like anniversary of when it premiered, and then an article came out kind of talking about how all the actors on that show, were getting recognized and, launched into this like, celebrity status almost, and then still were having to bartend on the weekends because they couldn't pay their rent, so that kind of stuff with the streaming is crazy. And streaming, they don't release their numbers to people, so we kind of never know, you know, what the numbers are, how many viewers there were. So yeah, it's just crazy. And
It's
the
crazy.
royalties
I
are like
think,
$27.
yeah,
you
I
know.
think about like Scarlett Johansson. Everybody was giving her so much slack. Oh, she's making $20 million. Well, yeah, that's her pay rate. Don't knock it. That's what was agreed upon, just like any
Mhm.
other actor. But when she did Black Widow and they did her dirty by only paying her on the theatrical release, but then Disney had Black Widow playing on Disney Plus, and she's like, wait, what? I don't get paid on Disney
Yeah.
Plus. Seriously? And then people were giving her slack because of her pay rate. It doesn't
Yeah.
compensate for Disney making more money off of subscriptions and giving the money
Mhm.
away, not for free, but with the streaming service. So that was
Yeah.
the fight that I know a lot of people knocked her down. Oh, she's just being greedy. That was a precursor to why there's a strike today. Do you guys understand that? Poor ScarJo.
Yeah.
Like if you're paid, according to, the contract, yeah, theatrical release, they did her dirty and didn't even tell her they were going to start streaming it on Disney, and she got paid nothing.
Yeah.
So
I also think I mean, those kinds of stories that broke for people who aren't in the industry, they don't understand that like people like Scarlett Johansson are like 3% of the working actors in our country. And, they do get paid a lot, but the other 95% of people aren't making their health insurance every year. They're not making enough money to get health insurance coverage. So it is crazy, but I'm hoping that this strike with those kinds of stories coming out of the working class actors, people will understand, it's a tough business. Yeah.
Leah is saying, how would I protect myself from this? You wouldn't. That's why there's a union. That's why Fran Drescher from The Nanny, as much as, you you just hear the voice, but she's the president of Screen Actors Guild. And she, obviously if I met her, we'd be like BFFs, like, let's do it. But they got the wrath of Fran Drescher the other day and she did phenomenal.
Yeah.
I know, everybody is like, because that was, she went head to head. I mean, that was a lot. And
Yeah.
Leah, it's not up to you to protect yourself. That's what the union is for, when you finally get into the union. Can you talk a little bit, Aaron, about the Screen Actors Guild and what it takes to actually, because you don't just join SAG, and what the union is and like non-union kind of like, and then we can go over like the eligibility for the union.
Yeah. So if you're coming from like a background actor world, then basically each contract has, this is so like, logistical stuff, but each contract has, you have to hit 25 SAG actors before they can hire any non-union actors. So there are certain times when, if they're doing a scene of high schoolers, for instance, and they can't find enough young people who are in SAG, they'll bring non-union people, give them a SAG spot for the day. And that constitutes a waiver. And in order to join SAG, that way you need to get 3 waivers and then you're eligible to join SAG. The other way is, I think the same coming from principal casting. We're a little less like tied to the numbers of it. If someone is right for the role and they're non-union, then we'll cast them in the role. And SAG is introduced, that's called a Taft-Hartley, by the way. That's what the name of it, for those of you who don't know. When we Taft people for principal casting, it's much easier because they've now added, there's like a list of things you have to check on the Taft-Hartley. And it used to be like, this person has a really special skill or a unique appearance, but now they added one to kind of, because SAG is trying to be more inclusive, but it's just like, this person intends to pursue a professional career in acting. So that's like an option for us now, which makes it so much easier to Taft-Hartley people. But basically, yeah, once you get 3 of those, you're eligible to join. And, that's like a whole conversation of whether the union is right for you, depending on what you want to do. A lot of commercials are non-union still. So when you do join SAG, that kind of limits you on that side of the world. But, if you're doing background work regularly, SAG after is definitely, you get better pay. Your hours are usually shorter and, you get special privileges like being first in the lunch line and things
lunches.
like that. So
it's kind of like sitting first class and, oh, is that prime rib? Or, oh, you're going to get a bag of pretzels later, so SAG is different. But SAG, speaking roles in television and film, Guys, if you're going on like Backstage or any of those websites, you can't get major roles in TV or film, especially speaking roles. Just unless you're doing like indie films, student films, web series, things like that, you're primarily going to get a lot of extra work on those websites. Principal casting is done by an agent or manager. There's a lot that goes involved, and that's why you're here all weekend. But to join the union, it's also expensive. It's $3,000 to join when you are eligible. And then you pay, annual fees on top of that, and then it's here on out. And then they also get 1.575 of the first $750,000 you earn. And in order to get like health benefits, 401k, things like that, you have to earn $26,000 a year. I'm like Rain Man. You have to earn like $26,000 a year as a working actor or voiceover, anything within the union in order to get those health benefits. So a lot of people like want to join the union. And the problem is when they are eligible, they join right away because it sounds really sexy. I'm a member of the union, but it's $3,000 annual fees, percentage of your work, and you're going to get higher pay rates. But like you said, you may be sitting on the sidelines a lot as a bench warmer because now you're competing with like the big dogs and you can't do a lot of the non-union work. So you only join the union when you're ready. But for those of you guys going on like every website with like your credit cards or you're looking for castings, you can't get speaking roles in major motion pictures or television shows without an agent. Those castings are not available on websites. Breakdown services are for agents and managers, unless, like Aaron says, it's like something where they can't find anybody. And then they may post it on like a website. But for those of you guys looking for Marvel movie castings, Netflix, Disney, you can't get speaking roles, nor are you going to audition without an agent or a manager. So there's a lot of prerequisites. How do you get an agent? You stay on the call and you listen. That's it. That's what you're here for.
Yeah.
Guys,
yeah. And you mentioned something really important too about your, getting with your credit card. Never pay for auditions. Auditions are always free.
Yeah.
You can pay for training, you can pay for workshops, but if someone's asking you for a credit card for an audition,
Black Panther audition, $100, scam, run. Also, if any casting director, even casting directors, like you do work for Apple, but real casting directors don't say, hey, I'm doing a project with Disney. Come take my class and then I'll book you. You can't get double like paid. So like Aaron works for Apple. Aaron, loves our company, loves what we do. And I want you guys to know, like Aaron risks credibility with Apple and everything he's worked for by even affiliating with us, which he knows, obviously we play by the book, which is why he's here. But there are so many really bad casting directors that play dirty. And I hate to sound like this. I'm sure you guys have seen them selling a shit ton of classes on Facebook, Instagram. Real casting directors, legit real casting directors, they can teach classes. I have no problems with casting directors because as a casting director, you know what works, what doesn't work. But a casting director can't book you because you compensated them. Because then it's like going to court. They're the jury, they're the judge, they're the plaintiff, the defendant, the witness. Do you guys understand that?
Yeah.
So there's a gray area with the casting directors, like Aaron's on here because as a casting director, you see a lot of headshots, you know what works, what doesn't. You hear, people doing their slates or their monologues or watching their reels, and you're like, that's a winner, that's a loser. It's your job when you're booking these major TV shows to fulfill the need of the client. The client is Apple. Apple's the one compensating the casting director. So his job is like, oh, I need to find somebody like this. This is what the client wants. Oh shit, I found somebody like this. And that's a match. Do you guys understand that? So Aaron's job is literally to go through, however many thousands of people that you have to see. And your job is like to figure out, okay, this is what they're looking for. This person best fits that role. And that's it. It's not up to you. Oh, I want to star in Netflix. That's not how it works. So Aaron, as a casting director, how do you know if a director is legit? What do you mean? Shh, don't even worry about that. Because if you have an agent or manager, you're only going to work with legit directors. How could a director not be legit? But that's a whole nother story. So Aaron, like you see a lot of headshots. Can you go over do's and don'ts for headshots and things that like just like twerk you, like things that are just like, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I think the major thing that I always say with headshots is they just need to look like you. And I think casting directors are big on like essences. and those come through in photos. So I think it needs to look like you, but also needs to feel like you. The trend with headshots is definitely moving away from this kind of like studio airbrush, like perfect look. I think we're looking for more grounded and more real looks right now. And headshots, I feel like, are always so stressful for actors because it is like your calling card. It's like the first thing that we see. It feels very important, but I think people put a lot of weight into it. And I think, just relax into it. Like it needs to just feel like you, it needs to look like you. There's a lot of different tiers of photographers that you can go to. Some of them charge thousands and some of them a couple hundred. So kind of do your research there. If you don't have the money to have professional shots taken, then reach out to your network of friends and just see who's good with photography. Pin some things on Pinterest that you like, or find headshots that you want and try to emulate that. I think other things to consider if you're going that route, headshot, it should be chest up, no jewelry, no extreme makeup, no costumes, unless you're doing like extras background work and you want to show us that you have the nurse uniform or whatever that may be. But for like plain traditional headshots, just be very nondescript almost in your wardrobe, but something that complements your skin tone, that complements your eyes. And speaking of eyes, I think those are like the most important things in the headshot. There needs to be a story behind your eyes and not kind of like a deer in headlights. There's also kind of the look of like I don't want to like do it on here. I don't even know if I could, but the go wide kind of like look like hire me. Like it needs to have a confidence, not a question behind it, So I think there's a lot of little tricks that photographers do that if you're doing it on your own might help. But the one that I used to do when I was taking pictures was say your name, and it kind of helps to be like, hi, I'm Aaron Schoonover, and it like just lights a little something behind your eyes before the picture's taken. So little tricks like that. But and if you are taking it on your own, I mean, you can just do like in front of a blank wall. You can have go outside. Just be really cautious of like shadows on your face. We don't want any shadows on your face. It should just be like soft sun. So like you can take it inside in front of a window is a nice kind of like subtle light. Is this way too nitty gritty or is this helpful?
Good. No, but if you guys are looking to get like a SAG after a licensed agent, they're going to need professional headshots. And I always have talent griping, $500 for actors headshots. Sweetie, we just booked $100,000 an episode. Shh. It's like making money with Uber. You don't just like a homeless person can't just, I want to make sick cash with Uber. Hi, you're going to need a license, a car, insurance, gas, money for tolls. So as an actor, how many of you guys understand the power of investment? Like you want to get, how many headshots do you see, Aaron, for like a role? Like, let's say you're working on Severance with Apple. How many headshots would you see?
For one role, it could be 1,000 or more, maybe a couple thousand sometimes.
Why would you do headshots half-ass? It doesn't mean you're spending, $10,000 on the headshots because that's a lot. But if you were to, invest in a little bit better, not saying your friend couldn't take photos, but if it's your friend's photos who don't know what a casting director is looking for, I'm going to save some money. Okay, great. You're going to also save that audition because they're not even going to go with you. You don't look professional. How often would you say somebody needs updated headshots?
I would say every couple of years. I think some people stress that like, I cut my hair or my hair is a different color. That is fine. If we do give you the audition, we'll see it in the self-tape. And then, that's why we have a hair and makeup team. But And
usually you don't just have one actor's headshot. Like usually you have many. So an agent can say, hey, I'm submitting you out for the serial killer role. It doesn't mean you're showing up like Jeffrey Dahmer or, Christian Bale in American Psycho with like an axe. But you may have something that, your eyes have a little bit more mystery versus, hey, I need you to be that great guy next door, the womanizer. Okay, great. You're cute. Think of like Zac Efron, for an example. He played Ted Bundy, but then he's also from Neighbors. He's also from High School Musical. He did not use the same headshot for every single one of those roles. So think about like your favorite actors, or even Ryan Gosling right now. I met Ryan. Some of you guys may or may not know, but I had auditioned for the Mickey Mouse Club. I made it to the 3rd round back when I was a teen. And even getting a chance to meet Ryan in person, he was like so awesome. When I see him in Barbie, I'm like, oh my God, that's how I remember him. But then when I see him in like La La Land or Blue Valentine, where he's like, it's super like dramatic, I'm like, oh, wow, he's an actor. You know what I mean? So if you had a chance to, you know, have headshots done, what would your headshot say about you? And that's the reason why you go with professional photographers, because it's not about just spending money. It's, hey, this photographer, they've had success with their talent submitting to brands or even to television shows, pilots, whatever, and they've gotten opportunities. Because remember, Aaron sees 1,000 headshots. He's going to go off the one that like stands out to him. Right? Do you guys understand that? If you understand
It
type
feels right for the role.
yeah, who's right for the role?
Yeah.
Now,
And
you see a
sorry.
headshot. When do you look at like a resume, or are you looking for an actor's reel right away to see if they can actually act?
Yeah, if usually it would be headshot first, and then I would go straight to the materials, the reels or the video clips. And if there aren't any materials, I would go into the resume then and kind of look and see, you know, maybe they just started or they're taking classes. You know, so I like seeing sometimes, you know, because it doesn't like everyone's like younger people won't have the experience, but sometimes people shift careers later in life. And I kind of like seeing, you know, click on a guy's resume and he's like, I was an investment banker for 20 years and I'm finally pursuing my acting dream. Like, that's fun, you know? And as long as you're taking the classes and, you know, have something to show on your resume, and you look right and you feel right, why not give you a shot at a self-tape, you know?
Yeah. And for those of you guys, I want you all to type headshot, reel, resume. So headshot, comma, reel, comma, resume, because so many people want to get into TV and film and they don't realize that, yeah, a headshot, very important, but kind of like Tinder. Oh, okay, this person has a great look, but who are they? Like, who are they? And that's why a reel is so important. And I'm going to pull up just a couple of things while we're talking, and I hope it's okay. But one thing I really want to kind of go over, I'm going to pull up two different things here. I'm a little bit psycho because I want to help people that want help. And, you know, when you're on Zoom, how can I say this without sounding real bitchy? But you guys are used to me by now. If you guys like the bluntness type, I love it. Or anybody here need me to be easy? Because you're not going to get that here. But one thing I kind of really want to show is, you know, when you were trying to get into show business back in the day, you were physically going in. Right? You guys understand this? You were physically going in. You were going in to audition, whether you were in New York, LA, Miami, Atlanta, anything like that. Now that it's all done on Zoom, how many of you guys are excited that you don't have to live in New York or LA and still get opportunities throughout the country? If you love that, type I love it. Type I love it. If you love the fact that now everything is done on Zoom, oh my God, please stop posting your pictures. If I see that, I'll just delete it or I'll remove you if I have to say it again. This is not about you. So stop posting your pictures so you can get instant likes from these people on here, because nobody on here can help you other than Aaron and I right now. Okay, so stop doing it. But this is, so everybody's saying they love it. Now, how many of you guys, yeah, I love the fact that you don't have to live in New York or LA. LA and New York are very expensive to live. I don't know if you guys know, but a 1-bedroom apartment right now average is $6,000 in New York City. LA is just as expensive. Now, one thing that I know for a fact is now that it's on Zoom, your competition now is the entire freaking world. Do you guys understand this? It got harder because now there's more competition. You're not just auditioning with people in your local market. How many of you guys realize that? If you realize that, type harder, because it did get harder. So you have to know how the rules are, especially now with COVID. Aaron, do you miss the old way or do you like the new way of seeing 1 million people on Zoom? Or even getting self-tapes? Do you miss the face-to-face or do you like sitting back in your sweatpants and just, you know, going on your computer?
Yeah, there's perks to each side of it. I mean, there's something great about being in person, but on self-tapes, we can see more people now for roles, which is good. And yeah.
So
yeah.
when you go through like an actor's reel, and I'll show you guys, like I play this one a lot. I think this guy is great. Hold on, I'm just gonna wait a second. But when you have somebody like this and you're looking at a headshot going, okay, this person has a great look. And then what are you looking for in the reel? Are you looking for like versatility? What a range? What are you looking for? And how much do you actually watch of an actor's reel?
So I always suggest that if you have multiple clips, you can have your full reel there, but I would also just break them out individually and upload them and label them very clearly, like quirky best friend comedy, or struggling single mom drama. So if we're casting for a role, we know exactly which one we can go to and just watch right away. And if I want to see more, I can go watch the other ones, but that's really helpful on our end. And yeah, I think that, what you said about having material is really important. And if you are more developmental and you don't have clips and projects yet, I would think about what kind of roles you want to do, find scripts or, scenes that you like, and do a self-tape and put that up, because it really is helpful when we like your headshot to have a video or something to watch then, because with just a resume, it's hard to know like what your essence is. So that's what I've been suggesting to people too, I'll let you play this reel, but yeah.
Yeah, so a reel is typically no more than 2 minutes. And again, you always have a headshot, so they see what you look like. But then obviously, if you're going to portray a character, and I'm not going to play the whole reel, but maybe this person has had dramatic roles, or maybe this person has done, some type of like SWAT team type role. Maybe they're, auditioning for a new Blue Blood spinoff or something like that. Or maybe, they're doing some kind of comedy and they're doing something a little bit more fun and animated, or perhaps they're playing a serial killer, so depending on what type of role you're going for, would you say the reel should kind of encompass like everything, like for you to review? And again, this is 2 minutes. I know a lot of the casting directors I talk to will only watch 15 to 30 seconds. And if they're not interested, they just move on. Would you say that's kind of like what you do?
Yeah, I think so. And it depends on where you are in your career. If you have a ton of clips and a ton of credits, you can do a dramatic reel and a comedic reel. You can do a character reel. But yeah, I think that having them broken out separately is definitely more helpful for us to be able to go to exactly what we need to see. But yeah, I'll click on the reel, I'll kind of scroll through it and kind of see what there is. But I mean, we're always, like you said, looking for a range in people to have, different things, the caring nurse, and then like the more severe like businesswoman, like that's a great juxtaposition. But if you are someone who's like, very much one lane, don't feel like that's bad either, because there are actors out there who are consistently booking, just, doing the same kind of
like
thing.
Will Smith, same role every time, right?
Yeah, or like those co-star actors you see in everything, like, Catherine Curtin from Rabbit Hole, she's kind of got that essence of like, she books those roles. She's on Insecure, she's on Orange is the New Black, and she's always kind of playing the same character.
Hey, I need a character. Yeah. She's that go-to.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, for somebody that's brand new, that doesn't have any real experience, you could totally do like, self-tapes. You could totally do an actor's reel. You just have to memorize a couple of monologues. You could do that on your own and kind of splice and dice something so a casting director can see your range. And then you said you look at a resume. How important is it if you're booking like a role? Is it for somebody to have training or is still in training? Is that really important for you?
I mean, I think it comes down to the acting that it would be in the reel. But I definitely think training is great to have on your resume. If you should be doing it, studying the craft. We're looking for people who want to be actors, not, celebrity influencers. So to see people who are putting in the work and doing those workshops and those intensives, I think definitely list it there. Yeah.
And for you being a top casting director, when you're booking roles, why is it that it's just not open to anyone? Like, why are these castings not just on every website possible? Why are you going through an agent or manager to get them to submit talent?
I mean, it's just, I think, comes down to it being, it's more streamlined. The agents and managers just kind of act as like a filter in a way, because they understand the breakdown. They're not going to submit people who aren't right for it. They're going to submit people who are ready, who are professional, you know, who they
Who
trust
are
to go
gonna
to
show
set,
up.
and yeah, who are going to
Could you
show
imagine
up.
if you
And
cast it online with newbies? Nobody, you would literally have to go to church and light a candle that they even showed up. I mean, that's the problem. That's everybody wants to be famous, but will you actually show up? I know there are people here that showed up late, or, you know, I gotta leave. Okay, great. But if you had, you know, a casting director that was interested in you, they want somebody that has kind of vetted the talent to know that you're going to actually be there. Aaron, when do they actually get the script?
I mean, it depends on the project and the role. For, you know, a show like Severance, you're not going to get the full script. If you're being booked as a co-star or a guest star, you'll likely just be given your scenes. And that will usually happen when we book you, when you accept the offer, when your agent accepts the offer, and we book you and send you to production, they would send you over the pages. You know, if it's something more independent, same kind of thing. I think once you book the job, you can always request it for the audition if you really, you know, feel lost with the scene or you don't understand the tone. A lot of the times we won't release the scripts in the audition round. We can definitely help with questions and things like that. But if it's a more independent thing, they might be fine sending you the script before. But yeah.
Have you ever hired a talent that was brand new that just had natural abilities?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that came to mind was kid casting, because of course, you know, children. But yeah, I think, you know, there's times when agents have pushed someone and been like, you know, this person just graduated from Carnegie Mellon, they're brand new to the city, you know, and they're really talented and they'll start booking right away. It definitely happens, but again, it's not like they're brand new to the industry, but they've been training, you know, that they've been working on the craft.
And Deneen has a question. Hi,
Yes.
Deneen.
Hi, I have a question, Aaron.
Hi.
So you've been in casting for how long? You've been in casting for how long now? For like over 10 years.
10, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
for 10 years. Okay, so you have your casting director hat, and then recently you wrote and directed and produced the film. So you have like those 3 hats on. Can you talk to us a little bit about, because I know we have a lot of people on here that are interested in doing doing so many things. They want to be actors, but they have a story in them. They want to write, they want to direct, they want to produce. So the question I have for you is this. So what did you learn as a casting director that helped you be a better writer and producer and director? And then on the converse, what did you learn as a writer, producer, and director that helped you be a better casting director?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, I've always been interested. I've always been writing things over the years. And then during the pandemic, I kind of like had this, like, I should be doing more kind of. I think a lot of us had that.
We
kind
all
of
did.
epiphany. Yeah. So I was like looking into, it's called shadow careers, where people will pick something that's kind of in line with their interests of what they want to be doing, but it's not the full extent of what they want to be doing due to like a fear of failure or whatever. So kind of was like, wow, I think that that's casting for me, because I love working with actors. I love directing. There's elements of producing sometimes when we're like packaging a project to get started, you know what I mean? So I was like, I've always wanted to direct, like, let's just do it. And I think that it's great when people want to wear multiple hats if they can do it well. And I think that like it maybe was frowned upon in the past of being a multi-hyphenate, you know, pick a lane and stay in it. And now I feel like we're all kind of like, you know what? No, like I have multiple interests. Yeah. So that was kind of the epiphany that I had during the pandemic. And, you know, it is scary sometimes when you're like shifting careers or trying something new. Because I think a lot of the times we're looking for like that reassurance from other people. But I think if you have that inside you, just like follow it. But definitely working in casting was helpful just in terms of like my network and understanding how agents and managers work and things like that. But yeah, I mean, and it just being able to watch directors work, you know, like my favorite part of casting is the working with actors, and when we would do odd callbacks for Severance and like see how Ben approached that to working with an actor, and he didn't really have a specific vision, but he would kind of meet the actor where they were and like direct them from there. So little things like that helped. And then working on Orange is the New Black for years, that was like a well-run machine where, you know, I was attending 3 meetings per episode, and all of my other coworkers hated the meetings because you had to travel to like the studios. That was what I looked forward to the most, because I got to sit there and I got to watch, you know, Genji Cohen direct and like run this meeting. And I really kind of tried to observe and take in as much as I could. So that was definitely very helpful. And, you know, I'm brand new to the directing writing thing. Like it's been something I've wanted for a while. So still kind of trying to make progress there, but definitely I think being a multi-hyphenate just makes you a more well-rounded person and artist. So if you do have those interests, I would encourage you to go after them.
Aaron, one thing I want to ask you, what do your friends think you do in this industry versus what is your actual day like? Do they just think you're on the red carpet going to production meetings and fangirling over celebrities all day? They don't know that you're one of the hardest working people that we know. You're up at the crack of dawn, you're working on like, so what do your friends think you do versus what you actually do?
It definitely is that.
Side.
Well, because when I was at Central Casting too, there was a lot, you know, I would work on a lot of projects, and they all would have wrap parties or premieres or whatever we would get invited to. And, you know, that's the good side of social media where I'm not really posting a lot. And I was at Central, I would, you know, post all the parties and things. So I feel like definitely that was the vibe. But working at Central was a beast, and it was like so hard. And I would work 14-hour days sometimes. And it's just like, you don't see the behind the scenes. Since moving into principal, things definitely are way more fluid in terms of how we work, which is way more my style. And, you know, I do miss those parties and things like that I got to go to at Central. But
who did you get to rub elbows with where you're like, holy shit, I can't even believe this? Did you did you like pull out your cell phone? Were you doing what? Tell us some of the people that you like, let us live vicariously through you.
I don't really get starstruck. I mean, I love seeing people because I'm like a people watcher, but like I think the fanciest party that we did was the for Fosse Verdon, the Ryan Murphy miniseries. But there were just a lot of people there that I was like, oh my God, that's John Hamm next to me. You know what I mean? Like it's just fun. But I got to see a lot of people on Orange too, because we had a lot of guest directors and people come through. So that was always fun. You can tell he's in the
business because he just says orange like it's a crayon, right? Orange is black.
Orange. Yeah.
Orange. My kid would be like, I know orange. Okay. That's so fun.
Yeah,
so your
but
friends,
those
they know how hard
experiences
you
are
work.
definitely. Sorry, what'd you say?
No, I was saying your friends know how hard you work. They don't just think you're at red carpet events and drinking and you know, hanging out with John Hamm, laughing about Mad Men. They know that you're working. And now that you're doing everything on Zoom and you're legit working from home, do you feel like you work longer hours now that you're not like having to drive or get to the office and, you know, or are you just working 24/7?
No, I mean, definitely Bess is really considerate of like work-life balance. So unless something is like super pressing, we try to wrap it up at the end of the workday. But yeah, we're kind of, you know, fielding emails and things all day, and it depends how many projects we have and how busy we are, because sometimes, you know, with Severance, we block shoot, which means that we shoot multiple episodes at the same time. So there'll be like a period where we are like casting 4 episodes at once. And then once everything's cast, we kind of just like wait for the next scripts. So, and keep up on like schedule and things like that. So it ebbs and flows. And I think that's what I love so much about principal casting versus central casting, working in extras, because extras every day was a grind. Every day was a challenge, whereas principal casting, it's much more a freedom of my schedule and my creative energy. So it was scary to make the switch and go back to being an assistant at the age of 30, but I'm so happy that I did it.
Now, as an extra castings, do you ever give anybody, because extra casting, and this is going to sound horrible, but you can't put that on a resume. It's considered scenery. It's not considered like real acting. Do you ever have extras that you would never bring back again? Any stories about extras on set that behave badly?
Definitely. I mean, we had so many things. We had a really great legal department at Central Casting that would help us with things, but there are a lot of stories. And I mean, extras casting or working background, if you're developmental, is amazing because you get to go on set and you get to watch people work and direct. And it is a lot of waiting and holding. And there are a lot of characters in the holding room. But I just think, just remember that you're there to do a job and be professional. And I know it can get a little stir crazy and holding sometimes, but if you are doing it, it can be a rewarding experience. For extras casting too, I feel like there's like sometimes people get a little desperate for the work and they'll maybe fib a little bit about what they can do. There was one scene on Orange is the New Black where it was, spoiler alert, there's like a hole in the gate and all the inmates run to the gate and they run out to this lake to go swimming in the lake. So we were casting people who were comfortable running and then also comfortable swimming. And it was a lot of extras. We had like hundreds of extras because they needed people just like running. And I can't tell you, I booked people and I got calls from production of like, so-and-so uses a walker and won't run. I'm like, we don't know that because we're seeing a picture like this, which, I'm not going to not hire somebody, but, we were specifically casting for extras who were comfortable running. You know what I mean? So to get there and say you're not comfortable running, and then the same thing where we booked them to then they had to run into the lake. I'm like at least 10 actors were like, I'm not comfortable swimming or I can't swim. When clearly the breakdown said like, we got your size for your wetsuit. We like cleared you to swim, like all of that kind of stuff. So like, that's just like kind of a lighthearted story that comes to mind about that. But yeah, definitely if you're doing things, just be honest about your skill set and about what you're comfortable with. Yeah.
If
That's
you
like
could speak
not
to all
loving animals.
actors,
Yeah.
what is
Go
one
ahead.
thing you would want them all to know as a casting director? It sounds like reading is very important. I'm guessing that might be the top thing, but what is one thing you wish all actors knew about your job that would make your job easier?
I mean, the one thing I feel like I hear a lot and sometimes I think actors forget is they see casting as like the gatekeepers, like the bad guys, but really like, honestly, we do this because we love actors. We love working with actors. And I can't tell you how many people I'll see in a self-tape or at a workshop and I'm like, wow, like that was talent, and really kind of like, we'll file it away and, she's great. And I'm like, we honestly are cheerleaders for people. And, we want you to succeed. We want you to book the job. I'm like, I'll meet people and I'll be like, wow, like she's not right for this, but like, can't wait to see her on Netflix because she will be, like there's like that energy behind it. And I think that kind of would be what I say, and just always kind of be yourself and be genuine. There's kind of, you can feel, like I said, I'm big on essences and energies, and I can feel when there's a desperation sometimes. I can feel when someone is masking a little bit and trying to present a little too professional. We want a real person. We want to like get to know you. So if it feels fake, if it feels forced, like you're trying to network, that kind of stuff, I think try to like focus in on just being yourself in those situations, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, no,
If
it
you're on
does.
set as an extra, can you just walk up to anybody and have a conversation with any of the actors? Like if you were
No.
on set with, let's say, The Rock and you're an extra, could you just walk up in between takes and talk to them? What?
No, that's another thing too that I would get a lot at Central, and we would, upon booking, reiterate that to people, like, do not approach the principal actors, don't ask for selfies or photos. And people would, and then, production would call us and be like, we don't want this person back, or they would send them home. So definitely just, like, enjoy the process, be there to learn, to take it all in, but definitely be professional and don't approach the actors. Don't be difficult with production and the PAs. And yeah.
What if a talent had to leave early and they're on set or they showed up late? What happens?
Yeah, no, that's not okay either. That's happened a lot when I was at Central Casting too, where, when you're booked for a show, you need to be available all day. And we would specify as much as we could what the schedule would be, especially if it was an early morning or a late night call. But Typically the days are 10 hours minimum, sometimes up to like 14. So you just be prepared to be there all day. Because there were a lot of times where people would need to leave, and if they're in the middle of a scene and you were sat directly behind the principal actor, eating a meal at your table, and then you need to leave, like how are they going to edit that together? It's going to look, it won't, they can't. So
Which is
there
why you
were a lot
don't
of
want
times
them
like
to use AI, guys. You don't want that.
yeah, no AI, but yeah.
Do you guys see how passionate he is? Like, he literally said, how many of you guys picked up on a little aha moment? He said, we're rooting for you. We want you to get the role. And if you don't get it, we compartmentalize going, wow, they'd be perfect for a future role. How many of you guys understand that? So I talked to a lot of talent, Aaron, that are so scared. You literally give everybody an opportunity, which is what we love. And yeah, resume is important, but it's not everything. You said somebody could jump off the screen. Somebody could jump off their self-tape, with or without a lot of experience. You just have to get in front of the right people. How many of you guys love that? Just get in front of the right people. That's what this is all about. And I joke around that I'm psycho, but when you guys are trying to get into this industry, when you're passionate, you lead with your heart. It's not about like being famous. That's why you're on a boot camp. If you can't handle 8 hours here today and tomorrow, you're not meant to go on set 10 to 14 hours with somebody like, Apple TV casting. Do you guys understand this? That's the purpose of boot camp. That's why we don't do it in 90 minutes. You're legit going through a boot camp, because if Aaron had a casting, we know that you can handle it because you showed us already.
Can I ask
Aaron-
you one more question?
Go ahead, Denise.
You said you and Alicia also reiterated this, but you said that sometimes you'll see someone and they'll jump off the screen to you, and you're like, okay, you know what? I can't use them for this project, but I can't wait to see them on Netflix. What are some qualities that you see in people that make them jump off the screen at you?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to principal acting, I think that we see a lot of the major celebrities who undergo these like huge transformations, from role to role. But like the working actors, the livelihood of the business, I think that I don't know, it's just like an energy that they have of being like very genuinely themselves, very honest in the self-tape and the performance. It shouldn't feel like acting. It should just feel very real. And I think, you're playing a character, but you also have to bring yourself to it. You have to bring your own personal experiences and your life to the character, because that's what's going to make it interesting and what's going to make it different from the next person who's auditioning for the same role. So, there's just like, you can kind of just like sense that of like, they're making interesting choices. They're being really truthful with their choices. They're, the acting is really good, and they're just someone who seems dynamic, like you can just tell like that's star quality. That's somebody who is going to book and do things. Yeah.
And what is something someone can do like in the first 10 to 15 seconds of their self-tape that will grab your attention? Like,
this is a tricky question. Yeah, we get this a lot because people before in the room, felt like they were in person having a connection and they could establish a relationship. And now with the self-tape, people are worried that they're not going to stand out. But what stands out is the good acting. That's the good kind of standout. But there's also bad kind of standouts too, when you're trying something that, I don't know, like for one, some guy did his slate shot in his boxer shorts, like the camera panned out and he had a suit on and boxer shorts, and that, that kind of thing is like wanting too hard to be memorable, where as it should have been like, what I remembered was, oh, he did a really good job on the scene. And instead I remembered that he did that. So that kind of thing, I don't think you want to stand out in that sense. You want to stand out for doing good acting.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Don't wear your boxers. Everybody write that down. These are important tips.
Unless the role calls for a middle-aged man wearing his boxers.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about your job, Aaron? Because I I know you work really hard, but I think you have like one of the coolest jobs in the world. Like, what is the
Yeah.
one thing that gets you up every morning to do your job?
I don't know. I've actually been thinking about this a lot because with all the strike things happening, like why did I pick this industry and this career? Like I honestly couldn't imagine myself doing anything else and being happy and creatively fulfilled. So I think that's kind of like the bottom line. But I think, I don't know, just working on cool projects and working with actors is kind of the drive. The thing I most look forward to is doing the callbacks where we get to, watch the director work with the actors. And, I feel like self-tapes are great and we see what we need to see there, but it's in the callback that like magic happens where we can see if someone will take the direction well and run with it, or, if they're maybe not the person for the job. So yeah, callbacks are fun.
Do you miss
I-
in person?
I mean, I of course miss that kind of like connection, but I hated commuting in New York. I didn't take the subway, so commuting for me was hard. And now with the self-tape, like our work, the way we work has streamlined so much. Where before it was every day we were uploading tapes, I was labeling tapes, I was organizing things, there was so much menial work that had to be done, where now the self-tapes come through, they're labeled already with your name. I download them, I upload, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's streamlined so much that it allows us to be able to do more and see more people.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
So New York City, now you're in LA. What do you see the biggest differences between the two coasts as far as actors or the casting process? Do you feel LA is a little bit more laid back? New York's more hustle, what hustle, bustle? What do you think?
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't, we're still, I'm in LA just for the summer, but we're still casting out of New York. So I haven't really noticed a huge difference. Honestly, I mean, I think just the general vibe of LA is more relaxed, especially now no one's working. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I find LA is a lot slower. They tell you what you want to hear, but it's slow. It's like molasses slow. Where New York is, pretty quick. I mean,
Yeah.
again, different environments. And, like Ryan Colby
Yeah.
was just on and he was saying people have different types of looks. They're more New York or they're more LA. So you're in LA for the summer right now. So with the strikes,
Yeah.
have you joined the picket lines? Are you going out there? Are you?
Yeah, I've gone a couple times because Severance was filming for a little bit during the beginning of it. We were in Canada, so things didn't stop right away. And I wasn't able to join the picket line. I was there in support, but I'll definitely be going now that we're on pause and now that the actors are striking too. Yeah, they had they had a dog show contest that I took my dog to. We walked in the contest.
What kind of dog do you have?
They're trying to keep it fun. They're doing like theme
Yeah.
days because otherwise it would get repetitive. But I have a little French bulldog.
Aw.
She's snoring.
Any other questions, Denise? I love having
No.
Aaron on here. I could pick your brain all day and you know that.
Oh,
No, Erin,
yeah,
thank
it's
you.
great chatting with you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I'm reading all the comments. I'm learning so much. I love this very educational experience. So thank you so much for teaching
Oh,
about
great.
the casting experience from your perspective, giving the talent tips, and then also just letting us know what's going on. Your boots on the ground in LA. So thank you so much for sharing that too. And
Yeah.
we'll be out.
Yeah,
in-
1 to 100, guys. How would you rate this? Did you guys learn a lot? You realize casting directors have hearts. They want you to book the role as much as you want to book the role. Don't ever
Yes.
fear a casting director.
and
They're looking
We're
for you.
friends.
They want
Yeah.
you.
And when you submit your
Exactly.
self-tapes, be authentically you. Don't try to be something you're not.
And if you
Please.
say you could
Yeah.
swim and run, hopefully you could swim and run.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
goodness.
I love that story just because one of the people that we work with, he literally got his first big break because he said that he could juggle poker chips. He couldn't, but he learned before he went in. And then from the time he submitted for the casting and got called in, he learned. And that's literally what jump-started his career. So
That's funny.
be authentic. Awesome.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you so much. It's always
Thank
a pleasure to
you.
have you on. And where can people find your film?
We're private with it until we
Okay.
have our festival premieres, but hopefully later this fall, I'll be putting it on Vimeo.
Okay, so everyone be on
Yeah.
the lookout later this fall for Aaron Schoonover's first project. All right, Aaron, thank you so much for being here. It's
Thanks for
always a
having me.
pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everyone. Have
Thank
fun.
Yay. And Deneen and I will text you when we're out there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Couple
yeah.
weeks.
Let me know.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll get
we will.
tacos. All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
That is so fun.
How awesome was that? Did you guys learn a lot? Like, how many of you thought like the casting director was someone who's trying to hold you back from the role, but now they're cheering you on? Like,
He's
are
the
you guys
nicest
seeing?
guy. He wears his heart on his sleeve and he's just like that in real life. And I
Yeah.
would totally, how many of you guys would love to just go have tacos with him and just have him talk about everything about the casting industry, right? Super fun. Welcome to VIP Ignite. That's what we do. That's why we love what we do and why
No.
we're so passionate.
Because what we do works. This is what I want you guys to understand. Like, what we're doing today is we're setting the foundation for you. Okay. We talked about having confidence. How many of you think that if you have confidence on your self tape, you're going to get someone like Aaron to notice you? Yes or yes in the comments, right? Yeah, you have to have that confidence. We talked about the tools that you need. We're going to go much more depth into in the tools that you need tomorrow. Like tomorrow's like, today we're setting the foundation. Tomorrow we're going to like build the building. Tomorrow's transformation day.
I
But
took
tomorrow
around
we're gonna
today,
go
like
over-
we're clearing the forest.
Yeah,
We're
today we're
literally like
clearing the
demolishing the forest. Tomorrow we build.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to build. So what I want you guys, like, how many of you are taking notes? Like, how many of you are really learning? Like, okay, you know what? Like, my casting director is cheering for me. I need to become an actor or model so that agents want to work with me. Like, I can, oh my God, Alea, that's a lot of notes. That's a lot of notes you got going on there. But then also like hearing from Ryan Colby, like he sees something in talent and he minds it. But you know what? Like what he didn't describe to you guys is that sometimes it's tough. Like I've been on I haven't been on the other side of Ryan trying to cast me, thank God. But I've definitely been in the room when he's talking to his models. He's like, no, you need to get there now. Like it's not. But the reason that he's like that is because he truly wants you to be successful. Like when he sees something in you, just like when Aaron sees something in you, we go to bat for you. Alicia and I do that. Mike, we do that. We go to bat for the talent that we know has that thing. And what we do works. We have over 10,000 success stories. We've taken people who were literally church secretaries and they're now earning in one day what they used to earn in a year as an actor or model. How many of you would love that opportunity? Like whatever you're earning now, imagine earning that in one day. Would that change your life? Yes or yes in the comments.
Not
Yes,
only would
right?
that change your life, but your family and friends' lives, right?
Yeah.
They're all going to ask you for favors, maybe a
But
loan.
yeah, think about the impact that you could make. When you guys were talking earlier about like why you want to do this, I saw family. I want to change the world. I want people to hear my voice. I want to be a voice for people. Imagine having that opportunity. That's what we do here. What we do works. So now what we're going to do is how many of you, we've been talking a lot about the actors. We've been talking a lot about like how to get people placed. How many of you know exactly what type of modeling you qualify for? How many of you would like to be able to answer that question on the drop on if I snap my fingers, you're like, Deneen, I am a commercial print model. Deneen, I am a fit model. So yeah, some of you do know that. Some of you definitely need to learn that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take off our actor hats. We're going to put on our model hats. Okay, let's put on our model hat. Everyone, hold on. Everyone strike a pose and look all fabulous in your model
Look,
hat.
Blue Steel, guys, Blue Steel. Zoolander, best movie ever.
Leia literally put on her modeling hat. I love it. I love literal people. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to change directions a little bit. We're going to shift lanes because it's our goal over the course of this weekend to show you not only acting, but modeling. We want you to have a 360 view of the industry. So this is what I need you guys to do for me. I know I didn't ask you to get super excited for Aaron. I'll apologize to him over tacos in LA, but I need to see how excited you guys are to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin. Show me your excited faces right now.
I need more excitement.
I'm not allowed.
I need more excitement.
How excited you guys are.
More. Sava's really excited.
Okay.
Walker's freaking out. Leia's freaking out.
Leah's almost crying. All right. All right, guys. So now what I want you to do is take out your notebooks, take out your pens, and get ready to take some notes because I'm going to quiz all of you at the end of this presentation what type of modeling you qualify for. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey, guys.
Round of applause.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was great. I'm really enjoying this weekend because I like the idea of us kind of switching hats around and seeing different perspectives, seeing it from the agency's perspective, from the talent's perspective. We're going to see it from actors' perspectives, the casting director, and so forth. And obviously, for now, we're going to be talking about what type of model you qualify for. And I just want you guys to know, because I know we had a little schedule mix up. I'm working with Jeff to kind of juggle everything around because I really want you guys to hear from his perspective about AI in the future. And I'm gonna go through my presentation, but I just want to kind of introduce some concepts for you. So I know you got your model hat on, but just keep it, right here. And then I want you to put your studio hat on. I know earlier I had you put your agency hat on, but I want you to put your studio hat on for a moment. And I want you to see things from the studio's perspective also, right? Because obviously as an actor, as a model, as a writer, we're in the union together and, we're fighting against a man, but let's see, right, to understand how things work, let's understand from their perspective, right? Because at the end of the day, this is negotiations, they go back and forth. So what is the studio's perspective on AI and how can they use it? What are the challenges? What are the things they overcome? So I want you to think about this because a lot of this has to do with streaming and how actors are going to be compensated over streaming, right? So I'm just going to present with you a puzzle and we'll talk about this more later and definitely a little bit more tomorrow, but I'm just going to give you the puzzle today, right? Now, depending upon how old you are, right? Who here, by a raise of hands, and I can't see everybody all at once because I have my screen set up, but who here remembers a time when there were like records, cassettes, right? Who remembers those times, right? Records and cassettes. Who here remembers a time of like VHS and VCRs, right? Remember? Right? Who remembers the time of going to the movies consistently, right? Well, now everything's digitalized, right? It's streaming, right? There's streaming services, right? I remember when I was a kid, if I wanted new music, I could go to a record store, and a record store was these big buildings and they were filled with tens of thousands of records. Well, and I kind of would walk around and I kind of knew what I was looking for, but then I would kind of discover new stuff. Well, I want you to look at it like something like this from, like, if you can see my screen, like Apple iTunes, right? That's where a lot of people consume their music from. Well, guess what? The screen only holds so much content, right? It can't hold everything on that screen. It's only holding what can grab your attention, right? Now, imagine you come to my house and we say, hey, let's watch some Netflix, and we turn on Netflix at my house. What are you going to see on Netflix? You're going to see what I previously watched. And then there's that other thing. What does Netflix do? It says, hey, based upon what you watched in the past, here are the recommendations we think you would enjoy. Now, if we logged out of my Netflix and we logged into yours, guess what we would see? Something completely different, right? We're not all being fed the same information. So when you think about like Netflix, the algorithms, right? iTunes, the algorithms, they're already utilizing artificial intelligence to take a massive amount of data and figure out your preferences, right? The whole point of it is to make it easier for you to get directly what the consumer wants. And by placing what's in front of the consumer, hopefully the consumer will buy it. And obviously it's something we got used to, we enjoy it, we like it. But now think about it as from a studio's perspective or from the actor's perspective. How do we judge what should be streamed in front of you, right? When there's a new movie, because obviously if you're getting paid on streams, well, guess what? If everyone's watching that new Brad Pitt movie, that's what's being placed in front of everyone, right? Now, maybe your up and coming movie that's new isn't getting that same type of stream, right? It's like the music industry, right? Now, most musicians are paid by streamers. So I want you to know that change is always inevitable. Like you can't stop change. Like with artificial intelligence, there's going to be things that change that work, and there are going to be things that change that don't work, right? It's going to speed up processes. Even something like Aaron going through videos, there'll be an eventual time where AI will be able to kind of go through the videos, knowing what his preferences are, knowing what shows he wants, and it'll only show him the reels that may be applicable to what he's looking for. So there'll be reels that won't be seen, right? The same type of AI that's controlling Netflix or controlling Apple. So I want you to see, like, imagine now you're the negotiator, and now you're saying to yourself, okay, well, the actors need to get paid on all the streams. They want to get paid as much as they can. Well, the studios are like, well, we'd love to do that, but we can only put in front of people what they want, right? What people are choosing. It's not like us choosing to put this there, right? You saw, for those of you who here has heard about the Barbie movie, right? Anybody here not heard about that Barbie movie, right? Where do you see that Barbie movie? Everywhere, right? In the promo, it's like, if you love Barbie, you need to see this movie. If you hate Barbie, you need to see this movie, right? They were doing stuff in the sky. They were doing promotions all over, billboards, posters, commercials, everything. Everywhere you turn, there was all that marketing there because they wanted to get that in front of everybody. So to realize from a studio's perspective, that's a huge investment they're making to get those promotions out there. So I'm not going to give you guys the answer right now, because it's something I want you guys to ponder, but I want you guys to be able to understand from both perspectives and see from both perspectives. All right. Does that sound good? Kind of make you think a little bit differently, right? Instead of being on the bandwagon of one way or the other, how do we meet in the middle? How do we see what's best for everyone? Right? Not just a one-sided thing. And always remember, in negotiations, where does everybody start? One side starts all the way up here, right? We want to get rid of all actors. The other side goes, well, we want to get rid of AI. How do we merge in the middle to make it fair for both sides and so forth? And AI is never going to replace actors. It's not in your lifetime, at least. It's not going to happen in your lifetime. The technology is nowhere close to being there. This is the same thing. A lot of this is like a lot of media hype. It grabs eyeballs, right? It's something that, you see it everywhere, but the technology is a very long away. Right now, AI is really good at organizing information more than anything. It's getting pretty good at editing photos and so forth, but it'll still never replace the human eye, not anywhere near soon. So for those of you worried about it's going to be replaced by AI, trust me, you will not. But you'll find ways that AI is going to be very helpful to the industry. For those of you who love action movies and Jurassic Park and Star Wars and all of those movies, you've been watching a lot of AI generated content for quite some time now. It's just now in the forefront of the media. AI has been used in the background for the music industry, for the TV, the film industry for years. And it's just now, because of ChatGPT coming to the forefront and everyone talking about it, that it's now on everyone's mind, versus it's always been there. It's been there for a long time. This technology just didn't fall from space. And it's going to continuously improving graphics and games and so forth. It's just going to be just like right now. Your phone's a part of your life, right? Before you used to have a computer, a laptop, and so forth. And now digital content's being, able to be streamed all over. So do you realize technology will always be advancing? Change is inevitable. Things will come to an end or inevitable. And the faster you accept that and learn how to work with that and how to be a part of the change and how to apply it, that becomes your value, right? We talked this morning about value. That's what makes you more valuable, right? All right. So let's share my screen and everybody can see my screen. Yes, Ali? Okay, good. Sava, yes, perfect. Thank you. Sava's always there for me. He's like my right-hand guy for these things. All right. So this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? All right. It's one of my favorite presentations. I love this one. All right. The world's changed, right? We know that. And we see the world's always consistently changing, right? And we know that. That's a part of living, part of life. So obviously you need a new mindset to get new results, right? If you get stuck in the old way and the things change, you don't progress and you get left behind, right? If you're not growing, you're dying. That's a really, a golden nugget, right? I gave you one before. When you meet somebody successful, always ask them what book they're currently reading or the last book they were reading. Another one is just always remember, if you're not growing, you're dying. You always have to be consistently learning to keep on growing. You want to have an open mindset, because when you have an open mindset, it allows you to be able to get new results in your life, right? If something's not working, you make a change, a small change, and you test it. And then if that doesn't work, you make another small change, and eventually you find out the results that work. Everybody's an individual, right? Certain people are going to go down different career paths, and we're going to talk about that today. So in today's world, the modeling industry is a lot different than it was in 10 years ago, right? In today's world, it's all about diversity. It's all about different types of looks, different ages, right? Social media and digital platforms have opened up such a world of being able to target different people, right? Different people in their zone, right? Showing commercials for different products, right? If you're older, you may see products that are dealing with somebody who's older, financing, banking, investment, traveling. So people relate to people that they like. People relate to people that are within the same age range, the same demographics. So the modeling industry in today's world, it's just not about one type of look. It's about different ethnicities, different ages, different lifestyles, and so forth, which is a great thing for the industry. Because at the end of the day, in today's world, it's all about what makes you unique and what makes you stand out. Okay, what is something about you, right? You have that Egyptian look, but you have the light colored eyes, right? Or you're African American or you're Asian, right? Different looks, different styles to appeal to different types of markets and so forth. So for us, we actually have a management company. So in addition to do for the past 17 years, we've been doing live events. But about 2.5 years ago, we decided to actually start managing talent because we felt that we would bring more value to our events by actually being able to have talent placed with larger agencies that they were under management, that they already had the development, the tools, the resources to be able to push them forward. And it was like a reference, right? It was like giving somebody that referencing, hey, we worked with this person. They're great. They know what they're doing. They're great on set, right? And that really kind of opened up the doors for us to expand from being from just a localized market on the East Coast to expanding very rapidly nationwide. And now actually we're going to be not making the announcement quite yet, but I kind of let a little bit out of the cat out of the bag with this one, would actually even expanding internationally. So we have some really amazing things we're going to be talking about over the next few months and the next few weeks and so forth, that you guys are going to really see the concepts of what we do that works not only on a local level, a national level, but on an international level. So we're really excited about all that. So obviously we work in all different types of aspects of the industry, from fashion to lifestyle to commercial, influencers, voiceover work, TV, film, children 12 and older, spokesmodels, music and licensing, script development. And really it's not so much, I'm not trying to impress you with what we do, but I'm trying to impress upon you, there's many different avenues in this industry. And that's what I really want you to take away from this presentation. So now let's take a step back. And for most people, right, if I was to go up to somebody that didn't work in the industry, right, my uncle, my grandparents, my next door neighbor, somebody who doesn't work in the industry, I was going to create a TikTok video and I was just going to walk up to random people that may have never worked in the industry behind the scenes. And I said to them, describe to me what you think the average model will look like. Okay. 90% of the time, they're going to give me a wrong answer. Okay. This is what people always say. If I say, hey, you know what, describe to me what you think the average model looks like. They're always going to say this. They're tall, they're thin. Usually they will always say female, and they'll always say they walk the runways of Paris, New York, Milan, and they lead this glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. Okay. That's what most people will say when they say, describe to me what the average, that's like the perception that's out there. Okay, so let's talk about that perception. Let's talk about exactly when somebody says they're tall, they're thin, they walk the runways. Let's get exactly the definition of what that means. So the definition, what those people are talking about is they're talking about high-end runway models, editorial models, right? So now I put my agency hat on and I'm going to give you the exact definition. For females, they're tall and slender. They have a unique look. They're typically hired for high fashion. British Association of Model Agents explains that female models' heights should reach between 5'8" and 5'11" with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement, right? Very simple, very direct, very specific. For men, runway models, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2", fit into a 40R jacket, okay? Now, a lot of people might say, well, why do they have these very specific measurements, right? So when you're a designer and you're producing clothing for a fashion show, right? Again, this is a business, put on our designer hats. The clothing that are made for fashion shows are normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce. They're hand-sewn, they're hand-stitched, which means that they're going to be very expensive to make. Okay, so when they're labor intensive, which means they're time consuming, they're made by hand, which means they're expensive. By having a set standard in the industry, as a designer, I know when I'm going to do a show in New York, and I'm going to do a show where I want to showcase 20 of my new pieces, 10 for men, 10 for women. When I call a legitimate agency and I say, hey, this is so-and-so, this is, I'm the head designer for Gucci. We need 20 guys and 20 girls for a show in New York. They're like, got it. We'll make that happen. The model, by having a set standard, when the models show up, I can make the clothing in advance. So the clothing will fit the models with very little alterations. I don't have to make a piece for everybody. Think about if I'm doing a period piece for a movie, right? And it's set in the old West. I have to have everyone's measurements. Everything is completely separate, right? But a movie budget is huge, right? They can afford to do that. That's a part of the magic of filmmaking. But in the modeling industry, right, I want to have a set standard. So that way, when the models show up, the clothing fits them. Now, when the show is done in New York and it's finished, and now I want to do a show in Paris, well, great. I take the clothing, I fold it up, I ship it to Paris. When I arrive in Paris, I call a local Parisian agency. I say, great, I need 20 girls and 20 guys for a show in Paris. When the models show up from the agency in Paris, the clothing will fit the models in Paris the same way it fit the way the clothing fit the models in New York. And it'll be the same thing in London and Milan and Greece and India and Australia. So if you take out the glitz and the glamour of the modeling industry, like the high concept of this is the models are just walking hangers, right? It's just the way it is. It's just built into the business. And for high fashion and editorial models, and this gentleman, he has a great example, right? He fits the qualification based upon measurements. But if you take a look, his look, right? High fashion models, they're always what's considered unique looking with striking looking features. And usually that's the polite way of saying they're not so attractive as to take away from the clothing. So you don't want a model that's so beautiful that the person is focused on the face. You want them focused on the model. And the reason why there's a height requirement is because it's just the way the aesthetics work. When you're on a runway, the people are sitting below. So the tall, slender figures, the clothing looks so phenomenal in them, right? It's like a very artistic thing. It's just something that's been done since the beginning, so to speak, right? So that's high fashion runway, okay? Now, here's the interesting thing. Even though every single person, when you go up to them outside the industry, you say, describe to me the average model, they describe tall, thin, high, runway, Milan, Paris. In reality, even though everyone thinks that's the modeling industry, that's the thought that comes through, that segment, high fashion, editorial, accounts for less than 10% of the industry. It's actually the smallest segment of the entire industry, okay? Another interesting fact, right, is not only is it the smallest segment of the industry, but 98% of the world's population would not qualify to be high fashion. Only 2% of the world's population falls into that exact category that would fit for high fashion, which means it has nothing to do with you. It's all genetics. It means the right mom met the right dad or vice versa, and there you came, high fashion model was born, okay? So that's an interesting thing. It's just such a really want you guys to really realize, like, holy cow, I never knew that, but it makes sense. It's a business, right? So you kind of could see it from both perspectives. Now, the next segment of the industry is what's called commercial print. Commercial print is going to be the largest segment of the industry. So this is an example of a stock photo that's a commercial print ad. So a commercial print ad means that it can be for billboards, catalogs, magazines. So think about like when you're driving around, the billboards you see, those are commercial print. When you come home and you go to the mailbox or the mailman delivers the mail to your house, all those catalogs, all those ads you see, those are all commercial print models. So that's going to be the largest segment of the industry. So you can see here, you got the mom, the dad, the baby. This could be used for healthcare. This could be an advertisement for a hospital, right? This morning, for those of you that were on here bright and early, you remember I spoke about hospitals competing with each other, right? They run ad campaigns. So this could be a part of a campaign for a particular hospital that's saying we have the best, maternity, we have the best, parental care and so forth, right? Use this hospital, right? So this is, again, commercial print. Commercial print, like I said, is 80% of the industry. So this is the largest segment of the industry. Now, when Aaron was speaking and Ryan was speaking and Ali and Deneen, I was kind of going through everyone who had their cameras on. The great news is, without testing everybody's height on the call, because I couldn't see height, you guys were kind of sitting, but everyone on this call qualifies for commercial print. So good news, you'll all qualify for commercial print. So commercial print models, again, are going to work many different jobs: print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and so much more. So there are no height or size requirements to become a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So again, you can see some examples. There are commercial print models, right? You can see now for a lot of the ads, they use different ethnicities, different age ranges, and so forth, depending upon the target market that they're promoting to, right? So you can see here this is for some female clothing lines, and they're promoting, fall, Thanksgiving, Day sales, and so forth, right? So commercial print can fall into magazines built and also e-commerce. E-commerce is a huge part of commercial print. So again, you can see here, again, some different examples, commercial print. You can see here different now family styles. You wouldn't see this 10 years ago. 2 dads, maybe 2 moms, right? Mixed ethnicities. This is all now how the industry's changing. It's evolving. It's getting better. It's now inclusive of all different types of people and lifestyles. And that's a thing to celebrate right? It's to celebrate that because, with the growth of digital media, okay, there's literally going to be more opportunities in the next 2 years in the TV, film, and advertising industry. There'll be more opportunities in the next 24 months than there have been in the past 10 years combined. Think about that. Think about all the streaming networks. Think about all the digital platforms, right? There's so much out there. So for those of you who are getting started in the industry and you're brand new, congratulations, because you're starting at the best possible time you could have ever chosen to start in the history of the industry, literally, okay? Kids are always going to have opportunities. It's really going to be decided. A lot of the opportunities decide about their parents. Do they have the time to go on auditions and castings? Do they have a Coogan account set up, a trust fund set up? There's a lot of education that goes into a parent's understanding how the industry works and the tools that are necessary to have done prior to you booking your first job, right? Because children aren't the ones who receive the paycheck, it's the parents. And it's the parents that don't really receive the paycheck. It goes into a trust fund. So there's lots of rules and regulations around that. And for those of you who are a parent of a child, these are things that we talk about. These are things we go through to make sure you're fully prepared and understand the industry and how to do it the right way, right? Here's Christine. Christine H is one of our talents. She's in our circle. She's an entrepreneur. She's an international speaker. She also runs a fitness business and a health coach. She's also a model and an actress. She was just in recently, and I believe it was a TV show or an industrial video. She had to work on set with a whole bunch of firemen that were like all super gorgeous. So she was in her glory. Like I got like 5 messages from her. She's like, "Listen, I'm really loving my life today because these firemen are super hot and they're so nice," right? But what's great about her, she has what's called versatility, right? Like I just gave you a little bit of her background, right? You might not see her known. She was an international speaker, but she could certainly play that role. She can play a doctor, a lawyer, a mom, right? So in this industry, it's all about versatility. It's about what makes you unique. What are the characters you can play? What are the brands that you could represent, right? Everyone wants to represent a Versace, but that's high-end editorial. Do you have that physique, right? But there's nothing wrong with representing Samsung or a Sony, right? Being in that family photo, right? With the new TV opening up for Christmas, an Xbox ad, right? Pays well. See, in this industry, you don't pick and choose the jobs you always want. It goes by what you're leaning into. When you lean into your character, that's when the most work comes to you. When you become the person that an agency wants to work with, right? Here's a great example. It's a commercial print ad, right? You can see this older woman there, probably in her 70s or 80s. she's out there working, right? Right. So this is, again, she leans into the character. She can play the grandmother. She can play there. She's playing the grumpy woman with the shotgun, right? This is a European ad. So I have no idea, I never saw this one here. So it's interesting what is the demographic this is appealing to, right? Property managers, maybe they're trying to evict her, right? Leasing companies and so forth, right? Here's a great African-American woman, right? Middle-aged, got a great look, right? Here's an ad for AARP. But tomorrow she could be shooting an ad for Macy's. The next day she could be on a set playing a sergeant for the Army. She could be playing a mom, a grandmother. She could be playing the sister, the aunt. She could be playing the attorney who was just recently divorced on Billions, right? There's lots of roles she can play. So I want you guys to understand, like when I look at people, when I'm observing people, I'm observing not who they are on the inside. I'm observing their versatility. I'm observing what are the roles they can play. Like you saw Aaron kind of touched upon that in his own gentle way. He enjoys his job. He loves observing people. He loves thinking, if they don't fit a role today, what could I use them for next week? And that's where the power of connections and networking comes into play, because now the more people who are aware of you, the more relationships you have in this industry, that's when doors really start opening up. This is a type of business you can't do this on your own. There's a lot of solitude and you going through the audition process, but it's about having the right connections, the right training, the right tools, the resources, because when you combine all of that, that's when the world changes. Like I'm always consistently going to events. I'm always consistently meeting people. I'm always consistently learning. And that has a lot to do with why we're successful as a company and why those values that we pass on to our talent, which helps elevate them to success also. Again, commercial print, right? This is an e-commerce ad. So you can see the mom, the dad, the little boy, right? Or maybe, it's the boyfriend, whatever it may be. I'm assuming the mom and the dad. As you can see, again, mixed ethnicities. Very, very, very important to realize how the industry has opened up so much. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you didn't see these types of ads at all. It was very, very, very rare that you see a company willing to challenge that, right? But now that's a part of it. And it's great. Here's Sid, right? You can see Sid, she's one of our talent. Tremendous success story. She just recently retired. Okay, she's in her early 60s. She has been auditioning nonstop. She's based out of the Philadelphia area. She used to work for the city of Philadelphia, retired, went full force into this industry. She's consistently working, auditioning. We've worked with her not only in New York, but Los Angeles, Miami, Orlando, throughout the country. She's available to book nationwide. Okay. She's been on set numerous times. And what's really great is she's taken the tools and the resources we provided her, and she applies that when she's on set. People love her. Like she literally gets 5 stars. People love working with her. They want to invite her back. And she obviously, you can see by her dress, she has that different religious background, right? So there are certain jobs she may turn down based upon that. But now she fits into that character of being open to different religions, open to different concepts and so forth. And she does so well with it. Like she's literally that perfect person at that perfect moment. And her success is a reflection upon that. And she is, for those of you who have the opportunity to work with us more directly, you'll get to meet her on set. You'll get to meet her at coaching calls and so forth. And you'll fall in love with her. She's phenomenal. She's phenomenal. She has a heart of gold, and that shines through. It's that charismatic personality she's developed. Okay. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs. I want you now, and I don't want to ruin this for you in any way, but I want you now to see the world differently. Like when you tonight, if you happen to be going out, or you're noticing a commercial, or you're picking up that junk mail that may have been sitting somewhere on your desk or in the kitchen, start looking past the products and start noticing the people you see in those ads, and realize that every one of them has gone through stages to get there, to be in your hands, in front of you. They've gotten an agent, a manager. They've gone out, they've gotten headshots. They've gone out and auditioned. They've trained. There was lots of things they did. Realize and appreciate that. Don't just, it's junk mail, throw it in the garbage. No, look at it. Just spend the moment and have the appreciation of the work and effort that person went into getting there to be there, right? Being in that billboard, right? whether it's national, local, international, right? You know, and we know this. We've been doing this now for close to 2 decades. We're going to be 17 years, going to be 18 years next March. And, you know, we surround ourselves with the best people. You know, and the third golden nugget I'm going to drop with you is anything you want to do in life, find the best person at that subject. Everyone has a specialty, a lane. Nobody can do everything, right? A lot of times people, I want to be a musician, I want to be a rock star, I want to be a model. You know, no, hold on. Let's focus on one thing. Modeling and acting go great together. Music is something, it's a separate focus, but you know, but so-and-so does it. Yeah, because they've mastered one thing, right? You know, Ron Howard was a great actor for many years. Now he's a phenomenal director. He's worked on set. He didn't try to do both at the same time. So focus on that. Like we focus on surrounding ourselves with the best business people, the best people in the entertainment industry, the best agents, modeling agents. You know, Allie's had the opportunity to do so many things, open up NASDAQ, you know, write a best-selling book, travel around the world, working with great people. And she does that because she knows that the same thing that I know is that surrounding yourself with the right people and learning from the best people is the fastest way to get where you want. And be humble about it, right? Be nice about it. Be saying, always say, what can I do? What can I bring to the table, right? I didn't know what you needed, but I brought you this. Be that type of person on set and people will remember you. People will want to work with you again. Ask the right questions. Be aware and understanding of how the industry works. So many times I see talent like such potential, but they ask questions that may not be always appropriate to ask at that right time, right? If you don't know the right question to ask, sometimes it's better not to ask a question or ask somebody to further enlighten you on a topic that they love talking about, right? You saw Deneen, she started talking about with Aaron about producing and directing and writing and all that. And if you notice, he started lighting up. He started thinking, he brought himself back to that moment, right? Or asking about the casting process. You saw that little smile. She was creating charismatic, you know, a relationship. She was creating those moments of connection with him. It's really important. Like she's a master at that. Pick up on these subtle clues of how we interact with people, the questions we're asking, because there's a purpose for it, right? We follow a process and a system. Even the content we give you and we train you on is done in very specific process to build you guys up so we don't overwhelm you. Sometimes we want to a little bit, right? Because that gets your attention. Again, billboards, commercial print, right? Here's some examples. These are some of Ryan's models. Okay, these are some e-commerce ads. Okay, location doesn't matter. These were shot in New York. So this, even though this was a Korean clothing brand, this was shot in New York. Like so many people feel they tell themselves a story that location matters or age matters. Not anymore. Okay, the industry's changed. You see in a digital format and Zoom, and you saw Aaron talking about it. It makes the process faster. Now, at the end of the day, do I believe face-to-face is phenomenal? Absolutely. There's nothing better than being in the room with another human. Humans were designed for that. But I also believe in digital, but I believe there's a balance between the two. And when you have that balance, that's when you can really accelerate your career. Again, some more examples of e-commerce, right? Location doesn't matter. Here's a great example. One of our talent, James Johnson, actually Ryan's in LA with him right now. He started off a few years ago with us. He was from a small town in the middle of the country. The town literally was so small, they only had one traffic light. And he was a barista in a small coffee shop. And his dream was to come to New York to get involved in modeling. And, you know, these photos, you know, are phenomenal. I should actually put a photo next time of seeing when he first came to New York. He was so new. He was so brand new at this. But he came to New York. He made the changes in his life. He would go on to work in New York for a few years. He's done a lot of major runway shows. One of the speakers at our event in New York was Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. And I remember him telling me, he's like, Mike, he's like, I'm so scared to meet him. He is like my favorite model from that show. And I was like, dude, he's like the coolest dude in the world. Like, you're going to love Phil. And I got this photo, and maybe I'll drop it in the Facebook group later. But it was the very first time he met Phil, and he's like literally shaking his hands, and he's like, ah. And then literally a year later, him and Phil were in the same runway show together. Phil's agent and Ryan booked them both, you know, without even knowing. And he's like, Mike, I just walked with Phil Sullivan. Like, I'm literally, what I was dreaming about my whole life just came true. And he kind of, he made it to a certain level in modeling. And then he started having appreciation for TV and film. He now lives full-time in Los Angeles. He's a full-time working actor and writer. Like, this all had transpired over 4 or 5 years. but had he not been willing to face his fear and had the courage and confidence to come to New York to make those changes, he would have still probably been working in that coffee shop in a town with one traffic light. And what I'm trying to express to you guys and impress upon you guys is there's opportunity out there right outside your door. And all you have to do is take that step. You just have to push that step, have that confidence, overcome those fears, and realize that. Here's Mike Trash. Mike Trash, formerly with the WWE. He's a writer, a filmmaker. He's a host of a #1 podcast. And he leans into his character. Like, he literally can play all different types of roles. He was just played in a horror film and a short film. He got to play the monster in it. He was all done in makeup. And he's done a multitude of other projects. He just shot another film. He's consistently auditioning, but he's created a world around this industry. He leans into his character. He can play the dad. He can play the sergeant, the uncle, right? The next door neighbor. He can be that grumpy comedic style, right? He has a comedy style. He leans into that. He didn't come to me, Mike, I think I want to be Brad Pitt. I want to be in the next Mission Impossible. Would he love to do that? Yeah, I want to be Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. I want to be the star of the Mission Impossible movies. But then that's not who my character is. That's not, I'm overlooking the gifts that God gave me to lean into the talent of who I can be, the different roles that I can play. So I want you guys to kind of start thinking about, what are the roles I can play? What are the brands I could represent, right? Make a list, make 100, put the dream role on there, but what else can you do? Ask yourself better questions, you'll get better answers, right? See the industry, have a new mindset, and you'll get new results. Here's Tony, right? Tony's background is a nurse. He's a nurse. People, he's a nurse, right? Wow. I don't see that. I see a doctor. I see a lawyer. I see a police officer, a sergeant, right? But he's a nurse. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's great because he can play a nurse now. He knows all about the medical industry. Okay. He just came out recently last year to LA. We represent him. We got him now signed to one of the largest agencies in LA. He did his reels, his headshots. These were photos we actually shot on set in Los Angeles when we were out there. And from that photo shoot, he literally got the opportunity to sit down with his now current agent, and his whole life is changing. His whole life's going in a brand new direction. Well, actually, he'll be down in Miami. He also has a background in music. He plays guitar, he writes, he sings, performs. I'm actually setting him up for a performance down in Miami with Pitbull's producer. I'm having him sit down with the one of the founding members of Public Enemy. Okay, because he's got natural talent and all these abilities, and he's got a great look, but he leans into the characters he can play, right? And he's always looking to learn and expand, and he's stepping into things. He accepts challenges because he knows challenges make him grow, make him become more than he's could have ever thought possible, right? Everyone here has this opportunity. Everybody has the opportunity to change the world. You just need the platform and the voice to make it happen. Here's a great example, 2 different gentlemen. Right? One, you certainly know his voice from the ads, right? So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter, right? Here's a Geico commercial, right? You can see the boy, the mom, the dad, I can see the daughter there, maybe the grandmother's there, right? Star of the ad is the insurance company, right? This was a casting. This was a production. This was for a billboard, right? These people all have agents and representation. These people all have followed a process to get into this ad. Think about this girl. Everybody knows who she is, right? Flo, right? Everybody's seen these ads. Do you know who she is? Do you know who her agent is? Do you know where else you've seen her before? Probably not, right? Probably not. Well, I was curious. I'm like, who is Flo one day? I'm going to find out. I want to know, how did she get this job, right? Well, her real name's Stephanie Courtney. That's what she looks like. She could probably walk past you in any town and you wouldn't even notice her without a little Flo outfit and all that. Probably walk right past you, wouldn't even recognize her. Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman. We just saw him. I was watching a movie yesterday. He was in it. He's considered the world's greatest extra. He's been in like 1,000 movies. He's been in like 30 films that have won like Academy Awards or have been nominated for awards, and like 25 television shows that have all won Emmys. He was in the Super Bowl ad for GoDaddy, right? But probably for a lot of you, he's a geek, right? I remember him. I remember the kid next to me used to pick on him. I never picked on him. Oh no, you guys know, you guys were never bullies, right? I hope you weren't. But he's a kid probably that you associate with being picked on. He leans into that character. And he's a full-time working actor playing those geeky roles. He's been in Bandcamp movies and he was in The Network, the social media movie about Facebook, dozens of movies. We just saw him yesterday. I forgot what movie he was in. It was a movie or a show I was like, oh, there's Jesse. You see him constantly. He's constantly in things because he leans into his character. He plays the geeky role and got him a Super Bowl ad. He's been interviewed on TV, right? Again, mindset. Right? It's understanding that you have a different perspective, you get different results. Here's Flo, right? When I did my research to find out all about her, I couldn't even cut and paste her entire resume on here. It would have taken 3 more screens. But she goes all the way back to 1998. She's done short films. She was a boom operator working behind the scenes, so important. Fred 2, Night of the Living Fred. Right? Probably some of these shows you might recognize too that she's been on. Celebrity Deathmatch, Mad Men she was on for 5 episodes, right? Caveman, the Jay Leno show, Looney Tunes show. She's done voiceover work. She was on the Goldbergs, right? Mike Tyson's Mysteries, right? She's done all this stuff. Like she actually went and studied comedy. Like she wanted to be a stand-up comedian. She studied improv. She went to Chicago. She went to school for that. She followed process. She got the right headshots, the right training. She made connections, got an agent. And then one day her agent called and said, hey, I got this commercial for you. It's to play this role of Flo. Yes or no? She said yes, right? She showed up. She landed it. She now earns over $1 million per year playing this role. How many years has she been doing this now for? And with the additional bonuses and the additional streams and the e-commerce and the ads, she's making over $2 million. Her new contract, actually, I just actually looked this up before this, and I got to update this. Her new contract, she's earning over $3 million per year. Right? Even at $1 million a year, she's been doing this now for several years. She's made over $10 million just playing one role. Who would like that? Right? Wouldn't that be amazing? How making $10 million, making $1 million a year, would that change your life? Right? It's just a matter of saying yes. And up to 2 minutes ago, for most of you, you didn't know who she even was. You just knew Flo, but you didn't realize her real name's Stephanie Courtney. Okay. Now there's also promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, right? Things you could do on weekends, working with the NBA, the NFL, you get to go to events. You can specialize in doing like the Red Bull, all these different things, these products, consumer products, and you're at live trade shows. So you're actually interacting with people. And you can make anywhere from $15 to $80 an hour. You do it on weekends. We have girls that work with Porsche, Ferrari. They earn over 6 figures a year. You have to be 18 and over, and it's open for both men and women, right? And it's designed to work at trade shows. You can do this on weekends. You can do it 1 weekend a month. You can do it every weekend. We work with some of the biggest agencies. We actually work with the biggest agency for promotional models in the entire country. My good friend, Alex. He's based out of Nevada, but he handles modeling gigs throughout the United States, throughout the world. Fitness, right? Fitness modeling is huge, right? E-commerce, supplements, weight loss. Weight loss is one of the biggest businesses in the world, right? It's wealth, weight loss, and relationships are the 3 largest businesses. If you think about it, every business in the world fits into one of those categories, okay? So much opportunity. Nike, all these smaller up-and-coming clothing brands and lines, right? Obviously, you have to have a certain shape, but you can see the girls on the right. She's a bigger girl. She's a strong girl. So she's fitting into a very specific target market versus like the gentlemen, they're all fit and diesel, right? So they're fitting in maybe for some type of supplement program or creatine, right? For bodybuilders, right? They're specialized. Sometimes you can be in such good shape, you don't fit in the clothing, right? You don't fit into the sample sizes. So again, it's leaning into who you are. What is your body type? What are the characters you can play? What are the brands you can represent? Plus size, $1 billion worldwide business, curve modeling, great opportunities, great opportunities. Kids are always going to work. Again, it's always about the parents, right? Having the right agent, the right opportunities, the right training. Okay, again, commercial print. Right? Different families, different ethnicities. You can see the lady on the right with the glasses. She could be for playing a realtor, right? She could be playing a model. She could be playing a secretary. She could be playing the vice president of the United States. She could be playing the assistant to Tony Stark, right? Iron Man, right? Different things. Like, what are the characters these people can play? What are the brands they can represent? Guys, it's 2023. Okay. It's almost the end of the year. We're halfway through. We're past the halfway mark, moving into 2024. The world's consistently changing, and it has changed, and it'll change again, and it'll keep on changing. It's all about your mindset, because that's everything. It's all about what makes you unique. Okay. You know, one of our partners, I spoke about this earlier, having the opportunity to travel around the world with Tony Robbins, right? People succeed at the highest level. They're not lucky. They're just doing something differently than everyone else. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And what that means is going out there and actually doing something. Like later today, guys are going to get a challenge, right? You're going to get an opportunity to do something, to say, hey, I'm pushing forward. Okay. Because that's when it becomes real, when you actually do something. You being here, right? You got maybe you saw an ad. Maybe you got an email from Allie. Maybe Deneen reached out to you, right? And you were thinking about it. You were envisioning it. But then all of a sudden, it became scheduled, got on your calendar, and here you are, right? How amazing is that? How fast your life can change by just being in the right place with the right people at the right time. Okay. Again, we do a lot of exciting things. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about some of the projects we have upcoming. We have a full day today. We got a lot more exciting things for you to talk to you guys about. Today's about building the foundation. But my name is Michael Flomkin, and this was Diversity. And being you, the science, the structure, the framework, what type of model are you? And now I think you might have a little bit of a better understanding. Are you high fashion, runway? Are you promotional, fitness? Could you do plus curve size? Right? Teen, child modeling, commercial print, lifestyle. Okay. These are the main categories. I hope you learned a lot, and I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen and to Miss Allie, because we have a lot more exciting things to go on with you guys. And I hope you appreciate that little bit of talking about the studios and AI, and have an appreciation to see both sides of this and understand things are going to change, and opportunity is when things change, it means there's more opportunity, and it's all about mindset and all about being unique. And I will see you guys later on today. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that? Okay, so I told you guys I was giving you a pop quiz. Okay, so here's my pop quiz. Are you guys ready? Are you up for the challenge? Are you up for the challenge? Type yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments. I know, see? All right, so here is my question, and it looks like someone read my mind. What type of modeling do you qualify for? Type it in the comments. What type of modeling do you qualify for? Commercial, promotional, all high fashion. Yeah, every one of you can say definitely too, commercial and promotional. It's awesome. Very good. So what was the one thing that you learned from Michael's presentation just now that blew your mind? I mean, I also want to reach fitness as well. Awesome. I love that. What was your biggest takeaway from in the comments? Let us know. What was your biggest takeaway? Every time I listen to that, mindset is everything, right? Commercial, high fashion, fashion commercial. I'm in up mindset, right? New mindset, new results. I want you guys to understand how important mindset is, because the thing that you have to understand is this. You could be the absolute most amazing human being, most amazing looking model or actor. But if you have a crappy mindset, is anyone going to want to work with you? What do you think? No. Because the one thing that I love is that with all of our speakers, you'll hear every one of them saying, Ryan alluded to this, Aaron alluded to this. Tomorrow, the speakers that we have one of the biggest agents in Hollywood who's going to be on tomorrow. You want to make sure you're on for that. Every one of them, every person that you're going to hear from, they all have one thing in common. They all want to work with people that they like. Oh my God, they'll just let anyone into this boot camp. Hi, Chloe.
This is my niece, Chloe. Everybody say hi, Chloe.
I love the amount of Kim loved the amount of time he took to explain all of this, right? No, it's really important because you know what? Knowledge is power. I'm going to say that again. Knowledge is power. So if you know what you qualify for, if you know the way that the industry works, then when you walk into a negotiation, you're going to be able to speak in a different way. Can we all agree to that? Yes or yes in the comments. Like if you're going out and you're interested in making a major purchase, okay, if you know what you want, you know the value of what you're going in for, you're going to be able to negotiate in a better way. If you are walking into a casting and you know what you bring to the table, you know that you have the acting chops, you know that you're able to swim and run. I'm going to use that one for a long time. Can you swim and run? But if you know what the value that you bring, then you're going to be able to be more authentically yourself. And I want you guys to think about that as we're going through the day. We've been talking about confidence. We talked about what tools you need. The Serenity Prayer. The Serenity Prayer gets me through every day, Oren. We talked about casting. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for, but knowledge is power for all of that. And our next guest speaker is going to be coming on, and he's going to be talking. He's going to be sorry, he's messaging me right now. He'll be on in just a couple of minutes, and he's going to be talking about why models and actors are not going to be replaced by AI anytime soon. Because you know what the thing is when I talked earlier today about having confidence, we talked about fear. A lot of times, what is the thing that you really fear? Is it danger or is it the unknown? Is it danger? Is it actual? How many of you have been chased down by a lion in the last 24 hours? Has anyone actually been like, have you had a panther like chasing you down? Like, no, you haven't. But how many of you have felt fear? Maybe even getting on this call, you're like, I've done this before. How is this going to be any different? Or I've done this actual call before. Like, why should I get there? All those things are fear thoughts. You have to train your brain and start thinking differently. And I love when Mike talked before he got started with what type of modeling you qualify for. Let's think about this from the real perspective. Like AI is scary. When I guess it was like 2 or 3 months ago, we really started leaning into AI. And I was petrified. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was petrified of it. I'm an English major. I was an English major. I'm like, AI is not going to replace the way that I write. It's plagiarism. It's terrible. Blah. Like I was afraid of it. I wasn't speaking out of understanding. I was speaking out of fear. Craig Bruce is having an affair with ChatGPT. Me too. Don't tell my boyfriend. Just kidding. But when you learn about technology, like I love that Mike was talking about, like how many of you have watched Netflix or Apple TV or anything in the last like 72 hours? You can be honest with me. It's okay. I'm not, how dare you watch TV? You're in the entertainment industry. No, but the thing that you have to understand is that AI is dictating, even on Facebook. How many of you have ever been on Facebook? You're like, where is that right here? Like, how did he know I was talking about pools? What's coming up on my Facebook, right? It's all AI, and it's not something that you have to be afraid of. It's something you have to lean into. And now our next speaker is an expert on AI, and he's someone who, whenever there's a new technology, he leans into it. And sometimes I'm like, this guy's a little crazy, but he leans into it. And what he does is what I love about our next speaker, and I'm going to give you his bio in just a moment, is that when there's something new on the market, he always goes and he learns about it. And if you ever want to know what's trending, this guy is always on the forefront of it. So he's like, I'm here. Let me in, coach. I'm ready, Denise. Let's do this. All right. So let me introduce our next guest. And when I do, I want you guys to show that level of excitement that I expect. Okay. Because he literally drove from his home to his studio space to make sure that he gave you the best presentation possible. How many of you drove 30 minutes to make sure we got the best presentation possible? I know I did, and I had to walk upstairs. It was very strenuous. I broke out a sweat. Okay, So let me introduce our next guest, and I want you guys to give him your full attention. I want you to take notes, and I want you to lean into that thing that maybe you don't understand, because it's our goal at the end of this next 30 to 35 minutes that you understand AI and you no longer fear it. So Jeff J. Hunter is an author best known for VA Staffer, a team virtual assistant staffing agency. Leveraging the power of virtual teams and AI, he empowers entrepreneurs and startups to build, scale, and dominate their brand categories. Jeff is the creator of the AI Persona Method, a method to leverage AI to create human-like AI personas to perform a variety of roles in companies, from marketing, copywriting, consulting, and more. He's created one of the first AI consulting certification programs on the planet for leaders to help businesses integrate and leverage AI technology. He also creates solid, recognizable, legacy-driven personal brands for legitimate companies and influencers. Jeff is a futurist with a deep-rooted passion for technology and gaming. He's the host of the Savage Marketer podcast. Nice hat, I like it. I like your branding. And the author of the Zero to Hero Crypto Guide and the groundbreaking AI Consulting Blueprint, both available on Amazon. Jeff's expertise lies in transforming business landscapes through innovative strategies and the smart use of AI and remote teams. Are you guys ready to start leveraging your career with AI, with the one, the only, Mr. Jeff J. Hunter?
Yay. He can't unmute. Let's see.
There we go. There we
Okay,
go. There we go.
How are you?
Yo, first off, I want to say, for those of you who are here at 12 o'clock your time on the East Coast, I apologize because I'm on the West Coast here, and I could have swore it said 12 o'clock West Coast. So I'm glad to be here. Really appreciate you bringing me on. And this isn't the first time for me here at the VIP Ignite group. I'll tell you, Deneen and I, we go way back. It's been a lot of fun. I actually see a couple familiar faces on here, which is awesome. I also think that's a huge testimony to your brand and what you're building, because you're helping so many people. Shout out to my boy Fomkin. You know where you at. You on here somewhere, I'm sure.
He just turned off his camera. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's up? Oh, well.
Well.
The star of the show.
There's
What's
Mikey.
up?
There's
Hi,
Mike.
Mikey.
What's up,
The gang
buddy?
is
It's
all
so
here.
glad to see you, man. I miss you so much. I can't wait till we're back together again.
Yeah, we got to
Aw.
do another in person down in Hollywood, huh?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Actually, you came out to one of the houses. We rented a sick mansion in the Hollywood Hills, remember? And
That
we
was
had
dope.
actors from Young and the Restless there. You're there. And it's like, well, what do you have anything to do with entertainment? So you got a lot to talk about today.
well, first off, who here wants to be a screenwriter? Anybody? Anybody want to be a screenwriter? All right. A couple of you might want to be a screenwriter. I can tell you this right now. They told me to come on here and tell you guys why you're not going to be replaced by AI. But I'll tell you what, after the Screen Actors Guild's revolt and strike, they're the first ones to go. All right. And although there might be an interesting opportunity for you guys to actually leverage AI to help do screenwriting, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to share with you guys on how you can leverage AI in your careers, either as an actor, writer, or possibly even move into a different field you didn't even think about. Or if you are literally leveraging social media, which hopefully all of you guys are. I know a little bit about social media. Not trying to brag on myself, but I got a couple 100,000 followers. Some of you guys probably got a couple mil. So you know, I'm not there, but the point is I know how to get attention. I've gone viral on almost every platform. And as you guys know, attention is today's currency, especially in the entertainment world. So first off, I just would love to see you guys type in the chat here what the hell you guys are trying to do with your lives. Tell me about it. Like, type in the chat, summarize in 1 to 3 words, like, what is it? What are you trying to do? What do you want to be? You know, it's like kind of like that phrase that your mom or dad asked you when you were a kid, you know, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? Like, put that word in there. I want to see what you guys are doing. Supermodel, full-time acting, actor, writer, TV series. Ooh, live life to the fullest. I'm with Kelly. I like that one. That's a good one. Legend, acting, branding myself, actress. Got it. This is good. This is very good. Inspire people. Okay. All right. Well, I can tell you this. How many of you guys think that being able to have a strong presence online may help you and achieve your goals in what you're trying to accomplish? Anybody? Type a 1 in there. Type a 1 in there if you think it's true. Do you think that being able to post on social media is super easy and be really a good storyteller online might help you out? All right. Oh, there's a word here Annika just said. Memorable, inspirational. I want to think about that first word. I'm so glad that you said that, Annika. You get a special point for me. All right. Memorable. How do we become memorable? How do we become legendary, memorable, iconic? Those are the words that I really think of when I think about my own. And I'm going to throw out the word that someone did say earlier, legacy, right? Legendary. You have to leave a legacy, you kind of have to be legendary. That's the whole point, right? So how do you do that? Well, through the power of storytelling. How do you do storytelling in a world of AI? Now, this is what's really interesting. I was talking to you guys earlier about screenwriting, and it was funny because on the way over here to my recording studio, I was like, what the hell am I going to teach you guys that you don't already know? That because Michael and these guys, they all teach you so much. I mean, you guys have literally like a rock star team here that just shows you all sorts of stuff. And by the way, Michael, I know you're more operational, but we go back, man. I think me and Michael go back to like 2016 or so. But it's just been interesting to see the growth and the journey of how many people have been impacted by what they're building here. And one of the things that I find very interesting here is that the very first application that AI is going to be able to help, aka do for us, is writing. So what if I told you guys that even a post that I made yesterday that is garnishing so many views, so many likes, starting so many conversations and engagement on my social media was written 100% by AI? Do you guys want to see the post? What if I showed you guys the post just so you guys can see like, what the heck am I even talking about? And it's so interesting too, because who here has ever heard of a prompt, right? Like, oh, what's the prompt, right? Like everyone's got ChatGPT. Everybody's got ChatGPT, right? Like, oh, ChatGPT, you can't even go on Facebook and scroll for like 1 minute without seeing somebody's ad for like their 3,500 plus prompt pack, right? It's getting absolutely nuts and insane. Well, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of what you can do, because see, it's kind of like a horse with blinders, you know? The whole idea of a horse having the blinders is so that the horse is focused ahead. It's not looking to the sides, it's not getting distracted by other things. And that's the whole purpose of those little blinders on the horse. You ever seen those little black things that come out like this? I feel like that's where we are right now as a society. It feels like we all got our blinders on and we're not even opening up to what truly is possible. And by the way, back when I asked you guys that question, what do you want to be when you grow up? When we were kids and we were asked that question, what do you want to be when you grow up? When you're 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, the only things you even know about is about 4 or 5 things: fireman, spaceman, president, nurse, teacher, mom. Am I right? I bet you about 90% of you guys probably said that when you were a kid, when you wanted to grow up. Right? That's how it works. No one ever wakes up and says, you know what I want to be? An accountant. You know? Because nobody says that. Nobody says that. Nobody says any of those crazy things that we actually end up being, right? Maybe you want to be a supermodel. Maybe you want to be an actor or whatever, because you see them on the screen all the time growing up. Maybe a lot of you guys are here on this call right now because that's what you were exposed to. And you thought, man, how fun would that be to be on the silver screen when you were a kid? So what I'm going to help you do today is I want you guys to just take the blinders off and imagine what you could do, what you could be, how you could elevate what you're already doing by leveraging already existing technologies that are happening right now. All right. So now that my rant is over, we only have 20 minutes left, so I want to give this the most impact as possible. I'm going to share my screen now. Let me see if I have access to do so. Yes, I do. Well, thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm reading some of your comments right now, which are very interesting. I wanted to be a singer, and educational attribute is mathematics for Oren. I like that. Accountant. Oh my gosh, there actually was somebody who wanted to be an accountant. I take back what I said, Oren. I take it right back. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is my Facebook account. This is my profile. All right. I do most of what I do on my profile. And it's very interesting here, what I'm going to show you. So not the t-shirt contest. By the way, all of you guys are more than welcome to enter my t-shirt contest. But this post right here, and even the image, by the way, was created by AI. All right. So if we take a peek here and look at what's going on here, you can see this right here. It says, I'm so baffled how many people are in denial. One of our AI consultants landed a speaking gig. Ooh, let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little better. There, is that better? All right. One of our AI consultants landed a speaking gig at some high school for some high school graduates. She spoke about the future of work and how AI is going to be so important in how businesses are run. Afterwards, she told me that a board member approached her and scolded her. And that was her words, by the way, scolded. Because giving advice to learn AI was unsafe, not tested, too speculative, and unproven. She couldn't believe it, and neither could I. AI is already transforming every industry. Self-driving cars are on the roads. AI assistants are in our pockets. This board member is stuck in the past, thinking AI is some futuristic gadget, not really realizing AI is already changing the present. Kids who learn AI now will have a massive head start. They'll be ready for the jobs of tomorrow, but people stuck in denial won't see that. They'll keep calling AI unsafe and untested while the world leaves them behind. The truth is AI is here. It's being tested right now, every day, and kids who learn to navigate it will thrive. Those who don't will struggle to keep up. That's just a fact we all have to accept, no matter how baffling it seems at first. This was written by my AI, the whole post. Was that, I mean, maybe I'm thinking maybe I'm too proud of myself. You know, sometimes you look at yourself and you think, you know, like everybody's mom thinks their kid sings amazing. You look at American Idol every season and everybody's like, well, my mom says I'm a great singer, but they're just not good enough. Right? I don't know. Give me a rate, guys, from 1 to 10. How would you rate that? What do you think? You think it's good? If it's a good one, you know, anywhere from 8 to 10. If it was subpar, 5 to 7. If it was crap, 1 to 4. What you got on there? 8 to 10. Sweet. All right. And don't be nice. Be honest with me. All right. We're going to be honest with each other here on this call. Now, for me, personally, I would say probably like an 8.5 to 9, just because I know that if I wrote it myself and I really spent a lot of time on it, I could probably make it better. I know this because I've written posts that have gone mega viral, have gotten, 3 million views and 60,000 shares and things like that. But this was a really powerful post. And here's the thing. One of my AI consultants came to me, told me that she did this, and I literally gave it the story, but it was already trained on my life experiences, my viewpoints. And this is what is beautiful and what I want to express to you guys to do today. All right. I want to share with you a way that you can leverage AI to clone yourself. Does that sound pretty intriguing? Is that cool? Now, we don't have a whole lot of time to go into the deep dive into actually do all of this, but I'm going to give you guys some tips and tricks so you can start using ChatGPT for free to do this for yourself, to help start writing content for you. And also, not just ChatGPT, but there's a new language model, not sure if you guys have heard of it, called Claude by Anthropic. And Claude, I really enjoy and love, and some of you guys is going to be like way over your heads, but Claude will allow you to upload mega data. When I say mega data, you can click a button and you can import a whole damn book on a PDF. For example, what the AI persona, which is what I call that, it's like a human-like AI that actually works for you and has a specific role. In this case, my AI persona is trained on my life experiences. It knows my viewpoints. It knows my belief system. It knows my values. It even knows a little bit about my family, my friends, and my clients. I've trained it with that data. Then I've given it a 184-page book called The Copywriting Bible by this guy named Josh Fector. And then I gave it 100 of my top performing posts that I've written since 2017. I'm a nerd. I'm a marketer. They call me the savage marketer for a reason. I have every single Facebook post I've ever written since 2016 and every single statistics on how many likes and comments and shares and all that kind of stuff. So I know the best performing content that I've produced since 2016. And Michael Fomkin, you know that for a fact. All right. So this is the crazy data that I love as a nerd. All right. I mean, a marketer. If you're a good marketer, you're a geek. All right. Just going to throw it out there. So what happened was I just shared a little bit of information about the topic and what my client told me, and using what it knows about the Copywriting Bible, which is a style of writing, and my own past experience and some viewpoints, it was able to basically clone and say, hey, here's what you might have said in this situation. And you might be thinking, no way. No way. I'm going to try and pin my video and spotlight it so all of you guys can see it. Okay. So I should be big now. Hopefully I'm big for you guys, because I'm going to pull my phone up and show you guys exactly how this works. Okay. And by the way, everything I'm teaching you today, you can do on your phone, which is even cooler. You don't even have to have a computer. I mean, technically a phone is a computer, so I lied there. But the point is, you don't have to be on your desktop and messing around. You can do all of this from your phone. Okay. And I don't know if there's a way, Deneen or somebody, there's a way I can share a link later for people to try out the software.
You could send it to Mike or Deneen or I, and then we'll post it in the Facebook group.
Oh, thank you
That's
so
the
much.
easiest way.
Sweet. Because this is a fun app you can try. I think it's like 7 days free trial. I have a link for a 7-day trial for you guys. But if you guys want to see how much of the post, because a lot of times people are like, oh, ChatGPT wrote it or whatever wrote it. And then you look and see what the actual output is. And it's like they edited it a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when a post has been edited a lot, right? So for me, the only times I ever edit a post is like if I want to put another emoji or something in there. Like, I love the robot emoji. I put that on all my stuff right now. But you can see this right here on my phone. This is the output from the AI. It looks exactly like my Facebook post. You all see that? I mean, it looks exactly like this is the prompt. And this is this isn't the prompt. This is the output from the prompt. I mean, this is copy and paste ready social media stuff. All right. So I'm going to put a link in there a little bit later for you guys to try this out. I don't want to post it now because I don't want you guys to get distracted. But if you guys want to try it, I'll give you guys a link to it. But here's what I want you guys to do. Okay. For the next 15 minutes, I want to share with you guys how you're doing it wrong, how the world is using AI wrong, and how you could use it right. Sound fair? You guys like that idea? What do you think? One if yes, 2 if nah, doesn't interest me. Okay. If there's a 2 in here, you can leave right now. All right, get out of here. All right, here we go. So number 1, here we go. First off, how people are using it wrong. You're not going to get results by just typing a prompt. Okay. You're not going to get a result just by typing a prompt. And I want to say the reason I said that twice, let me say it 3 more times. All right. For the 3rd time, because 3rd time's the charm is what I heard. You're not going to get results just by typing in a prompt. You need to educate your AI. Okay. Whether you're using Claude, whether you're using ChatGPT, whatever, you need to start out by letting it know more about yourself. Okay, there's 6 steps that I teach in what I call the AI persona method, which hopefully you guys will bring me back on. We can teach your group later. So the AI persona method teaches you 6 different steps of information that's critical and important for you to actually train your AI on. Number 1 is, what is the role the AI is going to perform in your life or your business? Okay, is it a copywriter that does social media content? Does it help you write your landing pages? Does it help you do newsletter? Maybe it's a marketing assistant that helps you write your newsletters, or who knows what else is doing, man. I mean, the world is open. So, but for me right now, we're going to focus on, it's a social media copywriter. Its only job is to help you write social media posts. That's what my AI persona that wrote that post is. It's what I call my copywriting Bible, social media expert. That's what I call it. So what is its job, and what does it specialize in? So for me, it's actually only has two jobs. Okay. It writes social media posts, and it analyzes my data to not only write content, but to analyze the performance of content to make it better. Okay. By the way, something that I do when it doesn't come out all the way right is I will rewrite it, or I'll add something or subtract something to it, and I'll send it back and say, hey, here's how I would have done it. Please remember this for the future. And then it will usually analyze and say, oh, well, I noticed that you made it shorter, or you used more punctual things, or you used more action verb words, and you were more, you took a stronger stance on things. For me, what I found is that the AI is too nice. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but sometimes I'm like, hey, you didn't do this right. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Let me try this again. Like for me, I don't like it to be nice because it doesn't capture my voice. Which brings us to number 3. The first was the role. The second's the specialization, which is what you want it to do. The third is the personality type. I want you guys to do an experiment. Type in 3, let's say 3 adjectives, three words that you would describe your personality type. I'll start first. I'm very opinionated. All right. I try to be funny. Sometimes I'm not. All right. And I'm probably a little polarizing, which I guess could be opinionated as well. Maybe I'll just use the word savage. All right. I'm a little opinionated, but I'm also value driven. I'm very value driven. When I show up, the reason why they have me come here at VIP Ignite is because I'm value driven. I want to come here. I want to genuinely give value. So okay, now listen, I don't want you guys to just type this into the Zoom chat and let it go into space. I want you guys to keep this somewhere, okay? Write this down on a piece of paper, whip out your phone, type it in somewhere. And the reason why is because I want you to think about that when you're training your AI. You want it to have that personality. You want, whether you're, I love what Adam said. He's quirky, eccentric, weird. I would probably consider myself that too. so same Z's. All right, I'm down. All right, energetic, funny, savage as well. Michael Spain. Hell yeah, let's go. No nonsense, electric free. I'll tell you what, I bet a lot of you guys would be fun to have a drink with, reading what you describe yourself with.
We can plan that if you want. I'm down for that.
I'm down. Let's go. Between the 3 of us, I already know it's going to be fun. Whoever comes along, that's just the bonus.
You'll
right?
all be signing non-disclosure agreements, but other than that, we're good.
Yeah. So we've gone through the first 3 critical parts. All right. We're halfway there. And we still have 8 minutes left. This is exciting. All right. So 1, who remembers number 1? What's the first piece? The first thing? What's the first? Yes, the role. Yes, love it. Role. What's number 2, y'all? What's number 2? Specialization, what it's going to do for you. Yes, Angel's got it. Yes. Okay. All right. So you're going to get the role. You're going to, what's it specializing? What's it going to do for you? Number 3, we just talked about, is personality. All right. Who has a good guess for the 4th one? Don't worry. I'm not going to, crucify you if you're wrong. Who thinks number 4? We've given it the groundwork about its role. What is the next thing? What do you think? We've already told it about itself. What is the next piece? I've already given you guys some hints from stuff that I've been talking about. Schedule, plan, history, facts. For what? All right. It's now information about us. All right. It's about us. So number 4, guys. So we've given it the role, we've given it the specialization, we've given it information about its own personality. So think about this too. When you give it a personality, that's how the content's going to be coming out, right? So if you want it to write quirky and fun, then you need to tell it to write quirky and fun. All right. You need energetic, you need polarizing, you need slap in the face. Boom, you tell it. Okay. All right. So the fourth is now we're going to give it some background about ourselves and what we do. Okay. So now you educate it on itself. Here's what I do. I say, you're going to work for me, Jeff J. Hunter. Jeff J. Hunter is a fill in the blank. All right. And now using ChatGPT-4, you can use these plugins that automatically go out and see websites. So another reason why, and I'm sure, you know, the dream team here from VIP Ignites told you, you got to have a website for yourself. You got to build your brand up. You got to be searchable, right? Look, not all of us have the IMDb yet. I got to update my IMDb, by the way. You got to keep that profile up to date with what the hell you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So here's what you got to do. All right. You got to educate it. Okay. You're educating it now about yourself. That's number 4. Okay. Now, number 5, this is a real interesting one. Now you have to educate it on its audience. Okay. So 5 and 6 are actually very interestingly related. What are the pain points of your target audience? And what are the desires of your target audience? Now, what does that mean? I'll explain. You're going to have a message specific to the group you're in. I'm here in front of a bunch of aspiring models, actors, writers, badasses, savages, just like myself. You guys are all type A attitudes. You're slapping stuff around. You're ready to get stuff done. You want to show up. You want to shine. Okay. Guarantee you every single person in this room wants to shine. And that's why you're here. All right. Now you'll probably be intrigued to know that I am not that way. All right. I have shown up and shine because I know it's important for my brand, not because I want to. I'm just going to be straight up. Michael knows this about me. I mean, it's not I do post about it sometimes, but I'm actually kind of an introvert. I actually feel very comfortable right here in front of you looking at this camera. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? I'm in my own production studio. There's only one person in this room. It's just me and my rock star. You know what I'm saying? 0 sugar. That's the commercial. How's my audition? Huh? All right. So you got to educate it on the audience that it's speaking to. Who you speaking to? You speaking to what are their desires? So if I'm going to create what I call an AI persona for you guys, I'm going to say the desires of you guys are that you want to be aspirational, you want to be inspirational, you want to shine, you want to do things, you want to become models, you want to be actors, you want to do screenwriting, you want to do all sorts of cool stuff. What are the things that you're afraid of? What are your pain points? Guys, I want you to write in your pain points right here. Okay? Write in your pain points. And then we're going to close this out by having it write a post about this call. Would that blow your minds? We're going to have it write live on this call how this call went. Write in the things that you're fearful of. What are the things you fear about in the future? This is good data for you guys at the VIP Ignite team. What are you guys fearful about? What do you guys fear? Is it about not being able to shine in your industry, not being successful, and not getting the right connections that you need to succeed? Is it about becoming irrelevant? I believe relevancy is probably between attention and relevancy is probably one of the 2 most important factors of this biz. Whew. All right, we're gonna have some fun now, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna type some of this stuff in. And in about 1 minute, all right, let's just be realistic. Let's just say 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, it's going to give us something. It's going to blow your minds. All right, here we go. Okay. This is incredible. I love this stuff. This is so fun. All right, here we go. Let's see what you said first. Stage fright. All right. Am I okay to go for like 5 more minutes, guys? To the VIP Ignite team. Am I okay to go for?
Yes, no, you're providing such value. You're gonna have another 25 minutes if you need it. This is really amazing, the value you're bringing. So yes, you have as much time as you need.
Okay. I told myself before I left here, I'd blow everybody's minds on the call and showing them how to do this live as we go.
And if you are sharing your screen, we don't see it, but I don't know if you meant to share your screen or not yet.
I'm
We
not
don't see your
yet.
screen.
I'm
Okay,
not
good.
yet. I'm not
Just
yet.
make you aware. Got it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm collecting it. I'm collecting all my data right now. Okay. I'm doing it all. Okay. I'm actually behind the scenes pulling this up right now because I want to be very careful on what I show you guys. I have some interesting information here that not all of you guys are able to see on purpose. Okay. I love you, but I can't have you. Can't have you looking at some of the stuff. Okay. All right. Here we go. You know what? I'm even going to give you guys the link to this. Okay. I'm going to give you the link to this. I'm going to give you guys something, just so you know. I charge my clients $1,500 an hour to build out an AI persona that I'm going to give you guys a link to. Okay. I'm not even joking. Michael knows this because he's a client of mine. Just to get on a call with me, I'll typically charge $7,500 retainer for the year, and then $1,500 per session. Sessions are usually 60 to 90 minutes a pop. Okay. I'm not saying that to like brag up on myself or whatever. I'm just trying to reemphasize the value that I'm giving you guys, because there are people that would literally kill to have the data that I'm about to give you. Okay. All right, here we go. First off, some of you guys sent me some direct messages, and I really appreciate you. And I promise before I leave, I'm going to go into those and I'm going to look at them. And I appreciate that. And I am here to support you 100%. I'm not even paid to be here. These guys are my really good friends, and they've helped me a lot along in my journey as well. And I'm doing this because of the relationships. And one of the things that these guys teach you is the value of just investing in the right relationships. And that's super important and key. And that's the one thing that I do want to say is also, if you can reach down and help somebody up, it's so important, because so many times in my life, I've been the guy on the bottom reaching up. And now that I'm on the top and I'm able to bring people up, it's been even more amazing than I thought it was reaching up, because now that I'm up on top, pulling people up, a lot of the people I've helped up have now gone way cooler and higher than me and have brought me into things that I couldn't even believe. Like, for example, when these guys at VIP Ignite brought me to that party in Hollywood, and I met some really incredible people, some actors, actresses, Tasha, a photographer, videographers, like people that I still have friendships with and relationships with today. So before I blow all of your minds with what I'm going to show you today, this is something that I just want to hone in. Please, please, please value the relationships that you build, because someone on this call right now could be the ticket to you actually becoming successful, and vice versa. You might be the ticket for someone on this call to become successful. And I mean that in complete totality. You know what? Here's the craziest part. In a world full of AI and automation, it has never been more important to be human. It's just, humans long for that connection. So I want to just emphasize on building that connection. All right. So here we go. I'm going to send a link out to everybody. Okay. Save this link. Please don't click on the link right now. Okay. I mean, if you do click on the link, just open it in a different window or whatever. All right. Save the link or whatever you got to do. I put it in the chat. Okay. This right here is my actual copywriting Bible AI persona, which means you have access to the same technology and AI that I'm using to write mind-blowingly good content today. The post that you're going to see right now is using the same chat that I just gave you. So this is like literally getting probably $10,000 to $15,000 worth of my own time invested into building out the chat, the AI persona that you've got right now. All right. So I'm going to share my screen here and just blow you guys up. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So first off, this is an app called Magi. Magi is really cool because it has ChatGPT integration for 3.5 Turbo and 4.0. But another thing that I really enjoy about it is you'll see this little A down here. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little better. See this A down here. This is for Anthropic. By the way, I wasn't lying. This is my actual post here that you guys saw earlier. I'm so baffled about how many people are in denial, unsafe, untested, whatever. You'll notice that I just added a couple emojis in there and I pressed enter after a couple sentences, but it was written 100% by the AI. And then at the very end, I like how it's like, how's that? Let me know if you'd like me to modify or expand the post in any way. Usually expanding a post is not what I do. Most of the time, it usually writes too much. So I'm usually cutting it down. But this is the beauty of having a highly trained AI persona. I'm going to zoom out all the way. And I'm going to show you guys how big this initial prompt is and how much it's been trained on. This right here that you're seeing, you can't even see it. The prompt is so big. The prompt is only 2 words. Analyze this. And I uploaded an entire 184-page book called The Copywriting Bible, written by one of my friends, Josh Fechter, who I've learned a lot from in my day. Okay. And it literally is every single page of that book. And this book contains 100 of the most viral posts ever written online. That's what it is. And it breaks down what it all means. It breaks down how it's used, what the point is. It literally is the most giant prompt. You guys are seeing this. This is one prompt. This is why I like Claude. Unlike ChatGPT, Claude you can actually give Claude up to, get ready for this, 284 pages in one prompt. You can give it a whole damn book and say, read this book, and it will be an expert on that book. Okay. So what this did was it basically read the copywriting materials, and then all I have to do is feed it the stories that I want. And it's going to use that expert copywriting style and write a post in my own voice using the copywriting style. And we're going to do it right now. Okay. Some of you guys might be skeptical still, even though I've dropped a ton of crazy, facts, and some of you still might think it's fiction. So we're about to slap some of those fiction folks in the head right now. All right, here we go. Let's do this. All right. You guys been having fun, by the way. Hopefully entertainment, and you guys live in the entertainment world. So like I try, when I come on a call with you guys, it's a different energy because I know you guys are in the entertainment world. So I try to do what I call valuetainment or edutainment, where it's like I'm giving lots of value and entertainment at the same time. So, all right, here we go. Sweet, insightful, and valuable. Wow. Thank you. Okay. We're going to write the story now. And here, what I think is going to blow your minds is how little information we're going to give it. Okay. And this is the joy of having a highly trained AI persona. Okay. The AI persona method that Dina introduced me about that I created that in November of last year. And I've got over 200 students in that program. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's the most mind-boggling thing to think of using an AI to fill a specific role in your business. And I don't even do writing on my social media anymore. This does it. And I'll show you exactly why. Here it goes. I want you to write me a new story. Okay. All right. So who here can give me a summary of our call today? What have we done today, guys? I spoke at an event for VIP Ignite, which had a bunch. Now, by the way, I was very strategic when I asked you guys those questions. Remember when I asked you guys what you did, what you wanted to be? Guess what? That's the data I'm going to use for this post. Check it out, which had a bunch of aspiring actors, models, screenwriters. It even knew. See the autocorrect on that? What else have we got? Screenwriters and musicians, singers. We'll just leave it like that for now. All right. Anyone want to give an extra one? I'll throw one out. I'll throw an extra one in there. Go ahead. The next one that shows up that I missed out. All right. I'm gonna put that in there. All right, producer. I like that, producer. Okay. All right, we're gonna put dancers in there too. I like that too. Okay. Here we go. What is this, by the way? Whoever wants to from the VIP team, what is this a mastermind? What is this? Training program? What is this? Boot camp. Thank you. There we go. All right. I spoke at a boot camp for VIP Ignite, which had a bunch of aspiring actors, models, screenwriters, musicians, singers, dancers, and producers. Okay. I showed them how they can use AI in their business to help write social media posts. As a matter of fact, nah, we're gonna add that in manually at the end. You'll see at the very end of this post. I'm gonna say it was written by AI just to blow people's minds. It's like AI Inception, the AI that's talking about the AI. You know what I'm saying? All right, so I showed them how they can use AI in their business to help write social media posts and build their brands for their careers. All right. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's all I'm going to do. That's it. What do you think? I mean, did I miss anything? Is there something else on there? I think we're good. We're just going to see how it goes. All right. Now, hopefully it's not going to make me look like an idiot and come back with something that looks absolutely trash. All right. But let's just say we want to add a couple emojis in there because y'all know that I like emojis. I'm going to say throw a couple emojis in there when necessary or when appropriate to emphasize the story. All right, here we go. Oh, learning to use AI to market yourself on social media and public media. Oren, nice. I like the way that Oren thinks. Definitely my accountant kind of guy. I guess in another life, I'd be an accountant too, because accountants don't have to talk to anybody. All right, here we go. We're going to write it up. We're going to see how it goes, y'all. Here's a potential story, it says. I spoke at a boot camp for VIP Ignite. I was invited to speak to aspiring actors, models, screenwriters, musicians, singers, dancers, and producers at this career boot camp. I showed them how AI can be a game changer for their careers and their business. I explained how they can use AI to write social media posts that align with their personal brand, schedule content to grow their online followings, analyze trends in the industry to stay ahead of the curve, optimize their websites and online presence for search. Their jaws dropped. They had no idea AI could help them so much building their brands and amplify their self-promotion efforts. AI assistants can handle a lot of the routine administrative tasks so they have more time to focus on the creative work they love. AI will allow them to spend less time managing social media and more time auditioning, filming, recording, and performing. Their eyes were open to how this new technology could be leveraged to take their careers to the next level. Bruh. It's ready to copy and paste. It's ready to copy and paste, right? That's so cool. I mean, that pretty much summed it up. Now, it kind of took a couple guesses, right? Like it asked like, hey, I showed them how to optimize their websites for online presence search. I didn't really do that, right? I could always go in there and correct it. But for me, like I said, a lot of the times when it writes stuff, it writes too much and I'll just delete that line, right? Because the one thing that I will tell you it's important about AI is to be authentic and genuine. I would never post something that's a lie. That last line's a lie. Everything else I showed you. I told you guys how I use AI to analyze my own content and know what's performing well. But I didn't tell you how to optimize your website. How would you rate this, guys, from 1 to 10? How would you rate that copy? How would you rate that? What do you think? Pretty good? Oh man, I got a 10 plus on there. I actually have to say, I think this one's pretty good. This is definitely for me at least a 9. I could copy and paste that right now. It's pretty good. My actual concern is that maybe there's too many emojis. Like I wouldn't do that many emojis. Like maybe if I just tell it like, no. Now here's the thing. Okay, one last little bonus tip I got for you guys. All right, one last little bonus tip for you guys. Just talk to it like a human. All right, I'm gonna talk to it like a human. I'm gonna tell it. It's like I think that had a little too many emojis. Okay. All right. I think I had too many emojis. There we go. Now we're going to try it out. There we go. My apologies. Here's a revised version. I told you it always does that. Oh, my apologies. Oh, now there's not enough emojis. Come on now. You got to use a little emoji. Got to put some little emoji love in there. All right. That's what I'm talking about. We got to put a little bit of emojis in there. Oh my God. There we go. That's not too bad. All right. Now it's kind of going crazy again. Although I have to say, I like the use of the emojis here better than the first one, because see how it says auditioning with the little like snap, snap. You got the filming and the recording and performing. That's cool. I actually like that better. All right. So look, I like how it says, how's this version? I tried to add a few targeted emojis to help convey the story. Yeah, nice. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do before I leave is look at the millions of chats you guys have given, because it's a huge ass group. And see what the hell you guys are saying in the chats. All right. So let's see here. I love having robots doing everything for me. Sign me up. I'm with you, Leah. Absolutely. Yep. Tron 3.0. Wow. Brilliant. Crazy. Cool. My phone died. Oh, what's up? Welcome back, Louisa. All right. Fire eaters, producers, all this crazy stuff that you guys are doing in here. Whoever the fire eater is, that's nuts. That's awesome. I love it. Oh, Angel says that you love my hat wall. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Just so you guys know, this is part of my brand. So most of my clients are actually entrepreneurs, business builders. And as an entrepreneur, see, this is part of my personal brand. As an entrepreneur, we all wear a lot of hats. You know what I'm saying? So we put on a lot of different hats as an entrepreneur. You know, we got to be accountant, CEO, marketer. Then I got to come on here and be the training guy. You know, I'm training you guys. I got to do all these different things in our business. So every single one of these hats actually are actually brands that I've worked with. So this is VA Staffer, my virtual assistant company. I have over 150 people that work for me at that company. Savage Marketer, obviously. Y'all can see my friggin' motto of life right here. You can either be average or you can be a savage. Come on now, which one you gonna choose? You know it's gonna be savage. And I've got this guy, Funnel Ninja. I helped him build his brand. He's a funnel builder. This is Meal Prep on Fleek. This is an awesome food brand. This is the Crypto Gaming Team. So all these hats are either my company's Branded Media, my personal branding agency. So these are all companies that I've actually worked for, built for, done stuff with. And every client of mine, by the way, I'm still waiting for my VIP Ignite.
Oh, hold on 1 second there, Jeff Hunter. I got you covered. Mike's in the background. You know what? Get on there and tell him.
Where's my hat?
Here's the gauntlet I'm throwing.
Where's my hat? All right.
That's all I'm saying. In my suitcase when I fly out to our private lunch in LA.
What I'm gonna do?
We actually created our branding board, like everything, like most of like the logos and all that was all you.
So funny story. Yeah, that's right. My personal branding agency, I think back in 2018, we did your personal brand for the brand for VIP Ignite.
Yeah, everyone who works.
How do I not have a hat on my wall of VIP Ignite?
Well, I'm going to rectify that situation, Mr. Hunter.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I got you.
All right. So thank you guys, by the way. I hope you guys learned something here. I literally gave away the kitchen sink to you guys with that link because you guys can actually use that chat now. So the link that I gave you guys will give you guys like 7 days free to use that. You can experiment with it. Just start typing in your own stuff. Just say, hey, I need to write a story about, the struggles that I'm having as an actor, right? You know what? Let me do one more. Michael, it's your fault because you said I could stay a little longer. So I'm going to do one last post. Okay. Here we go. I want you to write a story. Man, I bet a lot of you guys can relate to this about the struggles of trying to make it in the entertainment business. Oh, in the entertainment industry. Ooh. Write it from the viewpoint of an aspiring actress. Ooh-wee. who the first person that writes something that I actually like that's going to be included in the story is going to be in the story. I want it to be a real story from your own life. What's the biggest struggle that you've had trying to make it in this career, in this industry? Somebody sent it to me. I want it to be heartfelt. I want to cry when I read it. Tell me. Starting as an older woman. Ooh, Diamond. What do you guys think? You like that one? I like that one. Starting as an older woman. Man, I'm not trying to downplay any of you guys, but that was amazing. Oh, being sick, be a domestic violence survivor, memory loss from a car accident. Man, you guys got a real imposter syndrome. Damn. All right, stop. Y'all are making me depressed. Okay. Stop. Stop. We're not victims anymore. Okay. You guys can do this, damn it. And I gave you the AI tool to help you. Let's do this. All right. So we're going to do this right now. I'm going to say she's starting her career later in life and the struggles of starting as an older woman in a very young industry. Huh? You guys want to see that story? Anybody like that one? All right. Let's see how it goes. We got a couple late starts in here. All right. Here we go. Ba-boom. Whew. I hope this one brings tears to my eyes, y'all. Let's see. This has been doing some really emotional stories. It's got a lot of really strong emotion coming out. The lights of the city glowed as I sat in traffic. Damn. Oh, talk about even more impressing. It's saying 35, like that shit's old. Damn. I wish I was 35. Yeah. Woo. All right. Hopefully you have to, I'm so sorry because I know we have young aspiring children on this call and you're not exposed to all the dirty language yet, but you're going into a very filthy industry in a very dirty town. So you're just getting your prep right now. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, the lights of the city glowed as I sat in traffic, dreaming of the glamour of Hollywood. At 35, I was determined to make it as an actress, despite being an older woman in the youth-obsessed entertainment industry. I worked odd jobs and auditioned constantly, but with each role that went to a 20-something, I wondered if my dream was already dead. Oh, it's already good. It's starting to get the feels. I feel like I'm in that. I feel like I'm in the was that the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? Remember that cop? He's like, get back in there, you know, with a tear. All right. The rejections piled up. I tried not to take it personally as the casting directors praised my mature charm, only to pick the fresher faces. Actors half my age landed roles I spent years preparing for. I tried to remind myself I wasn't over the hill, but the industry made it hard to believe. My friends in more stable careers shook their heads at me. Why not just give up? They asked, but I couldn't. Acting was the only thing that made sense about life. Oh my God, this is good. I had to keep trying. Finally, after countless no's, I landed a small role on a television show. It wasn't the lead I dreamed of, but it proved I still had what it takes. As I waited in hair and makeup on that first set, the first day on set, I looked into the mirror and saw myself through fresh eyes, a woman ready to show Hollywood what she could do, even if she started a bit later. The director called action, and I stepped into my role, feeling like my real performance was just beginning. Damn. And then I love how it says, how's that? I tried to capture some of the conflicting feelings of an aspiring actress starting later in life might struggle with. Let me know if you'd like me to modify it. Now, this is the funny part. I've trained my AI persona on what my usual reactions are. So it actually starts typing to itself. It says, write a story with this prompt. A robot becomes self-aware and discovers it has been built to spy on humans, stealing data from their phones and computers. The robot begins to question morality. Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know about you guys. How many of you guys are already starting the casting process? Do you want to see this? You're already envisioning it. How many of you guys are in the story? This is so cool, Jeff.
Someone says that part sounds like my story. Is it Alicia? Alicia Hall. All right, I could do this for hours, but hopefully you guys see this is not the AI that they're showing you, are they? 100%. I want dead ass. Has anyone ever seen AI write that good? Yes or no? Yes or no? Has anyone ever seen AI write that good? All right, one person said yes. Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy, right? I'm curious, Angel, since you're the person who said yes, where'd you see that? Soraya, I'm curious now. Where have you seen the AI write that good? I'm just curious.
I can
Uh,
tell you that I've been studying AI and I have never seen
Have
it
you
write anything.
have you ever
to them.
seen AI write a story that good?
Not like that. No, sir.
Yeah, that was the question. So this is what I wanted to show you guys today. And I just wanted to take those blinders off of you and show you what's really possible. And remember when I first started up this call and I kind of was polarizing, remember I would describe myself as a bit of a polarizing guy. It's very important to understand that there are definitely things that AI can do better than humans. And this storytelling has been trained on some of the best humans that have ever existed. So you guys either can leverage it or get railroaded by somebody else who is using it. But this is a very powerful tool to help you build your own brand, to do whatever the hell you want to do in life. Just train it. I've given you the link. You guys know how to do it. That's it for me.
Yeah, that was tremendously valuable. Like Mike, Mike, he's pretty much a geek for all of this stuff. We were we were playing with Claude and all of these things. Like, thank you so much for giving us your time, for giving us your knowledge. Guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you learn today from Jeff? And here's another question I have for you guys.
I just
How
threw
many
my
of you
link
would
in
love-
there. I threw
What?
my connect. Some of you guys have been private messaging me, asking me how to connect with me. I went ahead and threw my connect link in there. It's just jeffjhunter.com/connect. If you scroll up, because there's been a lot of messages of people saying how much they love this. Thank you, by the way. But I just wanted to throw that link in there for you guys.
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Jeff. It was tremendously valuable. And at the beginning of the day, maybe there was some trepidation a little bit about AI, because like we've very briefly taught about ChatGPT, different things like that. But this really took it to a whole nother level. And I know I learned a lot, and I can't wait to see what other people learn. But thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for driving to your studio to make sure that you were there. I appreciate that so much. But this was awesome. And I can't wait to see you in a couple weeks.
All right. So let's take a little selfie here. Let's take a little selfie before I leave. All right. Hey, if you don't have your cameras turned on, you in the wrong business. Okay, let's go. We're going to take a selfie right now. There we go. Okay, here we go. Last chance to turn your cameras on, y'all. I'm just saying. There it is. Thanks, everybody. Now
Awesome.
you're going to be my next post. And I already wrote the post. You guys are with me writing it. Pretty dope.
That was crazy. Awesome. Thank you so much. How many of you would love for Jeff to be one of your coaches? Like, how many of you would love the opportunity for him to even take what we learned today and go a little bit deeper on this? If you guys think that that would be amazing, type amazing in the comments. Awesome. Well, Jeff, again, thank you so much. Every time I hang out with you, I feel like I get like exponentially smarter. So thank you for making me smarter today, and everyone here as well.
Thank you, guys, and I really appreciate an opportunity to just spread the joy of what AI can do. And remember, my parting words is, remember what I said. In a whole world where everybody's trying to use AI and automate everything, it's never been more important to be human.
Awesome. I love that so much.
So we're gonna see you and give you your hat in person.
Yep.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to get that. Matter of fact, I already see the hat that's going to be replaced with yours right there in the corner. So everybody's going to get to see it. All right.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
All right. Well, you guys have a great one. Enjoy the rest of your time. And as usual, you guys know how to get a hold of me. I sent the link in there. Make sure that they get it too. And love you guys. I'll catch you
We
later.
love you. Thank you so much, Jeff.
That was awesome.
Ah. What an opportunity to learn AI from someone who's a pioneer. And again, like I said, every time I have the opportunity to learn from Jeff, I feel like I get smarter. And I want you guys to understand the value that you just got. How many of you took notes and are going to start implementing now? Type me in the comments. Type me in the comments, because this is what I want you guys to understand. I told you at the beginning of the day, it's my goal for each and every one of you is for you to be a success story. We're literally giving you the tools that you need for success. But you know what? This is something else I want you guys to think about. You can have all of the tools in the world, but you still need a team behind you. How many of you think you can do this on your own? Does anyone still have? No, you need a team. You know why? Because teams win. In the comments, type #teamswin. Because you know what? The thing I love about what we do here at VIP Ignite is we're a community. We literally will cheer you on, right? We want to make sure that, like, as one of us wins, we all win. Tony Robbins, I know it's not Tony Robbins, but he says this a lot. A rising tide raises all ships. And you could do so much more together with a team than you can on your own. And that's our goal. Our goal is for you to understand that. Because you know what? We want you to achieve all of those goals that you set out at the beginning of the day. Everything that you wrote down in the comments, we want you to achieve those goals. And the way we do it works. Again, tomorrow I'm going to introduce you to a lot of people that we work with, and you're going to hear that what we do works. And I want you to just keep thinking about that as we move on to our next speaker. So one of the things that I want to assert to you, and I want to impress upon you, is that everything that you're learning, there's a framework for. What does that mean? That means that there is a universal truth to everything, that if you follow a system and you have a team guiding you, that you can be successful, right? You have tools, but I have to know how to use them. Exactly, Crystal. You have to know how to use them. But what I want you guys to do now is, for our next presentation, at the end of we'll talk about some apple pie. But what I want you to think about is this: as we're going through this presentation, as Michael's teaching you, that he's going to lay out a framework that every actor uses to be successful. So whether you are booking work consistently right now, or you're someone who's like, you know what, I really want to start booking consistent work, I want to start elevating my success, I want you to take notes as Michael's going through his presentation, because at the end of this presentation, you're going to have a framework that you can start implementing for success. So with that being said, are you guys ready for our next speaker? I shouldn't even have to ask you to get excited at this point, but I will. Are you guys excited for our next speaker? Yes or yes? All right, show him some love. And I'm going to hand this over to the one, the only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me share my screen. How cool was Jeff? I told you guys, he is awesome. And like literally, you guys just got like 1% of some of the surprises we have in store for you. So make sure, I know today's a long day, but make sure you are here tomorrow. Because if you believe what you're getting right now today is amazing, we are 10xing it tomorrow. So be prepared for that. So I want to keep the show rolling because I want to keep everybody on time. I want to be respectful of your time and make sure we do not go over for the day. So I'm going to go over the Model and Actor Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional model, as a professional actor or model, by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, with a little bonus, creating a memorable personality. So obviously we've been doing this now for close to 2 decades. Next year will be our 18th year anniversary being in business. And we're all about connections. We're all about helping elevate people. You know, we do these boot camps all the time to help people learn about the industry. We understand where you're coming from, you know, the struggles, whether you're aspiring or you have experience. You know, it's finding the right framework and the right community to be a part of, and everything from our fearless rebels to our inner circle, to our talent, to our speakers. We're so proud of all the hard work and accomplishments that we all put together as a team to be able to elevate each other and to be successful, and which is why we've been featured in Forbes, CBS Radio, Entrepreneur, Fox News, The Washington Post, Fortune. We have business partnerships and relationships now with Mark Victor Hansen. Soon we'll be making a big announcement with Kevin Harrington later this fall, which from Shark Tank, which I am so excited about to finally reveal everything we have going on with him. So many exciting things. Obviously, you guys got to meet Alicia. We've been doing this now together for, like I said, close to 2 decades. She is a powerhouse in the industry. If there's something, the one thing you always want, if you want to have an agent, you want to have a manager, you want somebody who fights for you and who believes in you. And you cannot find a better person than Alicia, Deneen, the entire VIP team. And again, we surround ourselves with the best people. We get the best speakers, the best coaches. We're always at the forefront of the industry, which is why we literally have so many success stories. I actually have one of my team members literally taking all 10,000 of our success stories. I've been storing them on a Trello board, which is a piece of software. So we're actually putting something together where literally everyone can have access to that and literally go through literally almost 2 decades worth of success stories and literally see the transformation of talent who have been with us now for 10 plus years and see the level of success people can achieve with us. So again, we work with some amazing people. We have some exciting, there's actually Lauren Cunningham. Oops, sorry. That's actually Lauren. She was on the call this morning, if you guys remember. But we've been doing this now for a long time, and we really believe in what we're doing and so forth. And, at the end of the day, I like to, when I do my trainings, I always like to break things down. My background is in engineering and being an entrepreneur. And really, I love studying all perspectives and seeing every side of learning and seeing the different perspectives and always going deeper. So, in the acting industry is, there's a lot of moving parts, right? So in order for you to become a talent, right, you can have great talent, you can have great skills, but that just gets you in the door. It's really about understanding the entire industry is what brings that massive amount of value to the people you want to work with. Like you saw Jeff, right? He mentioned he's not compensated to be here. He came on his own time because of the relationships to be able to bring you guys massive amounts of value. Okay, some of the links and some of the information he gave you guys, that's something he charges for. That's a part of his business, but he was here because he wanted to inspire you guys. And his relationship, his friendship means so much to us, right? And we have so many exciting things coming up. We have little secret meetings going on in Hollywood and New York and Miami and all these really cool things that we've built, like the time and energy to put these events on and do these things. And these are free, right? You guys have the opportunity to learn, right? To be able to get so much information. We always believe about giving more value than people perceive, right? Because when we give more value, that sets the standard, right? We want to be the best there is in the industry, and we try to inspire that in our talent, because when we can inspire that in the talent we work with, that only elevates our brand, right? So by working with only the best people and creating the best talent, it elevates everybody, right? It's like all ships rise together with a rising tide, right? So if we can rise that tide, all the ships will rise together. So it means working together as a team, as a community. So let's talk a little bit about apple pies. Okay, shift our ideas here. So imagine that you want to look at your acting career as like an apple pie, right? There's a recipe, right, for making a great apple pie, right? You need to get a good pie crust and butter and flour and water and sugar. And if you have a recipe, you can follow that recipe, right, step by step, and you can make a great apple pie, okay? But at the same time, when you think about it, are all apple pies the same, right? It's just like people in the industry. Are all actors the same? Are all models the same? Why do some people have better careers than others? Why are some people more charismatic? Why do some people always get the audition, right? What sets them apart? When you think about apple pies, right, you can follow a recipe, but do you have everything that's needed, right? When it says preheat the oven to 375 degrees, is that what type of oven are you using, right? I used to work in the restaurant industry for many years. If you guys read the book Finding Fame, you'll see I speak about that, speaking about working in the restaurant industry. So I understand the difference. I worked in different locations before owning my own location, actually a chain of them. I saw that immediately, depending upon the type of oven, even though I could follow the same recipe, the type of oven meant I had to make adjustments. Or when you think about which altitude you're in, right? So you could follow a recipe, and if you had a different altitude, it has an effect on the recipe, okay? But you're like, you know what, Mike, this sounds cool. I still got this really awesome recipe, and I'm going to go out and I want to become an apple pie millionaire, right? I'm going to be the most successful entrepreneur in the apple pie business, okay? Well, maybe you understand the the delicacies between different apples, right? You understand the difference between Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, Pink Lady, right? You're the apple pie expert, right? Success is coming your way. You're going to be an apple pie millionaire. You're going to get a big mansion. You're going to have a big yacht. You are ready to go. Well, let's think about this. If you're doing this on your own and you're starting out, just like you're starting out as an actor or model, you're starting out as the apple pie entrepreneur, you're working from home, and you're using your oven in your house, right? Obviously, there's steps that you got to take, right? See, people sometimes will overemphasize what they can do in a short amount of time, and they underemphasize what they can do with the right systems. But let's just say you're baking from home. Obviously, you have to take into consideration there's only 24 hours in a day, right? So you have to preheat your oven. You have to prep. Right? You have to prepare things. You have to fill the pie crust, right? You have to chop the apples. You have to cook the apples, right? You have to then bake them. Well, let's just say you are doing this from home and you're like, you know what? I can make 4 pies in the oven and I'm going to do this 8 hours a day, right? Baking, which means I could bake 32 pies a day, but now I got 30-minute prep time per 4 pies. That's now 8 hours of labor. I have my ingredient cost. I have to go out and get the ingredients, or I have to spend time going on Instacart, ordering them, which means I'm paying more money, which cuts into my profits, right? You have to think of all these things. You have, like Jeff said, right? He said, oh, he's got all these hats that he has to put on. Okay. Well, let's just say that you're selling a pie for $7.50. Well, that means that you have $240 were brought in per day, but now you got to take out 20% of that, right? To cover your ingredient costs, means that's only $192, which sounds pretty good. But now you put in 12 hours, which means that you're only making $16 per hour, and that's less your overhead, right? The gas, the electric, and so forth, your space that you're using, right? Your time. Time is valuable. Most people believe that money is valuable, but in reality, time is more valuable than money, because money, you can always make more money. Money is a resource, but time is limited. We only given so much time. We all have 24 hours, and it's how you use that time. So if you really think about that, well, if you did the math, that means it's going to take like 30,000 hours to become a millionaire, right? It means it's a lot of time for you to become a millionaire, which means, well, it's not a terrible life, but when you take the time, how much money you're making per hour, right? You need to increase that, because if not, well, maybe you're not going to own a yacht. You're not going to own a mansion, right? You're not going to be able to afford these things. And that's where a lot of people get stuck in this financial rut, because they're not able to outpace their bills. They're not able to figure out a way to make the money work for them. Okay. That's what business people do. That's what having a team does. Having people you can depend upon that take a lot of the responsibilities off your plate, so you can focus on exactly what it is that you're doing that brings in the most value for the time that you're investing into it. Because again, time, you have to understand time is a resource, right? And now this is a little bit outdated, which I'm going to update after the strike is over, because we'll see some of these wages change, which is absolutely great. But within just a range, you can see here, most people, when they think of actors, they think of they see again, like the modeling, they see that top 1%, right? They see the Brad Pitts, the Julia Roberts. But if you were to take the entire industry and divide it by how much income is coming in, you can see here, this is from 2011, but honestly, the numbers haven't increased that much, which is why they're in a strike right now. But you can see the average hourly wage is only $29.34. Okay, it's not what people think, and this will break it down even further, right? And you can see this here is actually goes all the way up to 2024, so this is more accurate. But you can see here, like in the motion picture industry, the hourly mean wage is only $31.38. So that's only double. So instead of taking you 30,000 hours to become a millionaire at that rate, it'll still take you 15,000. It'll still take you 10 to 30 years. It'll take you 15 years. And that's if you're saving every single penny, which we know is impossible. You can see performing arts companies make $24.40. So this is like the average between everybody, right? You can see writers make $39.09, right? Writers don't do that terrible. And now hopefully once the strike is over, they'll do better, right? So what I'm trying to show you here is I'm showing you how to break things down, because when you understand when things are broken down and simplified, then I can spot the problems. I can spot, okay, this is what I need to focus on. This is what I need to concentrate on. Like you guys learned some great techniques to help speed up social media, right? A lot of times, you kind of get stuck. What should I post today? Which, I got an idea, but oh my God, I got to write it all out. What if it doesn't sound exactly what I meant, right? And you learned a tool today to kind of help alleviate that, right? Social media is a tool. AI is a tool, right? When you have the right tools, the right resources, the right teams, that's what elevates you. That's what brings you to the next level, right? And you can see here, okay, this is the country broken down by jobs. Now you can see some of them are white, which means those are not falling under SAG-AFTRA. There's not a lot of work there, but that doesn't mean there's still not industrial videos, commercials, independent films, student films. There's always opportunity there, right? It's all how you tell the story. But what I want you guys to understand is like, you're creating a career, just like you're creating an apple pie. Do you want to have a great apple pie, or do you want to just have a mediocre apple pie? Do you want to have a great career, or do you just want to have a mediocre career? There's a difference between being great and being phenomenal, being extraordinary. There's a difference between warm water and boiling water. And you know what the difference is between warm water and boiling water? 1 degree. Think about that. 1 degree takes warm water at the right temperature. When it goes up by just 1 single degree more, it becomes boiling water. And for a lot of people, that's what's holding them back, is just being able to change their perspective to go that 1 degree further. Now, I'm not trying to break this down where people are like, oh, Mike, I was so motivated. I was like ready to take over the world with ChatGPT. And now you're like telling me I'm going to go broke as an actor. What the hell? Don't worry. I gotcha. We're going to fix this, right? Because now we know something we can focus on. So now we know what we have to understand to be able to fix it, okay? Now I'm going to give you an example just to kind of understand the value of teamwork. There's a company called Goldbelly, right? And Goldbelly, what they do is they take products that people want to create and they make them national. They have a website, they create a process that people can follow. So like, here's a great example of Little Pie Company. We started out as a side business for Broadway actor Arnold Wilkinson in 1985, became a bona fide smash hit over the years. The world-class pie shop first opened in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood, but their baked goods were soon recognized worldwide and making the best pies. They've been featured in Rachel Ray, Time Out Magazine, so forth, right? We talked about this before, a publicist, right? So you can see Goldbelly kind of works in hand to create, ship, and send out these products, and they give them access to traffic, right? Because now all people going there, I'm looking for chicken chop pie, I'm looking for sour cream apple pie, and they can find the best products, right? So obviously they're more expensive when you buy it through the website than going straight to New York and getting it, but it's still, you're reaching a larger audience, right? Because he recognized working with a team was better than working on his own, okay? It's like oops, sorry, hold on, guys. I don't know why that went the wrong way. All right, let me keep it where it's at so I don't mess up my whole screen. But what the point of the previous screen was breaking things down into components. So when you think about the casting process, most people don't understand how the casting process works. They always think that somehow your agent is like responsible for like getting you a job, which he is. He's responsible for submitting you out to a casting. But let's take a step back. Where does the casting come from? So let's pretend we'll take an example, Macy's, right? Macy's or Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has a new soda line they want to launch in the fall. And it's, they have those little automatic soda machines. Those are actually connected to the internet. So when people are mixing cherry with this flavor and that flavor, they're actually pulling data to see what the most common flavor mixes are. And it gives them ideas for new flavors they can create in the future. So let's say they come up with this cherry lime soda and they want to advertise it. So Coca-Cola is in the soda business. They make soda, right? But they need to market it. So they go to an advertising agency whose lane is to be coming up with ideas. Okay, we got this idea for a cherry lime flavored soda. Come up with some ads for it, right? Come up with a tagline. Cherry lime, it's refreshing in the winter, right? Whatever it is. That's what the advertising agency does. They just come up with the ad. Coca-Cola says, okay, we're in the soda business. We trust your judgment. You're an expert. We hired the best advertising agency in the world. We've been working with you for 30 years. Let's run that ad. Okay. So that advertising agency says, okay, well, we're going to run the ad, but we got to get the ad made. So then they reach out to a production company. The production company goes, okay, what do you, okay, this is the ad. Okay, so we need these types of talent. We need a set built. We need to get, we're going to shoot this on a street in New York. We're going to shoot another scene in Atlanta. We're going to make this really cool commercial. We're the production company. We'll handle that. The production company goes, okay, great. We need talent. So they now go to a casting company and they say, hey, we're Coca-Cola. This is going to be a commercial. It's going to run nationwide. Find us the talent. The casting company's job is to audition and find talent. They don't manage talent, right? Somebody like Aaron, he doesn't manage talent. Somebody like Ryan, he's the agent. He manages talent, right? He has talent that he can submit. So now the casting company reaches out to a Truth Management, reaches out to a Colby, to a place that they've worked with. They have a relationship that has talent. And they say, these are the type of talent we need. We need an African-American, an Asian, a Caucasian. We need one male, one female, 3 kids. And if you got a dog, we need a dog too, because Coca-Cola thinks it'll be great to have a dog in the ad. So there's all these components. The agency then reaches out to the talent that are in their database and they say, here's what we're looking for. These are the talent that matches the talent's requirement. So if you match the talent's requirement, the agency then submits you out. That submittal goes to the casting director. They approve it. That approval goes to the production company. They say, yes, we like this person. I think it's great. Let us run it by the advertising agency. The advertising agency then says, okay, we like this person. We need to run it past, the powers to be at Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola goes, okay, we trust you. We think this person's great. And then now that message goes back from Coca-Cola to the production company, from the production company back to the casting agency, from the casting agency back to the talent, and then back to you. Okay. So there's a process in this. So it's understanding the entire process, because when you break down the process into smaller components, you can then manage and direct them. Okay. And that's how all castings work. That's how all productions work. There's a multitude of people that are involved in making the decision. Sometimes the process is shorter. When it's a film, it can run for months. It could be a 3, 4, 5, 6 month lead time in deciding how to fill in all the different roles. So if you take that concept, and we wanted to talk about acting, and the final product is SAG-AFTRA. I want to be a SAG-AFTRA actor. For a lot of you guys, you've heard about the strike. SAG's on strike. But for some of you that are been doing this for a while, you know what SAG-AFTRA is. But some of you guys may be brand new, and you're like, well, wait, Mike, I've heard of it, but what exactly is it? Well, that's the union. So for actors, there's a union. Just like for electricians, there's a union. For carpenters, there's a union. The union acts on behalf of the actors to make sure that they're compensated well, they're treated well on set, there's food, there's restrooms, things are running properly. When you do an independent film, they may say, well, you know what, we got a smaller budget, we're going to only offer you pizza today. SAG-AFTRA, they're going to have a full spread. They're going to have fillets and burgers and hot dogs and salads and all kinds of choices, because the union makes sure that the talent are taken care of. Right? They make sure you're compensated. If you're in a movie where there's water, you're paid more per hour. If there's smoke in the scene, you're paid more per hour. There's all kinds of regulations that run with SAG-AFTRA. That's just 100,000 foot overview. We can, on a future call or a future training, I'll go deeper into it, but just so you kind of understand what SAG-AFTRA is. So if you want to be in the union, the benefit is you have the union, right? You get medical benefits, you get all those really cool perks. But even more importantly, most films have to hire a set amount of SAG-AFTRA actors, and then they'll hire a small amount. Usually they're background extras. So background extras, as you think of Spider-Man, Spider-Man's running through, your Spider-Man's swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're the person running and screaming. But once you're on set at least 3 times, you can apply to be in the union. Once you're in the union, you get to do speaking roles. So in order for you to be in a speaking role, you want to be in Mission Impossible, you want to be in Jurassic Park, you want to be on Ozark, you want to be on Power, you want a speaking role, you have to be in the union. If you're not in the union, you're not going to do a union movie. So almost every AAA movie, every major show is unionized. Independent films are separate, right? So when you see castings online, and you're like, oh, be in Jurassic Park 10, it's not a real casting, right? I can tell you easily how to spot from people I see all the time. How do I know what's real or fake? If you found it online and it's a union job, or it sounds like it's union, it's fake, because union jobs can't be advertised online. They just can't, because there's no sense in that. Because why would I advertise? I'm going to get 30 million people apply to be in the next Mission Impossible that aren't in the union, right? Does that make sense? It's a business. It's just that's how it works, right? It's just like an apple pie. Put it in the oven, I bake it. So to get into the union, first thing you need to do is read and study. You need to be familiar with the industry. You guys being here this weekend, you're learning. Familiarize yourself with the industry. You guys are getting to see different perspectives. Let me tell you something. What we do here is completely different than anyone else. There is no other company on the planet that gives you guys a 360-degree perspective of the industry the way we do. And it is so powerful. I learned this from Tony Robbins. It is so powerful to understand all perspectives, makes you the leader in the room. First thing is, a lot of times people say, I want to move. I want to go to LA, New York. No, don't move right away. Audition and train locally or online. I show you, one of the things that we do within our programs is we show you how to book local work. And people say, oh, I live in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing here. There's not a single city. I will take the challenge with anybody where within 5 minutes, I won't show you a half a dozen jobs or opportunities within 30 minutes to an hour the furthest from you. You have to know how to find them. You have to know how to develop the relationship. I show you that. It's called a Dream 100. Work on special skills. We talked about that earlier, right? Can you ride a bike? Can you shoot basketball? Aaron talked about that. Do you know how many times he's looking for somebody with certain special skills, but don't lie about it? If you say, if the job comes up, you need to know how to swim, you better know how to swim. Because if not, he said it very specifically, they will not call you back or ever use you again. But you can still learn. This is, you know what the coolest thing about this is? It's all tax deductible. You go out tomorrow, learn how to shoot a bow and arrow, learn archery, go get certified in handguns, take stunt training, anything. Like you just never know. You can solve a Rubik's Cube in 2 minutes. Like anything you learn, you never know when it's going to come in handy. Obviously, there are certain things that are stronger. Like for us, we do a lot of training on voiceover and stunt work. We do certifications for safety of firearms, right? We do all those things with our talent because we know what the best choices are. But at the same time, you can learn things on your own. There are skills that you already have. Maybe you are a barista. Maybe you are an accountant, a nurse, a doctor. Those all come playing in value when you're working on set. Because if I'm doing a medical show and I need somebody who's familiar with the equipment, it's better for me to find a person who's familiar versus bringing somebody on set who's never done this before. And they're like, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I'm an actress. I'm not like, I don't know how to handle that. Right? So all these things come into things. So work on your special skills. Start working on your marketing, right? You guys just learned how to improve your social media. If I was to put, we're doing a big social media audit in Miami. We're doing a special event in Miami for our inner circle. We're going to audit their social media. We're going to show them how to take what's really great, what they've been doing, and how to make it even more successful. But these are all things you can do on your own. Do you track? You saw Jeff, he spoke about, he knows what posts do well, which don't. You can log on to Instagram. Instagram will actually show you. There's a little sub menu there that shows you which post got the most likes, the most shares. Guess which posts you should put more of? The ones that get the most likes, the most shares. The ones that are getting 0 likes, you shouldn't post that. Your audience is telling you what they like. It's not about what you like, it's about what your audience likes. Get used to rejection. I love rejection, right? Because every no brings me one step closer to a yes. I got that out of the way. Boom. I improve. You know how much you need to improve every day? 1%. Improve 1%. That's all you need to do. I don't try to improve 100%. Every time I do an event, I always try to improve it by 1%. There's a reason. People say, oh my God, Mike, your event was the best event I've ever been to. And then they go to the next one. Holy cow, this event was even better than the last one. Why do I keep hearing that over and over again for 17 years? Because I always will improve the events by 1%. 1% makes a huge difference. And guess what? From a standpoint, I go, I can do 1%. If I had to triple it, ooh, that's a lot. But I can do 1%. Everybody could do 1%. I could walk an extra step. I could eat one less cookie. I could improve my health. All those things done in small things, breaking them down. Be patient, but be consistent. So many people have patience, but they don't have consistency. They start something, then they stop. They allow life to take a hold of them. Remember this, you control your life. Life doesn't control you. Life happens for you, not to you, right? I saw right away, like when Jeff asked that question, a lot of you go, whoa, boy, oh boy, and lit up with all the negative stuff. This happened in my life and that happened. You guys were really good at that. That one you got nailed down. What happened to this morning? Change your story, right? Use better words. What are the things that happen? You know, even something like Christine, she's had some tragedies in her life. She made that a part of who she is, where she speaks from stage about it, right? It became something where she inspires others through the pain she went through, so people can have an understanding. So you got to realize that even the worst things that have ever happened to you will become the catalyst for why you will become great one day. And when you absorb that and believe in that with all your heart, and that becomes your why, you will go on to create a legacy. You will go on to be legendary. But it requires consistency. And so many people give up right before they were right there. They were 3 feet from gold and they give up. Become the person an agent wants to sign, right? You guys are learning. All these things are dropping golden nuggets left and right. Tomorrow you're going to get to hear from so many more people, right? All these little things. What did this person say? How did they say it, right? What are they looking for? We talked about this earlier. Do background work. Get those waivers. Once you get those waivers, trust me, SAG will call you. You'll join the union. Once you're in the union, you start off small. You get some speaking roles. It'll be commercials. You'll do commercials, right? A lot of our talent that are on this path, they do ads for Verizon. They do ads for AT&T. I don't want to do a commercial. Our Verizon ad, one of our talent booked a Verizon ad. She was 61 years old. That ad paid $100,000. She books out now at $30,000 a day. Does that change your mind about doing commercials? $100,000? Yeah, right? Okay. Get small speak, and people always say, "Well, why did we get they so much?" Because look at the brand; it's internationally. They're paying you to license your image, to license your voice, for you to promote that product to the planet, right? Ads are seen by 1 billion people, 300 million people. That's why the Super Bowl ads cost so much, because of exposure, right? Your message is heard by 1 million people. Trust me, your phone will ring. Sales will come in. Brands understand that. You're a part of that business. You're a part of those parts. Get speaking roles, commercials. Then from there, you get small speaking parts, a movie, a TV show. Eventually, you may land a pilot. A pilot is like a new show that's coming out, right? Like Star Trek. They just had that new show. It's on season 2. That started off as a pilot. The original Star Trek started off as a pilot. It's that very first episode. They want to see how well it does. Will people want more, right? They sell, most production companies make content and they sell it to the studios. Like Netflix doesn't produce all their own content. They license content. Like our film will be streaming on Netflix once our license goes through. Like Apple has first right and Amazon has first right. Streaming services pay for the first right to stream a movie. Then from there they can go to Netflix. Then they go to ABC. There's a whole back end how that business runs. One day I'll teach you guys on that. Today we're talking about just the basics, right? But from a pilot, then you land a major role, right? Then all of a sudden you start becoming recognizable. Then all of a sudden people are reaching out to you, and that's when it changes. But guess what? Once you get there, you still rinse and repeat. Al Pacino, right? Julia Roberts, Denzel Washington, Will Smith, any of them, they read and they study. They're always familiarizing yourself with the industry. You're never going to be an expert. There's no such thing. AI has just changed that. You think AI is going to be the last change? Is that the be all end all? People said that when music went digital, when movies went digital. The industry will always be changing. You always need to familiarize yourself with that. Trends change. The population changes. The next 10 years, Caucasians will be the smallest segment of the population of the United States, which means that it's more multicultural. You already see that in brands. You see that, right? It's about uniqueness. The industry is always changing. It's always evolving. So you're always rinsing, repeating, and you're always learning. You're always getting better. And from there, it's, taking those right steps. Things you can do right now. Might be like, Mike, what can I do right now? Be organized. Being organized is really great. For those of you who don't have a Gmail, you should set up a Gmail, right? You should set up, first name dot last name at gmail.com, first name last name actor, right? Set up a Gmail. Gmail account comes with a free G Drive, Google Drive. Create folders in there. Put your headshots into one folder. Inside that folder, create a subfolder. These are my beauty shots. These are my commercial shots. These are my bikini shots. These are my bathing suit shots. These are my suit shots. Break them up. Because now when an agent calls you, say, hey, I need 5 pictures of you. Give me two in your swim trunks. And then I need crazy thing, I need 2 in a tuxedo. Or I need 2 in a suit. Send me something businessy. Most people are like, holy cow, hold on, Batman. And they're going through their phone and they're doing this. I don't know about you guys. I had 64,000 photos on my phone. I don't know how I did it, but I got 64,000 photos on my phone. Do you know how long it takes me if I had to go through my phone to find a photo from like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. That doesn't happen when you're organized, right? My photos, personal photos, that's one thing. I don't have to organize my personal photos. I'm talking about like your headshots, your photos, right? Your monologues, your reels, right? Be organized now because it's a habit. And good habits take 30 days. And you may start this up today and then tomorrow you're like, I don't know. I don't even have any photos to put in there. No. Doesn't matter. By you, remember we said to schedule it, right? There's a dream. There's the thought process. There's the dream, the aspiration, but then schedule it and it becomes real. You start doing this, it becomes real. Now all of a sudden you break down your headshot, break down your monologues, break down your portfolios, break down your reels. Create a folder just to hold websites. You know how many websites? Yesterday I was joking with Janine. Janine, my browser crashed. I had 147 websites open on my browser, and I crashed my whole computer, right? But I save them. Like I grab, if something's important, I save it. I send it to a folder so I can research it later. Or I'll have ChatGPT take the content, make it into bite-sized chunks so I can learn faster. Information is always moving quicker. You have to keep up with it. If you're not growing, you're dying. There's a site called Fiverr, right? It's called Fiverr because things on there cost $5. So here's somebody for $40, right? People are like, oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed with social media. I don't know how to do it. I just learned ChatGPT today and Jeff taught me this, but I don't know what to do with it next. Go on Fiverr for $40. You can get somebody who'll be your social media manager. Now, these are people that are usually in the Philippines or in South America, but they're really qualified. Like they're really good at what they do. Like there's been a whole shift where it's called like VAs. It's called virtual assistants and outsourcing. But here's what's really cool. I can pay her $40. She'll create 2 posts every day for the next 3 days, hashtags, captions. She'll do 5+ social media, social pages. You can see she's got over 1,000 5-star reviews. You know what's really cool when I want to learn something? I go on Fiverr and I send them a message. I'm like, listen, I'll pay you the $40. I'll actually pay you $50. Instead of spending 2 days doing it for me, spend a day showing me how to do it. Just walk me through what you do. And guess what they always say? Sure, I'd love to, right? It's no different if I hire them for 2 days and I like them, maybe I'll keep them. But if not, they show me what to do and I can learn. You can do that for social media. You can do that for video editing. Here's 5-star review, almost 1,000 reviews at the time. Professional video editing, color grading, sound design, right? $20, $20. You need a reel? You can shoot 5 videos of yourself doing a monologue, 5 different monologues, have somebody for $20 edit it. See? You're bringing more value. Will it be at the same level like we could do? No, of course not. But it's still something. It's still putting the action out there because you can never go worse than doing nothing. Doing something may not be the best, but it's something and you can always improve upon it because I have a mark to work with. But doing nothing, I have nothing to work with. I can't improve nothing, but I can improve something. Somebody says, oh, Mike, I need help finding auditions and castings. I don't find anything online. You know what? Okay. Every casting director in the world from Warner Brothers and from every major studio is all on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is like the de facto standard for like businesses to put all their people are on there. You can go to Warner Brothers, pull up the president of Warner Brothers for Christ's sake, like everybody. You can reach out to them. Doesn't mean they'll reach back. I can tell you one thing. If Allie calls the vice president of Warner Brothers, he'll call her back in 3 seconds, right? Because we have a relationship, but still there's people like local advertising agencies, local media companies, local production companies in your market. $25, you can have somebody, he has 146 reviews, 5 stars. He will go research. 100 companies, their website, their address, the decision maker, the email address, their title, their LinkedIn URL. He'll clean it up and he'll even send out the 100 emails. Like literally somebody will go out and do the work for you. Now, there's AI will eventually replace this, just so you guys know, because this is something that's just a simple task. So AI can easily replace this. But in the meantime, for 25 bucks, I can literally, I'll spend 100. I have 400 people in a local market I can contact. This is what agencies do. Just so you guys know, when you're an intern at an agency, one of the first things they do is they tell you, go out and get me every advertising agency in this market because we're going to send them our talent. And then they reach out to them and they send them an email. Hey, I see, hey, dear so-and-so, we're a new agency in this market. We represent models, actors, and musicians. We just wanted to send you over our contact information. We saw you're a production company and we want to be on your list to submit talent for any productions that you want to do. Guess what? The guy who gets that email, he said, great, let's set up a call. We're looking for talent. You guys do it. That's not what we do, right? This is what agencies do. Like I do a training that we just started where I'll show you guys this even more in depth, all part of the Dream 100. But I just want you guys to really create a system, right? Have somebody reach out to casting directors, things you can do. There's no excuses. There's no excuse for not getting where you want, as long as you know how to get there, you know to break down things into smaller parts, and then either do it yourself or have somebody do it for you, right? It's so inexpensive now to hire people outside the country, and people say, oh, but I feel bad. Why? You're giving that's the going rate. I have a VA that we work with in the Philippines. He's paid $10 an hour in a world where the average salary there is $4, and $4 they live very well. He's like one of the richest guys in the Philippines, making $10 an hour. He has 3 kids, a family. He has a gym membership. They travel. They do all kinds of great things. I'm providing him a life in a world that he would never get anywhere else. It's an opportunity. Right here in the United States, we have the Great Resignation. A lot of people don't want to work. They may not want to do these tedious tasks anymore. You see, like fast food restaurants, they're going into automation. The world's changing. We talked about this. No matter what. Jeff just said it, right? You either change and adapt, or you're going to get crushed and rolled over. Okay. These are all things you can be doing to help yourself. Right? Plan your time wisely. Right? Have a system, a recipe. This will allow you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster. Okay. There's so much to learn. Just like there's like learning cooking and recipes, there's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercials, extra background work, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, the Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics acting technique. Do you know all these? Are you familiar with these? Have you read the works of Chekhov? I have. Do you understand the theories behind Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg and method acting versus modern acting? I do. I can watch a show and tell you what type of actor an actor is. Guess who else can do that? Casting directors, producers, agents. Again, become the person an agency wants to sign. Become that person of value. See, once you do this, and believe it or not, this isn't that hard. We have a new program we're launching, and you guys will learn about it tomorrow, that will totally change the entire industry. Literally will take people in 21 days from where they are to being exactly where they want to be in 21 days. Okay, because we're always at the forefront. We're always improving. We're always getting better. We know what people are looking for in this industry. This is our lane. This is what we specialize in. So for those of you, make sure you are here tomorrow. You do not want to, trust me on this, you do not want to miss tomorrow's day. Learn time management. Time management is a process of organizing and planning how to divide your time. You know, people tell me all the time, Mike, I don't got enough time. All right, what time do you go to sleep at night? I don't know, probably like 10 o'clock. Okay, could you go to bed at 11 if need to be? Yeah. What time do you get up in the morning? I get up at 6. Okay, could you get up at 5 if need be? Yes. Well, that's 2 hours a day. That's 14 hours a week. Okay, in 1 month, that's 40, that's like 60 hours a month. In a year, that's 60 times 10, 600, 600 and another, what is that, 120, 720 hours divided by 40. That's like 14 weeks. Hold a second, wait a second. Go to bed an hour later, get up an hour earlier. I just gave you 14 extra weeks of your life, right? but you can manage that time. How many of you guys, when you wake up, you kind of meditate, you lie in bed, then you get up, then you kind of, maybe you go to the bathroom, maybe you grab your phone, check your email, then maybe you turn on the news, then maybe you brush your teeth, take a shower, figure out what you're going to wear. You ever like manage the minutes of your day? Tony Robbins is one of the most exciting. He's worth $12 billion, very close and dear friend of mine. And he takes it to the extreme, but every minute of his day is actually managed by his team. I didn't think about that. When he goes off a stage and they're doing a shift in like speaking, and he's off a stage for 5 minutes, those 5 minutes, he's not standing there waiting for the 5 minutes to pass. He has 5 minutes worth of things he will do that have been pre-planned into his schedule. Okay. I've never met anybody in the world. He's the only one that literally runs his life to that degree. But imagine if you could only do 1% of that, right? Be aware of your time. You guys are going to end this soon, right? We're coming to the end of the day soon, right? You guys are going to get a challenge. Some of you guys are going to spend the 5 minutes to do the challenge. Some of you guys are going to be like, oh, I'll get to it later. 55 minutes may go by. 2 hours may go by. Some of you guys won't do it until the morning when Deneen reminds you about it, or Allie goes live tonight at like 8, 9 o'clock to remind you to do it. She shouldn't have to do that, but she will, because she knows there are some people who aren't good at managing their time, and that's okay. I'm not asking you to become that fanatical person. I'm just asking you just to try and improve it by 1%. Be aware of the time you waste watching TV, playing games. You need to relax. Don't ever take away from relaxing. Don't ever take away from your family. But in learning how to better manage your time, you'll find out that you really have a lot of time that you could be being productive. I used to love playing games and video games and catching up on shows. And boy, oh boy, I'm like Mr. Netflix got me. I'm only going to watch one episode. And it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Damn it. How did that happen? Right? That little thing goes next. But I learned to stop it. I learned to say every day before I turn on the TV, I spend 1 hour reading. Spend 1 hour. I will not turn on that TV until I spend an hour reading, because I know that I'm going to get more out of that. And I'm in the entertainment industry. I enjoy watching shows. So I don't punish myself. I just reward myself. See, I choose my words wisely. How to become memorable, right? We heard about this, earlier today, right? He has a great example. He said the guy who did his reel with his underwear on, right? Yeah, he was memorable. He still remembered him, but did he hire him, right? There's a difference between being memorable and being a clown, right? You can be funny, you can be humorous at the right time, but how do you become memorable? A lot of times it's not what you don't say that sets you off, right? Like when we're doing these calls, like, casting directors afterwards will say, I'm interested in this person. I like this person. I'm like, well, what about that one person? Well, they were lying in bed. They weren't in the camera, right? Like Slava, he's missing right now. He's usually right there in my eyesight. Where did he go? Right? And we're aware of that. Leah, she just came closer to the camera. She's got her hands to her mouth. Oh, there goes Slava. Welcome back, Slava. We were just talking about you. Look, there he goes. See, he smiles, he lights up, he interacts, right? That shows personality. It becomes memorable, right? There are people that stand out. Right? Some of you guys are brand new on Zoom, and that's okay. No, I just want you to learn, right? You may not be people like this, right? I could be in a great mood. I'm just doing this because my arms hurt, but people see it differently, right? It's like a subconscious picks up. Are they lying? Are they being aggressive, right? Sometimes something about the person I don't like. Did you ever talk to them? No, I never talked to them. I just don't like them. What? How's that even possible? I don't know. I sense something about them. It's because you read something into the way they were standing, the way they were looking, and they didn't even realize that they came off as defensive. So as an actor, you got to learn always how to be on stage. When you walk into a room, you walk into a room shy, or do you swing those doors open? You go, here I am, right? Slava walks into a room, he takes over that room, right? Because he builds out, and he's a computer programmer by nature, by trade, right? You think he's the most introverted guy. You saw Jeff talking about that. Jeff's super introverted, but when he turns the camera on, he has to go into that personality, create that personality, right? That personality that's filled with confidence, because it's very important. It's not only the words you say, but your body language. right? And again, failing to smile, weak handshakes, avoiding eye contact, crossed arms, right? Exaggerated gestures, right? Sometimes you see me do this because I'm trying to make a point, but most times I don't. Otherwise, if I'm doing this all the time, I look like a crazy person, right? I'm sure you know people that are, right? You got that Italian aunt. Oh, listen, you need to eat your pasta today, right? Or fidgeting, people looking at their watches, not paying attention. When you're in LA, it's very important. Put your phone away because people in LA, they will pick up right away when people playing with their phones. New York's a little bit different. You can sit at a reading, everyone's playing on their phones. LA, no phones are out. Just a completely different world. New York, you have to be early. LA, you can show up on time or a few minutes late and you're still okay because it's expected. They understand traffic. New York, there's no excuse. They don't care if the train blew up in New York. You know what they'll say to you? The train blew up, great. It should have blown you up to your meeting, right? You should have been flying through the air. They don't care. It's different, right? Each market is a little bit different. But again, being aware of making eye contact, right? You want to bring the viewer in. You want to pay attention. You want to see the person, right? You want to look them. You're uncomfortable staring somebody in the eyes, look at their nose, right? They're not going to notice the difference, but make eye contact. It's very important. We do a lot of trainings on virtual, but we have some really cool stuff. We're going to be working for live events with trainings, and it's really important for people to do both. Again, we're always one step ahead of where the industry's at. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes, show curiosity and interest in others. Listen, right? The best thing you could ever do is be a great listener. People love talking about themselves, ask open-ended questions, right? You love music. Oh my God, I love music too. What type of music do you love? Really, you love the Rolling Stones? Great. I remember the first time I was at a Rolling Stones concert. Have you ever got a chance to see them in person? Oh my God, they're amazing, right? Ask probing questions, go deeper, right? The more you listen, right? Think about every person you've ever met in your life that you consider a best friend, right? It's because you connected. Well, why did you connect? Because you were asking questions. Trust me, I can guarantee you, we could roll back to that memory and watch it in real time. You'll see that it was questions and it was listening and making eye contact and making the person feel connected to you, okay? And remember, the things I'm teaching you are to improve your life, but these can also be used for what? To take advantage of somebody. So always remember what I teach you, especially when I teach you this stuff, it is powerful. Only use it for good. Never use it to take advantage of others because it will come back and bite you. Trust me on that. Be enthusiastic about things and life to others. People will gravitate towards those that are upbeat, positive, cheerful people. Give them more than they expect. In other words, and underpromise and overdeliver. And that's what we believe in here. But on that same sentence, if you're negative, life is always bad for you, what do you notice gravitates towards you? The same type of people, right? The same type of people. Like attracts like. You want to have a positive impact and positive people in your world, you need to be that person first. And people will be attracted to you and you will repel the negative people. Okay? That is, it's almost like magic, but it's so true. When you walk into a room, I see it. I go to events all year round and I see it, right? I say, oh, Natalie and we have this joke. Look, they found each other. I mean, that person was super negative and look, and there was another person, somehow by the end of the weekend, they found each other because they were attracted to each other. Positive people only attract positive people. Negative people only attract negative people. Over deliver, be the positive, enthusiastic person, okay? So I love quotes. My favorite quote in the world is success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. And Jim Rohn, he's passed away a long time ago. He was Tony Robbins' first mentor and trainer. I highly suggest that you look him up online. There's tons of videos and content, read it. Super positive, something I follow, Tony Robbins. A lot of the people I work with follow. For those of you who read Finding Fame, I talk about being in the restaurant industry. I know I spoke about that earlier. That's an actual photo, recent. of my restaurants up in North Jersey. I sold it a long time ago. It is still there, super successful. A lot of the recipes, pretty much 90% of the recipes I all created. If you do have a chance to go there, order a Santa Fe deep dish pizza. It is grilled chicken and with onions and a fresh white wine and garlic sauce. It's in a deep dish pizza. It's phenomenal. I created that. It won a lot of awards. So definitely enjoy. And to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. And my name is Michael Fomkin, and this was the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And with that thought in mind, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you stay till the very end. We got a challenge. We got some exciting stuff. And like I said, we have some huge announcements tomorrow. So make sure you are here. I could talk till midnight. If you thought today was great, tomorrow's going to be even better. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Okay. How many of you feel the foundation that you've built today? Has it been awesome? Are you guys, does anyone feel kind of like they had a fire hose shot at their face? They're like, I need to breathe a little bit. Anyone feel that way? Just a little bit? You can read, it's okay to say yes. The thing is with day one is we have to do it this way. And here's why. How many of you walked in believing certain things about the entertainment industry, but now you're like, oh, wow, you know what? I learned something new. I learned a new way of thinking. If you learned a new way of thinking, type new in the comments. And even if it doesn't matter whether this is your first boot camp or you've been on multiple, everyone should have developed a new way of thinking today. So this is what I want to know. How many of you got your talent success plans downloaded from the Facebook group? Or maybe you got a DM, or maybe you got an email. Does everyone have that? So what I'm going to do is we're going to share it in the comments in just a moment. I'm going to have my team share it. But this is what I want you guys to start thinking about. You're less scared of AI. Thank you, Albert. I'm telling you, the only thing I still want is I want that Rosie the robot from the Jetsons to come clean my house and cook my food. Is anyone there with ladies, gentlemen? Can we all say, come on now, let's get technology moving just a little bit faster. I mean, the robots are really cute to go around and like vacuum your house, but I need Rosie to come do my laundry. Okay. So, but anyway, if anyone out there is good at technology, let's make this happen. But with all being completely serious, today has been awesome. Like okay, how about this? Let me ask you guys a question before I insert thoughts into your heads. What is one thing that has changed in your mindset about the entertainment industry, about the way that you can be successful in here? And I have 85 of you on here. I'm looking for 85 comments. Well, I want you guys to dig deep. Like, what is one thing that has changed? It all starts with Zoom, right? The tools. What kind of tools? Right? The tools that you need. How to use AI more effectively. Resume and profile. That's new, right? Yeah. Resources, and you get back what you put out. That's so important. You always get out of life what you put into it. There's a niche for everyone, right? Yeah, right. So many times I've interviewed people that have been, I think the youngest person I ever interviewed was like 8, maybe a little bit younger. I've interviewed people all the way into their 70s. There is a niche for everyone. And there is so much work available, right? Everyone thought that the whole world shut down with the writer's strike and with the actor's strike, but there's still opportunities. It's all about the way that you look at things. The tools from Cookbook, right? Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Who's going to go out and have some apple pie tonight? I know, every time, right? Yeah, to be more in my character. I like that, Mary Patrick, to be more in your character. You are your best advocate. That's why Foundation Day is so important. You are your best advocate. You have to know what you're talking about so that when you walk in to a negotiation, when you walk into an agency, when you walk into a casting, you have to be the person that they want to work with, but you have to know what that means. How many of you had that redefined for you today? It all starts, there's something for everyone, and the course of AI. Yeah, of course AI, right? Understood the schools for acting I went to are a ripoff, but you know what? That may be true, but this is what I also want you to think about. Did you get more confidence out of that? Because you know what? Life happens for you. It never happens to you. Once you start changing that, you're like, you know what? Maybe I didn't spend the wisest amount of time in this situation, but I want you to understand that everything you've experienced in the totality of your life has led you to this very moment. How many of you are grateful for the good, the bad, the ugly, for everything that it all led you right here? If you're grateful, type grateful in the comments. Are marketable, be memorable. Yeah, be memorable. The thing, my favorite thing about that is be memorable for being you. Don't be memorable for walking up and like, hi, I'm auditioning in my boxer shorts. No, be memorable because you are so good that they want to work with you, right? There are different perspectives, and doing something is better than doing nothing, right? Exactly. Any action you're taking, you're moving forward. Are there now? Any of you, how many of you use your GPS on your phone? I know I do. My GPS drives me crazy sometimes because I'm driving and it's like, would you like to save 7 minutes? I'm like, but I'm driving. How do I don't know what to do? But how many of you understand that if you have a guide in your life, you can get places faster? How many of you want to get somewhere faster, right? If you want to get there faster, let's talk about that. Automate social presence, right? Yep. How to navigate the entertainment industry, the type of character top, I'm not sure what that means, the actor's cookbook, technology and critical connections and teams. How many of you are a little less afraid of technology now than you were this morning when we started? Just a little, okay, Sava, you're a tech guy. So, but I appreciate that, right? The words this is very important. I want you guys to remember this. The words you choose is the way your life is. It affects the way you live and how your mind is. So how many of us are going to be nicer to ourselves? No more, oh, I'm so stupid. I can't believe I flubbed up that word. No, you know what? You know what? Just keep going. And when we're saying this too, I don't want you to think that I'm giving you permission to act like a jerk or anything like that. But I want you to I want you to have the grace with yourself that you would have with other people. All right. Basics of being a kind, realistic human. Crystal, it's like I was almost reading your comment, but I wasn't yet. Be more confident. Yeah. So today has been absolutely awesome. And I just wanted to let you know too, we were going to have Ryan Colby come back on, but he had to go for a very important meeting. Okay. He was like, I have a meeting. So he'll be back tomorrow. Is it okay if we bring Ryan Colby back tomorrow? Yes. Okay, good. Good. Because he's going to come back tomorrow. So before we close up, I do want to go over the talent success guide with you. Would that be okay? Does everyone have their talent success guide somewhere near them? Let's go over that because you know what I want? I want you guys to, I want to see how far you've come. Okay. I want to see how far you've come today. So let's see here. We're going to share the screen. I think that's it. Okay, there we go. Can you guys see the talent success guide on my screen? Thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, so I'm not going to read the letter to you guys. I want you guys to make sure that you go and read that. Okay. But how many of you have a better idea now of why you want to model or act? If you would like, share that in the comments. Like, tell me why, like, why do you want to do this? These are all really important questions to answer. And if you haven't filled out your talent success guide, I'm going to challenge you to do that this evening. Okay. And have you thought about the message that you want to send through modeling or acting? One of the best things about being a part of the entertainment industry is that you can use your voice. The other day we had one of our coaches, I did a podcast with her, and she's a model with Wilhelmina Models, and she's a fitness model, but she's recently made the transition to more leaning into acting. Of course, she still does modeling, but she's leaning more into acting, and she was actually the lead lady in the leading actress in our movie Target. If Jemima, can you please share the link to the talent guide that I shared with you? Thank you. There you go. There's the link. All right. So everyone should have the link, and we'll drop it a couple times in case everything goes quickly. But anyway, the reason that she wanted to transition from being a model into being an actor, she realized that being a model, like she can use her voice. Like she could model this glass and it's really cool. But she really wanted her voice to be heard because she knows that she has something to say. So think about the message that you want to give through your modeling and acting. How many of you have been inspired by one of your favorite actors? Like, I know that The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, is one of my favorite. If I'm ever having a bad day, I go on YouTube and I find one of his inspirational messages on YouTube, and I'm like, okay, if The Rock could do it, I can do it. Let's take this on. How many of you want to be that influence to other people? You can also, I can use my modeling and acting career. What can you do with this? You were inspired by Tyra Banks, inspire petite people. I like that. That's great. But how many of you know now that you can also use your modeling and acting career as a platform? I was watching a video last night about Ashton Kutcher. Like, he was a rising star in the entertainment industry, right? And we still all know him and love him. He's like the quirky character, right? He's funny, he's hilarious, but he's now using his star power to help eradicate human trafficking, to stop the sex trafficking of children. How many of you want to make that, to get to a certain level of success so you can change the world, right? And then think about your boundaries too. I would never accept a modeling or acting job that required me to do X, Y, Z. Like, what are your boundaries? This morning when Mike was talking about from the runway to the ER, he was talking, one of the points that he was making is that when you invest in yourself, when you are doing the training and all of these things, at a certain point, you can say, you know what, that really doesn't align with who I am. That doesn't align with what I want to accomplish in the world, right? We have one of our talent, her name is Sid, and she has very strict morals about, you know what, this is a line that I will not cross, even as a background extra. And I respect that, because you know what, there are certain things that I would never want to do. Like, imagine having to support, like my grandmother passed away of lung cancer. I would never want to have to be paid to do an ad for cigarettes, right? Like, that goes against what I believe in. But if I were the person who was be able to make the decisions in my career, then that's why it's so important to invest in yourself. So I want you to start thinking about, like, what are your boundaries? Yeah, no, you know what? You don't have to. You do not. There's no requirement saying that you have to pose without your clothes on. Okay, don't let anyone tell you that. And if they do tell you that, have them call me. Okay. So let's evaluate where you are. So where are you right now? Are you just getting started? Are you new, but you have a little bit of experience, but you haven't necessarily gotten paid for it? Maybe you're a professional paid model or actor. And what type of modeling do you want to do? But you know what? I want to kind of change this from what kind of modeling do I want to do to what do I qualify for? Let's change our thought. Like, what kind of modeling do I qualify for? Michael went over that today. What type of acting do I want to do? What type of acting do you want to do? Do you want to do TV and film? Do you want to do theater? Do you want to do commercials? Do you want to be a speaker? Do you want to do voiceover? Do you want to be on reality TV? Start thinking about, this morning I asked you to set goals. Start thinking about, okay, this is what I want to do. Yeah, a lot of you want to do TV and film, commercials, voiceover. There's so many opportunities. We've learned about so many different opportunities. What do you want? Like, where do you want to be seen? Do you want to be seen locally, nationally, internationally, television, magazines, internet? I'm going to tell you a little secret. The best way to start is to start local. I want to do all of it. I love that, Angel. But what I want you to do, what I want you to think about is start locally. Grow where you're planted, and then as you are get a name in your local market, then you expand. That's one way to get an agent's attention. They may not be like, oh my gosh, congratulations on doing that community theater, if you put that on your resume. But you know what? When you do your self-tape or something like that, when you do a reel, then that experience that you're getting is going to help you move forward faster. You're going to be an overnight success, even though you've been working on it for a long time. Okay. Let's talk about what I have and what I need. Okay, we touched upon this earlier today. We're gonna talk about this a lot. We're gonna go over this a lot more tomorrow and how to get what you need. Okay. You need headshots, right? Do you have them or do you need them? Actors headshots, they're different. Do you have them or need them? Digital portfolio, digital comp card. Have you ever been professionally measured? Do you have, how is your, let's put like, if I were to go to any of your social medias right now, would you say you have a presence that will make someone interested, or is someone like, okay, this person is just getting started? Do you have a website? Do you have an agent? How many of you have an agent? Do you have a reel? Tomorrow, we're going to go over all of these different things and show you how to do it the right way. How many of you want to, instead of like keep spinning your wheels, you want to do it the right way? If you want to do it the right way, type the right way in the comments. Because tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to go over all of that with you. And earlier today too, when we first started, we talked about, yeah, you want to do it the right way. Again, sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, you need a guide. You need someone to show you, okay, you know what? If your goal is to book work, there's a difference between a photo that you take to book work and a photo that will make you feel good. Okay. And what we do is we help you get those photos. It will help you book work. You guys are here. Can we all agree that you're here because you want to start making money doing this? Is that okay? Can we all just say that? And I know, well, I had one person, it's not all about the money. That's fine. I'm not asking you if you ever are all about the money. I'm going to tell you, like, you know what, maybe you should go be an accountant because you can make money that way. But if you want to do it the right way, that's what we're going to work with you. We're going to show you that tomorrow. Okay. Something else this morning, we talked about self-care. Okay. How many of you are practicing self-care regularly? How many of you are meditating regularly? How many of you have an app? How many of you have a support system? How many of you have an accountability partner? How many of you want an accountability partner? Because we're going to show you tomorrow how we're going to help you do all of these things. How many of you have, hi, Kaden. How many of you have a daily self-care routine? Like Mike talked about time management. Like how many of you know, okay, you know what? At this time, I'm going to do this. At this time, I'm going to do that. Okay, good. Some of you need accountability partners. We're going to provide accountability for you. That's something we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. Because let me tell you something. I host our accountability calls currently for VIP Ignite. And that's my favorite call that I do every month. Besides these calls, of course, these calls are amazing. I get so excited to do boot camps. But I love the accountability calls because you know what? When you have someone who holds you accountable, it gives, sometimes they're not easy. Sometimes the accountability calls are like, oh my God, why is she being so mean to me? But like Ryan said earlier today, we see, if we're going to work with you, we're going to see something in you that we're going to pull out. And one of the best things that ever happened to me was having the opportunity to be here at VIP Ignite. Before I started working with VIP Ignite, I worked in a dental office. Can you guys imagine being in a dental office? Like I go into dental offices like, how did I do this? But Mike and I were friends, and he saw something in me, and he called me one day and he gave me a chance to host a podcast. I was like, I'm shy. I know very little about the entertainment industry. I've never hosted a podcast. Are you insane? And you know what he said to me? He was like, what, you're not up for the challenge? And I was like, I'm Italian and German. I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. And 2 days later, I was interviewing Ryan Colby on a podcast. Imagine your first, like, if you had to interview someone on your first podcast, would any of you really want it to be Ryan Colby? I was like, but okay, it sucked. But you know what? I kept practicing and I got better. Okay, I'll be really honest. Mary Patrick, we'll answer your question, but can you get speaking roles if you're SAG? We'll talk about that. I'll have Alicia answer that question in just a couple minutes. Okay, hold on to that one. Okay. Let's see here. Positive affirmation. So I want you guys to really start like being kinder to yourself. Okay. So what do you want as a model or actor? So from the needs column above, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to start thinking about like, what are the top 3 things that you need? And I want you to do this tonight. Okay, if you haven't done this already, what are the top 3 things that you need to help you achieve your modeling or acting goals? Okay. Alicia's still out there. She's going to be on in just a moment. I'm just going over the town. Don't worry. She's coming, Kim. The second thing I want you to identify your top personal development tools to improve or create. Where can you do better? Okay. And then the last thing I want you to set your goal. Like just an example, my immediate talent success goal is to explore different modeling genres, to connect with industry professionals to gain insights and opportunities aligned with my interests and aspirations. Congratulations. If that's your goal, you're doing it this weekend. Okay. But what I want you to do is take the framework here and I want you to like write out your goal. Okay. And then what you can do is create your goal and then put it in the boot camp group. Okay. Put it in the boot camp group. Okay. Here's some success stories. I know Mike talked about them. Let me just go over a couple of these and then Alicia and I are going to answer some questions for you. So in the top left-hand corner here, we have Avinash. So when we met Avinash, he was in, but I think the financial industry. Okay. He started working with us and he honestly came kicking and screaming. But let me tell you something. Last year, he booked a commercial with Upwork and they flew him to Portugal. And literally we were traveling we were in Mexico, we were in Phoenix, we were like all over the country. And everywhere we go, we see this Upwork commercial. And not only that, but that commercial won 9 Clio Awards, which is the highest award for commercials. When he started working with us, he had 0 experience. Last year, he booked a commercial that's being shown internationally and won 9 awards. In the upper right-hand corner, Candace Rayford. So when we met her, she was in a completely different space where she was. If I told you her life story, which I'm not going to, but when we first started working with her, she could barely unmute herself on Zoom. Like she was so introverted and so shy. Now she's booking work literally all over the state of California. She's represented by one of the biggest agencies in LA. And literally she's like in Brazilian jiu-jitsu tournaments. It's crazy. But the girl, she could barely talk when we met her, but now look at her. Okay. Christine Harding, she's on the call today. Like when we met her, like she had just come out of a really dark period of her life. And she knew that she had a message to bring to the world. And because she's been working with us and we've introduced her to people because you are the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with. She's now an international speaker who also recently booked her first modeling job in a commercial. Pretty awesome, right? But her life has been radically transformed. We have Sid. I mentioned Sid a little while ago. She was on a Netflix show, Girls on the Bus, which is associated with someone that we work with, Vince Rodriguez. Pretty cool, right? And then Tony Aguilera in the bottom. I know that Michael spoke about him earlier, but when we met him, he's a musician in San Antonio, but he wanted to get into acting. He wanted to get into modeling. And he got on a boot camp just like you. It's like someone said earlier, it all starts on Zoom. He got on a boot camp just like you are right now. Now he's represented by one of the biggest agencies in LA. And he also has a chance to perform for us when we're in at one of our events. He's literally going to be performing for Pitbull's producer and someone who's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So here's my question for each and every one of you. How many of you could see yourself in one of these stories? Can anyone see yourself in one of these stories? What I want you to think about over the next 8 hours, the next hour here, we're going to be here for a little while longer. And then tomorrow, this is what I want you to start thinking about. I want you to start asking the question. Why not me? each and every one of you has an equal opportunity. Every one of you is here because you chose to be here. How many of you can see yourself? How many of you would love it if in 2, 3, 4, 5 months, I'm on a boot camp and I'm up here sharing your success story? I know, Kelly, I've been watching you all day. Like, you've been like exuberant, like you've been like, let's do this. But I want you guys to understand, that's why you're here. Okay. We want you to be successful. We literally, today, what we did was we cleared out the foundation for you. We laid the foundation. Tomorrow's transformation day, y'all. If you thought today was awesome, tomorrow is going to be 10 times more awesome. Alicia, do you have anything you would like to add?
No. It's been
No.
a day and I've loved every second of it.
Okay.
I'm still trying to get over Jeff Hunter's presentation. That was so freaking cool. That was, I know Savo, like Mr. like Computers was like, yeah. So, and Jeff is still texting me. He wants that hat. So
I know, I
send it
promised
to
him. I promised
Yeah.
him. He said he gave you his address. I was like, no,
He
we're
did.
delivering it in person, sir.
We'll see you in Beverly Hills, sir.
Yep. All right. So someone was asking, and I just want you to go over this because you are
Yeah.
our house expert on all things SAG. Okay.
I'm like Rain Man when it comes to SAG.
She's
Try
Rain
me.
Man. I'm like, oh my God, let's hug it out. Oh, you're gonna do great. And she's like, nope, that's what you need to do. So someone raised the question about SAG. Do you need to be in SAG to get speaking roles, or how do you get speaking?
No. All right. Well, it depends. Like if you're up on different websites and you're submitting yourself for indie films, web series, I'll be honest, Janine, there's a lot of up and coming talent that really want speaking roles in TV and film. You can't get those without a licensed SAG-AFTRA agent submitting you to those breakdowns. And like, let's say for an example, Tanya, who will be on tomorrow, Tanya manages primarily SAG actors. She doesn't book like extra work because there's no money in that. She wants like 60 grand an episode on All American. She also has people starring on the hit TV series Grey's Anatomy, Tim Burton's Wednesday. So if she saw like one of our talent, which she has in the past, who isn't a member of the Screen Actors Guild, but she thought that they had natural ability and she met them through us, since she doesn't like do open calls for new talent, all of her talent are vetted. So being that people are, she's part of our company, she loves what we do. She knows that, we're a little bit crazy about making sure that people that we're bringing on board really can handle working with somebody of that type of magnitude. If you are brand new, but she sees that you can do this, she can do what she calls like a Taft-Hartley, which we kind of went over, where you can get that booking, even if it's SAG, but then you still owe the SAG fees, which are $3,000, like upon completion of, when you actually get on set. Now, if you're brand new and you don't have a SAG agent submitting you out for those major roles, and again, the only way to get those roles is with a licensed SAG agent. They're the only ones that get access to those breakdowns. But if you're on like any website, like Under the Sun, which I can literally rattle them all off, but I won't. You can join any of those websites. You can do indie films, web series, student films. There's nothing wrong with that. And the cool thing with that, especially if you're up and coming, if you get a speaking role in one of those projects, kind of like the reel that I showed earlier with Aaron from Apple TV, like let's say for example, let's say Leia didn't have, SAG, but she's done indie films or web series or student films. If Leia had speaking roles, then we could splice and dice those and make an actor's reel so that one day if we wanted to submit for speaking roles, then we would actually have something to show of Leia actually acting. Does that make sense? Since background work is considered scenery. But again, you can book speaking roles on your own for indie films, student films, and web series. That's awesome. You could do it by yourself, but you're not going to get those SAG projects. Only SAG actors can get speaking roles. So when you watch commercials, TV and film, even voiceover work for like major hit TV shows, animated series, you have to be a member of SAG-AFTRA. There's 160,000 members. And again, if you had a SAG licensed agent, and they believed in you because of like our program with development and our connections, they would really be vouching for you to get you on set, even without you being a member of SAG, but you would still have to pay your SAG fees. It is illegal, 100% illegal for anybody to cover your SAG union fees other than you. It's a conflict of interest Because if you fired that agent and you owe that agent money for SAG, that SAG belongs to you and to you only. Does that make sense? So does that answer your question? So you can book work speaking roles on your own for indie films, student films, and web series, but plan on getting paid like nothing. But the reason why you're doing it is more for labor of love, for passion, so you could splice and dice it and kind of build a reel. But without a SAG licensed agent, SAG is film, AFTRA is TV, the two unions merge. So SAG-AFTRA, without a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, no, you can't book roles in major productions. No, unless that agent vouched for you, got you the booking because you got it because you were freaking great, but then you still owe that $3,000 for SAG union fees.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So I'm
You're
just
welcome. Anybody else?
random thing. I'm going to make you the host because we're having pretty bad thunderstorms here. So,
Rachel says, let's do it. I want to have an agent find me work 50-50. That's not how it works.
all
You
right.
have to be what an agent wants. And just so you know, like a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, they only make 10%. But remember, those types of agents, they're looking for actual real actors, not impersonators. They're never going to risk even submitting you to a casting director unless you're actually worth it. They're not just doing it to help you. It's their career, and they're essentially working for free until you book work and you make them commission. They're never going to have bench warmers on their site ever.
Awesome. All right, guys. So
Was that helpful?
no, that
Somebody
was
tell me,
very,
was
if that was helpful.
Scale
type
1 to
helpful
10,
in the
was that
comment.
helpful? I have no filter, which is probably why I get into trouble a lot, but I probably do really well because of the no filter. Hi,
Lauren
Lauren.
Cunningham just said, listen to Allie. Awesome.
Yeah, she's on set every day.
I know. She's
Trust the
always
process. That's what we do.
Yep.
But again, like Michael said, can I pick up the phone and call the head of Warner Brothers casting? Yeah, he was the godfather to my puppy. Of course I can. But I would never risk my credibility for somebody I didn't believe in. There's no way in hell, ever. I don't care how much money you had. Nope. Because our business it would literally be put at risk. So Oren says, wow, what a long day it's been. Oren, come on, dude. You've been on so many calls with us. You want to get on set. This is a long day. No, it's not. This is 7 hours. You want to go on set? It could be 14 hours. Say you're sorry. You want to be successful in this business? Come on.
Okay. So
Zero
I
tolerance.
have one more challenge for you guys, and then I'm going to let you go. We're having pretty bad thunderstorms here, so I don't want to lose you guys. Like, it's crazy. It's like I'm in Pennsylvania, but I feel like I'm in Florida.
We just had thunderstorms here, and I was like praying that it didn't go out for me.
Oh my gosh.
And then the
All right.
baby woke up, and I was like, seriously, come on, it's like the perfect
No.
storm.
All right.
didn't wake
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the challenge that I have for you guys tonight. Okay. Mike talked to you a little earlier today about how we have a business partnership with Mark Victor Hansen. And let me tell you, I know Adam. Adam's like, what? So this is what I want you guys to do. He opened up the opportunity for us to share some books with you. Okay, 2 books. So we're done. Jemima, thank you, Jemima. Everyone say thank you, Jemima. You've been awesome today. Thank you. She just dropped the link in the chat for you. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to that link, and I want you to choose one of the 2 books, and I want you to start reading it today. Okay. And this is what is it okay if I make a suggestion to you? Is it okay if I suggest the one if I were you, I would start with Ask. Okay. And the reason I would start with Ask is because the story in the beginning of the book is phenomenal, and it will change the way that you see everything. And when I say that, I don't say that, I mean, yeah, just trust me. Do you guys trust me at all? Do you think maybe I'm looking out for your best interests? Can we agree for that? So you could read both of them. I mean, being relentless is very important, but I really recommend start reading Ask and read the story in the beginning of the book. When I read that, it literally changed so many things for me. It changed the way I saw so many situations. And we've been talking so much about mindset today, and it'll go by real quick too. Okay. But Both the books are phenomenal, but I definitely recommend Ask. And what I want you guys to do is I want you to read some of the book, and then what we're going to ask you to do is in the boot camp group, just write a review, because we promised Mark that we would share his work with you. So can you read some of either one of the books? And then what I want you to do is just leave a review in there, because we want to show him the type of people that we work with. How many of you think it might be really cool for you to impress a man who sold 1 billion books, 500 million books, a lot of books? The first personal development book that I ever read was actually Chicken Soup for the Soul. So when I had the opportunity to meet him in Phoenix, I almost fainted. I was like, they were like, Mark Victor Hansen's going to be here. I'm like, what? Oh my God. Like, I freaked out. And then, yeah. So what I would love for you guys to do is read, Ask, but read either one of the books and leave a review, just a brief review. Like, oh my gosh, like, how did it impact you in the Facebook group? Okay. Today has been awesome. Today we laid the foundation. Okay. Today has been phenomenal. Tomorrow is where the rubber meets the road. Tomorrow, stuff is going to get real. Okay. We're going to talk. We're going to first start by reviewing your reviews. I want you guys to work on your talent success guides tonight. If you didn't complete them, I want you to work on that tonight too. We're going to go over that because I want you to know where you are. So tomorrow, as we start rebuilding everything, you know where you're going. We're going to talk about getting the tools that you need. So many times people are like, oh my gosh, I need this. Tomorrow we're going to lay out, you have a whole list of things that you need, right? Tomorrow we're going to lay out how to do that the right way. We're going to have Ryan Colby back. Everyone say, yay, Ryan Colby will be back. Woo! He's going to...
All right, can you guys hear me? They're having really bad thunderstorms over there. Okay, so I'm here. Did you guys have a great day today? Yeah? How many of you guys are so glad you came? You know, recently we got to fly in a private plane, and I have a fear of flying, even though I fly all the time. And the reason why I hate flying is because I have no freaking control. I freak out, right? I'm always looking at the pilots. I'm like, I hope they're okay. I hope they're not going to get sick. How many of you guys don't like to fly? Right. So we got on a private plane, and Michael was on one plane, but somehow Deneen and I ended up on another private plane. And it was really crazy. So I got a chance to sit up front with the captain. And I was like, oh God, no, I hate to fly. And it was this little tiny plane. How many of you guys have ever seen La Bamba or anything crazy? I was like, oh, come on. I just had the baby. It was 3 weeks before Christmas. I'm like, Mama's coming home. This is going to be really good Instagram. And I'll never forget, I sat in the front, and I have pictures, and I'll share them on the Facebook group. And it was kind of baller, right? But at the same time, I was scared to death. How many of you guys would be freaking out, right? Totally freaking out. So I'm sitting in the front with the pilot. And again, Deneen's all the way in the back giving me a mindset prepping call. Hi.
Hi.
And the pilot had a navigation system on his iPad. I'm telling the story about how you kind of...
I know. I heard.
In the front. And it was crazy to me. He's literally when the plane is going on the runway, when it's time for liftoff, he's sitting there checking his phone. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm like freaking out. I'm like, dude, right? And I have this steering wheel between my legs, and he's got this iPad in it. It's just like he's just waiting, and it's doing this bump, and I'm looking back at Deneen I hate you. Why did you put me in the front? Right? I should have been drunk on this journey. Seriously. So she's gonna make for good video. So he shows me the path. And this is what I kind of this is the premise of the story, but I want this to resonate with you. So he showed me this path. He said, listen, even if the plane went over 1 degree, we are going from Vegas to Scottsdale. So it wasn't a very long flight for me, thank God, because I don't think my nerves could have handled anymore. I was like, is there going to be ambulance when I land? Because I think I'm having cardiac arrest. But what happened was he showed me, he said, even if the plane went 1 degree, either way, if it went 1 degree, we would end up in Sacramento by 1 degree. 1 degree. And I was like, what? Like, oh my God, because literally the plane, 1 degree, I want everybody to go like this, boop, right? Like, boop. So think about your journey now. And Michael kept saying 1 degree, right? What's the difference between lukewarm water and boiling? 1 degree, 1 degree. How many of you guys today were on a path? You didn't know where, you didn't even know how to get into show business. You didn't even know what's real, what's fake. You've been trying all these other companies, right? How many of you guys today felt the shift? If you did, let's see the shift. Boop. How many of you guys felt the shift? Boop. Think about it. Boop. If you were left to your own devices and you were on a plane going your own way, where were we going? You didn't even know. You didn't even know how to get there. You were probably listening to a co-pilot that's never even flown a plane before. How many of you guys have been trying to get into show business for a while and your friends and family have no idea what the hell they're talking about because they're all giving you advice, right? So understand that trajectory path, okay, this is going to be smooth sailing. You have a co-pilot like Ryan Colby, Michael Fomkin, hi Craig Bruce, Craig, Deneen, myself. Tomorrow, you're going to meet a huge agent, Jeff Hunter, going over AI. It is badass, guys. For real. Think about your co-pilots. They've been where it is that you want to go. Do you guys not feel this? This is not vacation. This is work. And you have a destination we're going to. So you guys ready? Tomorrow is day number 2. I know today was great. Yay. Okay. But tomorrow is day number 2. For those of you guys that have ever just been on my calls with me for like 2 hours, they're a lot of fun. But tomorrow it is game on. I'm going to put one of the biggest agents in the world. I'm putting her on the hot seat. That means like, feel the fire, Tanya. I'm coming for you, especially with the strike. You know, I have no filter. I'm going to ask every question under the sun because I'm legit going to roast her tomorrow. I want to know everything. I want to know about Tim Burton. I want to know about pay. I want to know about what she's looking for in signing talent. She's booking jobs right now, guys, $100,000 an episode. So tomorrow you are committed, not to me, but to yourself, not just to yourself now, but your future self. So many people don't ever get a chance to live out their dreams because of fear or because of your family and friends' past experiences. Never let somebody's history dictate your future, ever, ever. So tomorrow we are on a different trajectory path. Tomorrow you're going to be meeting an actual real SAG licensed agent. So for those of you guys looking to book real TV and film, this is the person right here. She's one of my best friends, so she doesn't mind me roasting her, but I think she loves it. But tomorrow it is game on. So I need you guys to make sure, and I know Danita Mike lost power and it's okay because I'm here. You're always on stage, right? Like, yay. But tomorrow is day number 2. Everybody, it's the same link as today. Make sure you show up at 10:45 Eastern Standard Time, which is 9:45 Central, 8:45 Mountain, 7:45 Pacific. Make sure you show up on time, and the call is going to end when it ends. Okay, we say 5, it may end at 6. Do not leave until we say it's a wrap. If you understand, type it's a wrap. Do not leave. Do not leave tomorrow until we are done, because the announcements we have tomorrow, you may miss something. You were here so long. It's like, why did you leave early? What did you have to do that was so important? I thought your history and your future, like, what are you doing? Okay. So that's it. I'm really excited to meet all of you guys today. Did you guys mind the bluntness? If you loved it, type I loved it. If you hated it, type I didn't like it. I want to make sure what time in Central Time. Ruby Ann, Google that. Come on. 11 a.m. my time. I'm New York time.
We
What time is
literally
it where
sent
you
out,
live?
hold on.
What?
We literally sent out an email breaking it down with each time zone. Like literally we're like, and so yeah, 1 hour behind.
Yes, 10 a.m. Central Time, correct. Guys, tomorrow you had to go through today in order to experience tomorrow. And for
Yes.
those of you guys that have ever been on our calls before, including our boot camps, I promise you, you ain't seen nothing yet. We have to talk about the new show. There's so much, I can't give it away. It's like Christmas Eve. I'm so excited. I probably won't sleep. I've also had a lot of coffee for everybody. So that's it. I'm excited. You took off work for this? LaQuisha, was it worth it? You literally changed your life today. So I need to know tomorrow you're going to be on. Okay, well, I'm glad to see you. Michael's like, we lost power. I'm like,
I know. I was like, I'm about to Power.
I could just let Craig Bruce host this thing. We're good.
Yeah,
Or
so they can
Soraya.
post tomorrow.
Hi, Sid.
Awesome.
Sava, he could do this. Hi, Lewis.
Awesome.
Okay. Look at,
All right,
look
guys.
at Craig Bruce wearing his circle shirt. Oh my God, you're so cute. We have a lot of fun here.
All right.
You guys can't
Are
tell.
all of you in the Facebook group also? If you're in the Facebook group, type Facebook. If not, we're gonna drop that link because how is Mark Victor Hansen going to see your response if you don't put it in the group? Make
Whoever's
sure you
asking
put it
about
in-
Dallas, Google it. Come on, timeanddate.com. If I have to tell you what time it starts your
Hold on.
time, I'm not gonna think you could show up on set on time. Google
Hold
the
on.
answer.
I'm gonna give you guys a little hint. It's the same time tomorrow that it was today. Nothing's changed. Just it'll be Sunday instead of Saturday.
And it's a 2-day boot camp. 2 days. Today was day 1, tomorrow's day 2. In order to complete boot camp, 2 days.
Okay. And for all of my current Fearless Rebels, please make sure when you're doing your reviews, you're putting them into this group here that we're sharing. Okay. That's how Mark Victor Hansen is going to get your review. Got it? Everyone type got it in the comments.
I'm gonna
You
answer
don't
some of
have
these
to
questions.
register again.
No, it's the same link
Same
we
link.
used today.
Same link. All right.
What's after boot camp? You'll find out tomorrow.
What's after boot camp? Only the best adventure of your whole entire
You're
life.
writing your own
Just wait
story.
till
Where
tomorrow.
are we going? Like, I don't know.
Where
Huh.
are we going? I guess
I
you'll
don't
have to
know.
show up tomorrow to find out. Oh no. All right. Okay, guys. So go read a book. Let your life be changed. We will see you tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm really excited. Hopefully, everyone please just say a prayer that these thunderstorms stop coming every day at the same time. It's like crazy. So
We miss you here in Florida. We're used to getting thunderstorms around this time, and we just had one.
I know. Well, all right, guys. So this has been awesome. And I just want to, before we end, can I just tell each and every one of you that I appreciate you being here? Thank you for showing up for yourself. But I want to go further. I want to thank you on behalf of your future self for showing up today. Because you know what? There are decisions that you make, and in the moment, they may not seem so monumental, but I can guarantee you that in 5 years, you're going to look back to today and you are going to be so grateful that you showed up for yourself. So can you guys just give yourselves a round of applause for showing up for yourselves? Because you know what? We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you showing up. And everyone give Jemima a round of applause for giving us all the links, keeping us on track, keeping us moving forward. But I just want you guys to like really tonight, as you're reading, I just want you also to take stock and just be extra kind to yourself and thank yourself and set your alarm so you're here on time tomorrow, because that your future self will really thank you for being here on time tomorrow. All right, guys. Should I just quit my job? No, you should not just quit your job. No. I love the energy, but how are you gonna? No.
There's the saying, don't quit your day job. I mean, that's legit. Like, don't quit your day job.
Okay, I'm just going to give you I'm going to give you like one more minute of coaching, and then we're going to go on that note. With all of our talent, and if you work with me, you can attest to me saying this. The books that I shared the links to, Sherry, the books we shared the links to. So this is what I recommend. And we recommend this across the board. You don't quit your day job until you're replacing your salary with acting and modeling, okay? I don't want a bunch of homeless fearless rebels, but they told me to quit my job right now, July 15th, 5:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am going on record as saying not yet, unless you're replacing your income, okay?
You can email me, LaQuisha, you can email me And then you'll have to just schedule for one of my live calls, unless you're able to listen tomorrow on the Facebook group and just keep like an earpiece in while you're at work. I don't know what
Yeah.
you do, but
We are
Um,
streaming it in the Facebook group, so
yeah.
you may not be able to be here live in person, but you were today, so that's good. All right. Jemima, can you share the link for the book one more time? Because I have people that did not get it. And then after that, we're gonna bid you a fond farewell. Because this has
Made it
been
through
awesome.
Day number
I
one
need-
of boot camp.
I need some throat coat tea so I can chat with y'all tomorrow. I would love to quick shot. Okay. Awesome. All right, guys, you have an amazing, amazing night. Go read a book, change your life, leave a review in the boot camp group, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Don't
Bye,
forget, we have Ryan
everybody.
Colby coming in like at least twice tomorrow, so you want to be here, okay?
And dress to impress tomorrow. You never know. You never get a what is it? You only get for one time to make a great first impression. You're always on stage.
Yep.
All right, make sure you guys are not late. We're starting tomorrow, same time that we started today. All right, go hug
Yep.
your kids and say,
Another
listen, I
major
know I was
LA
busy
agent on
today,
tomorrow.
but I'm doing this for us. That's what I'm doing it for us. All right,
Oh, and Mike has a huge announcement he's making tomorrow too.
even I don't know what it is.
You have got to be here for let me tell you something. The announcement that he's going to make is a game changer in the entertainment industry for each and every one of you that's here. So if you're ready to be a disruptor in the entertainment industry, you want to be here tomorrow. Got it?
Sounds good.
All right.
Hi, Danielle Berry. Hi, Mary
right.
White. Hi, Isabel. All right.
All right, guys.
My
Have a
kid.
great night. See you
Bye,
tomorrow.
everybody.
10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.